They're jammies.
それに行くわけじゃない。あれが本当に生きてるかどうか確かめに行くんだ。
Sometimes when you leave the theater, like with that feeling, like fuck, I missed it already, and you want to like watch it again.
Wish I was in it.
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Wither away in that comfortable place where I stay. Barely awake as I sleepwalk my way through the day. Don't ask how I've been if you run into me, it's so fake. First it's all quite piss poor and that's not the answer that you need. I've lost my appetite for the bait. Time after time it's a waste. Lost my appetite for what you time after time can say. Not a care for the convo, I'm up in my head, I'm in space. Floating alone, it's the one place I feel incredibly unsafe. This heavy heart that beats in me will weigh me down a full 6 feet. If not these 750 milliliters, one for each of the secrets that I keep. Could you turn it down? till I June turned me into a shell. Inhale, God, 6-year exhale. Left a residual self. Scraps of compassion, missing in action. No care for the convo. I'm in space, floating alone, incredibly unsafe.
Anyway, I truly feel that damn it. Oh, keep going. Anyway.
I miss you or a memory, someone or something I couldn't call it. Is it your smile in the morning, or just the prime of our 20s? I shouldn't bother. I'm just searching for a feeling, and maybe it's past and I can't grasp it. A moment set somewhere in between where we met and where we left it. Almost as if every passing bird flies directly through our shadow. I really shouldn't. Way at now, did you save the 10,000? Did you find a passion, alleviate some pressure? Have you got any new friends? Did you find a new man yet? Does he treat you special? I hope he treats you better than I did. In a hoodie, in a backyard somewhere, we were talking. And your eyes all sparkly, got me nervous. Not a clue as to what it would be. Now you're leaving. Few years flew past you, and you worry. Didn't quite work out just like you wanted. Now packing your things in your car. And I'm still searching for that feeling, and maybe it's past and I can't grasp it. A moment set somewhere in between two moments I described it. And now that another bird has passed, I'm stuck thinking not of her but of you. I couldn't help it. Okay, don't move a muscle. Back there. Don't move. Still got a light or just have a glass of peanut or?
Oh, yeah, give me a glass, bitch. This looks so awesome. Oh my god. I love you, Grandma. Look, this is amazing. Look at your fucking hands.
Okay.
Meeting low, hanging low. I'm on empty, headed home. I'll make it home. I guess I'm okay. I don't know. No, I'm not sure. I wasn't thinking about you. At the piano roll, had me feeling cold with memories of you. Yeah, we were younger, I was struggling. We were good, standing still, right beside me. You were good to me. I couldn't say the same, but we laid the blame 2 ways. By the wayside, you went away. Took the good times, took the bad times, let them breathe. Left in the wake. Space.
Do you remember yesterday? That was a nice moment. That was a nice moment. That was a good moment.
But I want you in it.
Play that on my
There's a question and an answer and a worry in the middle. drift by with the shifting tides, and you're lost in life, so the love floats into the ether. And there was something that you heard in her, and despite your parents, you placed your bet on love. And even though it made you hurt, you always try to make it work, cause you believed in us. She said you're pretty, but you drew too much. You've got a head on your shoulders and it's good enough, but something broke you. I said I'm sorry, and it's well in advance, but I will hurt you more than anybody has. Yeah, it's a sure thing. Oh, is it a sure thing? She said, I know that you didn't know back then, getting all that you should know by now. It never was about the pain you held, not in the way that you shut me out, not in the way that you hate yourself, or all the ways that you let me know it was that you and I, we were on our way. Kind of feeling that was unexplained, and you still feel like it felt back then. It's what you tell me when nobody's listening, and you ain't happy where you're at right now. Talked about it for a couple hours, but a lot of change in the past few years. A couple deaths and a few relationships, a little older and a little scared of making all the same mistakes I made. You said you're weary because you think too much. You've got a mind of your own, it's free enough, but it'll drain you. I know you're sorry, and it's right on time, cause you told me what would happen if you stuck around. I know you warned me. There's something that you're asking that was never in question. Something that you're asking that was never in question.
Hello? Hello? Hello, 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 hello. Hello. Look at the dog. You see this dog? This dog is chilling, bro. Chilling, bro. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello. River. What's up, chat? Hi. Hi, 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 hi. What's up, homies? Chill maxing their comfort stacks. What? Laid backness. What's up, Pepela Worm? What's up, Synaptic Plastic? What's up, Celticness? What's up, Spike Trees? What's up, Paganox? What's up, Midnight Dime? What's up, 2A Dave? What's up, Forlorn? What's up, Jacato? What's up, Nori? What's up, Cultivize again? Or did I say it? Hi, Cultivize. What's up, Classic Banana Milk? What's up, Papa John Pig? What's up, Baxapath? What's up, Victor? What's up, Alvin? What's up, Violet Moons? Who else is in this bitch? What's up, Tech Tink? What's up, Celticness? What's up, Izzy? Who else? 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 Who did I miss? Who did I miss? Did I say hi to Midnight Dime? Hi, Midnight Dime. Who else in this shit? Whomst. Whomst. Whomstist. Tofu says, what's up? What's up? What's up, Black Kitty? What's up, Ard Ryan? What's up, Ink Frog? Guess you hate me? Farrah Roly Poly, hi. I sent you a linky for the thing on Discord. I can't figure it out. Hold on. Oh. Yeah, that link didn't work. Well, the link works, but it doesn't. I don't know where to put my phone number. Yeah, I can't figure it out. I'm too stupid. I'm too stupid! I don't know what's going on with that. I'm too stupid. I'm too stupid. I'm too stupid. I'll figure it out, I promise. Only streamer that names chatters individually? Only streamer? I don't think I'm the only streamer. What's up, sipping on some reserve? Who else does that? Who else does that? Lucid Fox does that. I don't know who else does that. But I like saying hi to everybody. We didn't even dono. You don't got a dono. You new here, Pepe Worm? You new here? Jack does. Word. Jack. Word. Riverboat Jack. Bangers. Real Radhom. Okay. Real Radhom. Riverboat Jack. Lucid Fox. What's up, Girl Romeo? I like that. I like your username. Click settings. Click channel. Click feature eligibility. God damn it. You trying to make me work right now, bro? Ay. Jaina said hi to me. Jaina's awesome. Jaina's awesome. You know you're fat and ghetto when Shamrock, Chalky Milk, and Ding Dongs are fire dessert? Huh? What? Huh? How's everybody feeling today? How are you all doing? What's going on? What's the haps? I'm sorry, Lucid is in the chat. Is Lucid here? I didn't see Lucid. None of those words are in the Bible. Yeah, those sound good. Let's see. Oh, I gotta fucking sign in again. God damn it. I'll do it later. I'll do it when we do an ad break. I'll do it on the next ad break. Promise. Anywho, how's everybody feeling? What's the haps? What's good? What's good? How are we feeling? How are we doing? If you all had to describe the way you're feeling right now with one word, what would it be? Not like today in general, not like in life, but like one word for right this second, what would it be? Depressed? I'm sorry about that, Jacato. I feel that. Sending some love. Spam some hearts in there for Jacato. Headache? Sorry about that. Let's see. Stoned? Love that for you. I wish I was stoned. I'm so sober right now. Tired? Recovering? Indicated? Let's go. Indicated! I found the original Karner Kid clip, so I'm happy today. It took a lot of searching. Karner Kid clip? What clip is that? Faded? Okay, all y'all motherfuckers are just gonna rub that shit in my face, huh? Overworked? I'm sorry to hear that, Vermont hippie dragon. I hope you're able to get some rest and some, take a break from working. I got a pressure in my hip when I sit down, so anxious about that because my brain is fucked. Damn. I know how that goes. I get pressure in my hips all the time because of my fucking ankylosing spondylitis, so I feel it. I feel it. Cathartic after that Carter debate. Did Carter debate somebody? Did Carter debate somebody? Who did Carter debate? I'm healing really well from my surgery yesterday. Oh, that's good. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. That's right. I remember you saying that yesterday. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. You're doing better at least, or healing anyway. With this, where the Connor meme comes from? Bro. Hello? Did he debate Santa? Why would you want to do that? Why would you want to debate Santa? What's up, Punky Gal? What's up, Meowsies? He debated Gargalon? Is that supposed to... Are you trying to make me say... I'm not falling for that one. I'm not falling for... No, not happening. No. Fucker. Gargalon? Who's Gargalon?
And by the way, I was the one who just ran up to Carter and then just murked them and ran away.
The only reason you're in the corner facing the only reason you're the best at life is because I gave you a life.
By the way, I was the one who murked Carter. Okay, and then just ran away.
Twitch.tv/Carter.
You watch your mouth. Don't ever say that M word.
You just killed a Fortnite pro. How do you feel?
Good.
Wait, is that where Carner comes from? That's fucking tight. That's fucking tight. Get good, bro. Get good. Chat, speaking of that, should I play Fraught Night tonight? Should we fraught tonight? I'm in the Hold the Fort thing, apparently. So I should probably learn how to play Fraught Night. You know? Tomorrow, I get to help my friend set up her Airbnb for when her boyfriend gets here for his visit. Tomorrow, I get to help my friend set up her Airbnb for when her boyfriend gets here for his visit. I get to help my friend set up her Airbnb for when her boyfriend gets here for his visit. Okay, word. We like Fortnite. She's charging her boyfriend at Airbnb. I don't understand that. I'm kind of confused. I need more information. I've been searching for the OG clip. It took me a while. That's fucking tight. Lore unlocked. Lore unlocked. New lore unlocked. Chat, we have so much fucking news. There's so much news tonight, chat. I'm gonna gamble on who wins. Like real money. My friend's visiting and they have an Airbnb they're staying at, and I'm helping her get... Oh, okay. That's nice. That's nice of you. I was like, why does she need to set up an Airbnb? Like, I thought I understood like it. I understood it like they need to set up an Airbnb account so that their boyfriend could come stay with them. I got confused. I don't know. Tofu not clicking my link is Hibernophic. Hibernophic. I guess I'm Hibernophic.
Joe, we have a neighbour. Joe and I live in the same town. We have a neighbour. She's a widow. She has 4 children. She's out on the 15th of May. Where's she going, Joe? You used to work in the homeless services. You know how bad it is. Where's she going? Where's she going? She going into emergency accommodation? And her kids on the bus every morning, coming from town out to Skerries? Is that what she's supposed to do? She going into a hostel? Where's she going, Joe? She's your neighbour. She's my neighbour. Dara, she's one of your constituents. Where's she going? Where is she going to go? A widow and 4 children. You have no answers. And unless you have an answer for that woman, then you must vote no confidence in this government, and you must support the Sinn Féin legislation to extend the only bloody safety net that exists for these people.
Let's go. Let's go. tell their asses. Fuck you, Joe. You stupid bitch. Where's she gonna go, Joe? Where's she gonna go, Joe? Answer the question. Where the fuck is she gonna go, Joe? All my homies hate Joe. They're trying to worsen a homelessness crisis because it benefits landlords. But who is gonna, if they don't, who's gonna think of the landlords? I was driving on the 10 freeway through downtown the other day, and there's a big sign if you're going west on the 10 freeway and you look to the right towards like the city, and on one of the big ass buildings right next to the freeway it says we help landlord, or it says like something like we like landlord, like we like it was like a landlord like representation firm. It's like a lawyer firm for landlords, and the picture on it was a fucking foot kicking out a tenant onto the street, and it's just like we help landlords. It's just like what an interesting thing. It's just like, what kind of a person do you need to be to like put that together, or let alone start this business and like think that you're doing something, you know what I mean? By like, yeah, we help landlords, we support landlords and you know, landlord rights and whatever. And it's just like the picture you're using is literally a boot kicking somebody out of the house onto a street. Like, you thought that was a good idea, and like you don't see anything that's wrong with this. You don't see like how this is like fucked up in any sort of way. It's crazy, man. Madness. Also, look at my cup. Oh, you can't. Oh, that's right. It's green. That's tight. It's a Oh, I forgot that it's green. We have a whole set of these green glasses that are Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but there's nothing there. Ugh, love it. That's actually pretty damn funny. Leonardo. So like cops, right? They don't solve crimes or nothing. They just exist with guns in case you get so poor and desperate you steal food, then they kill you. It's fucking wild. Who'd start that business? Well, you see, that's like, there are like, tenants do have like some rights, you know what I mean? Right? So it's like they serve as legal protection or advice, or like a, you know, they're like legal counsel for landlords that don't know how to deal with tenants who know their rights as renters. So if you come across some tenants of yours that are renting from you that actually know their fucking rights and won't let you fucking walk all over them, you can call up these people and they'll figure out a better way, you know, to fucking walk all over poor people. Like, it's so cool. It's so cool. It's so cool. It's so great. Oh, hydrate. I got you, Ink Frog. I mean, I kind of just did. I'll do another one for you. Da-da-da. Yeah, so that's a thing. Anyway, dude, we have so much fucking news, chat. There's a lot of news to go over and look at today. Obviously, we have a little bit of Trump indicated news. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. I do want to try to play Frat Night tonight, but I also have so much shit to go over that I want to watch. And there's like, I don't usually watch like Hassan stuff very often on stream, but like Leftovers has fucking Richard Wolff on this episode. Like, what? Fucking holy based. Got Richard Wolff on this bitch. So I might check that out. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Landlord tenant officer shoots woman during eviction in North Philly. Great. Just fucking awesome. It's great. Landlord tenant officer. Landlord tenant officer. Landlord tenant officer shoots woman during eviction in North Philly. Police investigating. Police are investigating an eviction officer. Investigating after an eviction officer shot a woman while attempting to serve eviction papers in North Philadelphia. It happened around 9 a.m. at an apartment complex in the 2100 block of North College Avenue near Girard College. Deputy Philadelphia Police Commissioner Frank Venor says the person who shot the female victim was delivering a court order on behalf of the landlord-tenant office. During the course of that confrontation, the officer discharges and one of two people were struck, a female. She was taken to the hospital by police, and we're currently investigating that. Yeah. Nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. We live in a hell fucking world, chat. We live in a hell fucking world. Yeah, it's like you thought, like, just when you thought it couldn't get more evil than being a landlord or a police officer, they put the two together and they're like, eviction officer. It's like, boom, like the most evil thing in the world.
When you pay your rent, you should include a tip for your landlord. Have landlords gone insane? They sound like money bags from Spyro the Dragon. What do you want a tip for? Figuring out how to get ants in the winter? You want it for longest unchanged smoke detector batteries? How about most water-stained ceilings? What the hell is going on? I'm not even angry, I'm just confused. Well, landlords, we're on call 24/7. No, the maintenance workers you underpay are on call.
That's real.
What do you do? You want a tip? Here's one. Get a real job.
Yes. Get a real job. One that actually does some fucking positive, does something for society. Do you produce any sort of value? No, you just leech, you piece of shit. Fuck you. Yeah, real. What's up, Jeem State? It's like a PB&J with systematic violence. Yeah. What's up, Glitter Daisies? What's up, Sidewalk Connoisseur? All right, I'm gonna go stream Fraught Night. Dink donk me in my chat if/when you want to play together. Absolutely. Have a good stream. Have fun. Yeah, they really just don't want to work like everyone else. Yeah, right. Don't worry, they are making company town so soon the landlord will be your boss and the cops will work for them. Pog. All right, chat. Let's just get into it because we have lots of shit to go over and I want to make sure we are able to do it. Okay, so let's start out with what happened today in history for March 30th, because that's today, March 30th. Did you know that? Well, now you do. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. What's up, Garden Variety Cat Lady?
March 30th, 1981. Outside a Washington hotel, John Hinckley Jr.
My guy!
Ronald Reagan and three others. Presidential aide Lynn Nofziger.
Oh, bruh.
Shot once in the left chest. The bullet entered from his left side.
The shooting seriously injures Reagan early in his presidency and permanently disables his White House press secretary, James Brady.
All right, that calls for hitting up my boy John fucking Hinckley Jr. Let's see, he posted something 4 days ago, a brand new song. This one's for you, John.
Hello everybody, this is my latest song.
This is real. This is John Hinckley Jr.
Forever. It's always true. I'll leave you never. All the hurt is through. You are the one who blossoms too. This is the moment I show my love so true. You are the one who got my love to show. Honey, can't you see our love's bound to grow? It may take some time, that is still okay. The feelings that I have will never go away. My love's forever, it's always true. I'll leave you never, all the hurt is through. You are the one who forgave me long ago. Honey, can't you see our love's bound to grow? Honey, can't you see our love's bound to grow? Thank you.
You're so welcome. Thank you, John. Thank you, John. Damn. Thinking about you today, John.
7.
He's actually genuinely, I genuinely think his music is really sweet. I think his music is really sweet. You should genuinely go check out John Hinckley Jr.'s music. It's like really cutesy and folky and nice.
Secretary of State.
It's all of the songs are about love and wholesome things. All of them.
Reaches a deal with Russia to buy the territory of Alaska. At the time, critics ridiculed the $7.2 million purchase as Seward's folly. 1986.
You're a grand old flag, you're a high-flying flag, and forever in peace may you wave.
Actor
You're the emblem of the land I love.
Dies at his farm in upstate New York at age 86.
Damn, those
Oscar
eyebrows.
for playing Broadway legend George M. Cohan in Yankee Doodle Dandy. And 1945. British rock musician Eric Clapton is born in Surrey, England. Today in history, March 30th.
Eric Clapton.
Ross Simpson, The Associated Press.
All right, that's enough from you. That's enough. Let's look at this weird piece of news real quick. I heard you're going to be a Fortnite gamer. I heard that too.
Opening statements are going on right now in the trial of Grammy-winning musician Pras Michel, the former Fuji star.
So I saw this headline and I was like, what the fuck is going on here? Fuji's rapper conspiracy trial?
Charged with conspiracy, witness tampering, and failing to register as an agent of China. NBC News.
What? What? Did I hear that right?
Conspiracy, witness tampering, and failing to register as an agent of China. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney is following this one for us. So, Ken, break down this case for us. What exactly is this musician accused of doing?
Good afternoon, Joe. Although he's a famous music star, Michel in recent years has reinvented himself as an activist and businessman. And the allegations in this trial focus on work he did on behalf of Joe Low, a Malaysian mogul and international fugitive wanted for allegedly stealing billions from Malaysia's sovereign wealth fund, 1MDB. Low is also charged in the case, but he's a fugitive believed to be living in China. Prosecutors say Low and Michel conspired to donate millions of dollars of Low's money to the 2012 Obama campaign and covered up the money's foreign source using a network of straw donors. Michel and Low are also accused of lobbying the Trump administration on behalf of the Chinese government to extradite a Chinese dissident living in the U.S. The dissident, Guo Wengui, was never extradited, but he made news this month when he was arrested and charged with fraud and money laundering, Joe.
So, Ken, the witness list for this trial includes some pretty high-profile names. I mean, who could actually be called to testify here?
Right.
What? 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 This is fake, right? It's not April 1st yet. It's not April 1st yet. What the fuck is this? Leo DiCaprio, Britney Spears, and Martin Scorsese? I mean, these are names like Rudy Giuliani, Steve Bannon, Jeff Sessions. Like, okay, like Leo DiCaprio. What? This doesn't even make any sense. I'm so confused right now.
This is a case that is not only filled with political intrigue, as well as the prosecutor said, filled with political intrigue, backroom dealing, burner phones, and lies. But as you say, it's also filled with celebrity connections. The list of potential witnesses includes Hollywood icons Leonardo DiCaprio and Martin Scorsese, because Lowe is accused of laundering money by helping fund the film The Wolf of Wall Street.
No.
And Britney Spears, who allegedly was paid $1 million to sing at Lowe's birthday party in 2012. And also no, including Rudy Giuliani, Steve Bannon, and Jeff Sessions. Whether any of these famous witnesses will actually testify and when, Joe, remains to be seen.
He laundered money through the Wolf of Wall Street? What's up, James? What's up, Mazrad? What? He laundered money by, oh my fucking God, by funding the movie The Wolf of Wall Street and also paying Britney Spears to sing at his birthday in 2012? This is so insane. What the fuck? What the fuck? Yeah, this would be a great movie. I'm very interested in this. I am extremely interested in how this turns out. What the fuck?
Thanks so much.
That's fucking madness. That's fucking madness. That's fucking madness. All right, let's get filled in. What the fuck? I can't believe that. I fucking can't.
It's today again, so let's talk about the news. Starting with, these two's YouTube channel just got them arrested. Right, meet Christopher and Kimberly Phelps of California. They were posting dashcam videos on YouTube reportedly showing crashes, near misses, and some road rage incidents. There were reportedly over 160 videos like this, and it got the attention of the authorities. And after our buddy Chris got into a suspicious accident, seemingly stopping for no reason, causing a truck to hit him, the California Department of Insurance opens an investigation. And according to the DA's office, Chris has been involved in over 23 car accidents connected to 17 insurance claims, all of which were posted on the YouTube channel. So Chris was arrested and slapped with 6 counts of assault with a deadly weapon and 11 counts of insurance fraud. And not only were they allegedly causing accidents on purpose, Chris and Kimberly's kid was reportedly in the vehicle.
Dude, what is the crazy fucking pieces of news right now? What? You put them on YouTube?
So for good measure, both Chris and Kim got a couple of felony child endangerment charges. And y'all, it could be applied to so many of the stories we talk about today and just in general. But today, I gotta say it here, don't be stupid. And then some teenage slumber party led to a Nazi arson attack.
Like today, I'm still dreaming, right? Like I haven't woke up yet. Like I'm having one of those dreams where I'm at work, right? What's happening?
Earlier this month, a 13-year-old girl in Queensland, Australia got invited to a sleepover by 3 other girls aged 12, 13, and 14, whom she thought she was friends with. She goes over, and then, according to her account, they lock the door and threaten to kill her and her family, with them then, over the next 5 hours, allegedly slapping, stabbing, stomping, and beating her, all while they're spewing disgusting hate at her and filming the whole thing. And one of the girls ends the video even saying, "We basically just tortured someone." Quote, "It was funny as fuck." So unsurprisingly, when this gets out, people are horrified, and all 3 girls get charged with crimes like assault and deprivation of liberty. But for many Australians, that wasn't enough, and we saw an explosion of online hate directed their way, including calls for violence, with hundreds of posts exposing the girls' names, photos, addresses, ethnicities, and phone numbers, as well as the location of the house where they allegedly committed their crimes. With all of it leading to yesterday, someone actually burned the property down to the ground. Now, with that, 1, it was unoccupied at the time, and 2, this comes after a streak of arson attempts and vandalism there, with police still unsure who the perpetrator is, though they believe it's an outsider to the community. But we did get one potential clue, with flyers flyers distributed in mailboxes around the neighborhood depicting two of the girls with a racial slur in the name of a neo-Nazi group. With all of this also coming at the height of panic in Queensland over a perceived epidemic of youth crime, which we've talked about before, where the authorities recently warned that unrest could lead to vigilante justice, and now it looks like they may be right. Though also, this isn't the first time Queenslanders tried to take the law in their own hands. Right back in January, after media reports incorrectly identified a residential care home as a halfway house for young criminals, the children living there received a storm of death threats on social media, including calls for neighbors to storm the place and hang whoever's inside. So last time we talked about a set of laws the state government passed seeking to clamp down on youth crime through criminalizing breach of bail and other measures. Now today, another bill known as Jack's Law just passed, allowing police to search people for weapons using handheld metal detectors in nightlife precincts and on public transport for at least the next 2 years, which,
Jesus
like the prior
Christ.
laws, has been heavily criticized for violating civil and human rights, since this lets people search people without a reasonable suspicion.
Yeah.
Political news. I can't believe
Yeah, that seems about right.
Senator Rand
Yo, Ariana Jasmine, thank you for the raid. What's up? I hope you had a good stream. How's it going? How's it going? Welcome in. Welcome in. What were y'all up to? Hello, hi. Hello, hi. Hello, hi. Hello, hi. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you had a good stream. We're kind of tripping out right now. We just had two really weird news stories back to back. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Fugees rapper is a Chinese. Is like a Chinese spy. I don't fucking know. And then now there's like this crazy shit going on in Queensland. I don't fucking know. Yo, thank you so much for 6 months. Very pog. Thank you so much. Everybody, please go follow Ariana Jasmine. They're very pog, very base. Another political streamer. Go follow. Hope you're having a great day, Ariana.
actually just made a really good point. But before we give him too much praise, I'm putting this in the broken clock twice a day category. But this, because last night, Senator Paul actually blocked an attempt by his fellow Republican Senator Josh Hallway to fast-track a bill to ban TikTok by unanimous consent, a process that allows a measure to be passed without a formal vote as long as there are no objections. And while realistically someone else might have stood up, the fact that Rand Paul did it is a key thing to take away because it shows that there is division among the Republican Party and bipartisan opposition to the hot button issue. Right, we're in weird waters right now. You got like Rand Paul and AOC kinda on the same page. But
what's up, Budget Ballin? What's up, DB Golding? What's up, Cosmopolitics? Hello, welcome in. What's up, Gomez? What up, everybody?
On the Senate floor that Hawley's ban amounted to a violation of free speech under the First Amendment, and also adding that it violates constitutional prohibitions on bills of attainder, right? The government can't use legislative action to declare a person or a company guilty of a crime and punish them without a trial. With Paul then going on to make this point.
I think we should beware of those who peddle fear. I think we should beware of those who use fear to coax Americans to relinquish our liberties, to regulate and limit our First Amendment rights. Every accusation of data gathering that's been attributed to TikTok could also be attributed to domestic big tech companies.
Right, well, that's an argument that we've heard before.
That's true.
It's mostly come from Democrats. And that also, once again, these words feel so alien out of my mouth, not the only solid point that Paul made there.
If Republicans want to continuously lose elections for a generation, they should pass this bill to ban TikTok, a social media app used by 150 million people, primarily young Americans. The Republican strategy to ban TikTok comes simultaneously with GOP complaints of domestic social media companies canceling and censoring conservatives. Without a hint of irony, many of these same conservatives now rail against censorship while advocating for censorship against social media apps.
Wait, you mean to tell me that Republicans are fucking hypocrites and they have no fucking, like, no ideology? There's nothing that fucking, there's no coherent, like, logic. Like, that. You mean to tell me that they don't actually believe in anything that they ever say, ever? Whoa!
They are influenced by the Chinese. Before banning TikTok, these censors might want to discover that China already bans TikTok. Do we really want to emulate Chinese speech bans? Aren't we the ones that say it's wrong for China to ban speech, so we're going to be just like China and ban speech we're afraid of?
Y'all, who body snatched Rand Paul? His statements are making too much logical sense. How does his head not explode? But all my joking jabs aside, like, it's super important that he's doing this. And another key takeaway is it comes as more and more lawmakers have recently been voicing their opposition to TikTok bans. Right, recently we've seen a growing list of Democrats speaking out against a ban. I saw AOC actually finally made a TikTok.
He may be right about this, but it's for the wrong reasons.
Now we kind of
I mean, yeah, sure.
to see if Paul's remarks appeal to other Republicans. Or do more of them come out of the woodwork to oppose a full-scale ban? Yes, no. Is there enough opposition to ultimately push Congress to take up a more narrow version of the bill that has more limited restrictions? But honestly, who knows which way this is gonna go? Because I mean, just thinking back to that embarrassing House committee where they were grilling the TikTok CEO and just saying the dumbest shit.
Mr. Chu, does TikTok access the home Wi-Fi network?
It was just a showcasing
So fucking
of
stupid.
genuinely stupid people, and also like some, I remember when movie tickets and a soda pop were a nickel motherfuckers deciding the future of technology. And then, also, it's been a live one at Congress lately, because even in the past 24 hours, Paul and Hawley weren't the only ones on Capitol Hill going back and forth on each other. We also saw this absolutely explosive shouting match break out between Democratic Representative Jamal Bowman and Republican Thomas Massie, with all this going down just outside the House chambers. Right, so you had Bowman, who's a former school principal, delivering
Oh, we had
very
something else on this
forceful
or
remark
later,
condemning
but
Republicans for not supporting gun control measures after the Nashville shooting. And that's when Massie crosses into frame and this whole thing goes down.
Cowards, pressure them, force them to respond to the question, why the hell won't you do anything to save America's children? And let them explain that all the way up until Election Day on 2024. Let them explain it all the way up to Election Day on 2024. They're freaking cowards. They're gutless. They're not here. I'm talking about gun violence.
You know, there's never been
I'm
a
talking
school
about
shooting
gun violence.
in a school that allows teachers to carry.
Carry guns? You think
Would you
more
co-sponsor
guns means more death? Are you listening to my...
yeah, never mind all the instances where teachers have like done violence to their kids. Like, never mind that. Yeah, never mind the fact that like teachers also have like mental health issues sometimes, right? Like, never mind that. Okay, yeah. I mean, like, are you gonna afford that same logic to like the police and school resource officers who have also fucking shot plenty of fucking people who are unarmed? Like, what are we like, what is your argument, dude?
That's all their children are dying. I know, I've got 9-year-old children. Because the solution is not arming teachers.
That's worked in every school.
Have you ever worked in a school? Have you ever worked in a school? Okay, I'll bring it down tonight.
All right, folks.
Have you ever worked in a school?
I've got a bill to repeal the federal. I'm not talking to you anymore.
20 years.
You're just screaming.
I was a teacher. I was screaming before you came and interrupted me. I worked in a school for 20 years.
Go over there and scream.
I worked in a school 20 years.
In every school.
I was a teacher. I was a school counselor. I was a middle school principal. I was in cafeterias protecting kids every day of my career.
There's never been a shooting.
And all that was fascinating to watch, but I mean, those two are never gonna be on the same page. Right? Massie's the fucking guy who posted a Christmas photo of his family holding guns.
Like, my boy has an M60. Like, that... Dog, you are not ever gonna have the opportunity to fucking use this to protect your house. Like, you will never be able to set this up, put the fucking stand down, cock that bitch. You gotta get one of your kids to fucking belt feed the fucking the fucking ammo into it. Like, oh no, there's an intruder at the door. Come, like what the fuck, dog? What are you gonna do with this? What the fuck are you gonna do with this? Bro, you ain't gonna do nothing with that. It's so silly, dude. It's so silly.
Caption, Santa, please bring ammo. I mean, my man right here is looking like a strong yes vote for legalizing the purge. And all of it's disappointing because I know that there is a fucking common sense middle ground that I think most Americans support. Like, I feel like there are plenty of Americans who go, yeah, I should be able to legally own a firearm for home safety, but not this fucking Wild West, crazy, insane bullshit that a lot of people push. But it genuinely feels like there isn't going to be a solution when you have the people that don't want things to change, or you want to open up gun laws even more, acting like everyone that's against them is like, strip everyone of all their weapons. That's not what the hefty majority of people that want reforms want. But yeah, until something that remotely resembles common sense is able to enter Congress, I feel like we're just rinse and repeat with this bullshit. Horrible tragedy, a lot of anger, thoughts and prayers, rinse, repeat. And then, in news about news, we're finally ready. Tomorrow, all you day ones who signed up for the waitlist are gonna get the first issue of the rebranded and newly relaunched DeFranco Daily Download email.
No sponsors. No sponsors.
In entertainment news, KSI and Logan Paul's drink, Prime, just got banned from several schools in Australia. We've talked about the massive hype around Prime. It's been very successful. I mean, it's one of the biggest creator-launched brands out there, other than, the things that Mr. Beast has done. And now the Prime Hydration has hit shelves at major retailers in Australia.
What is
selling
it?
out
Was it water? The fuck is it?
Here's the thing. There are different drinks. You have Prime Hydration, which is an electrolyte drink. It's available for purchase in Australia, but Prime Energy is not. And that's not a sourcing issue. It's a legal issue. It reportedly has double the caffeine amount that Australia legally allows for bottles that size. But in no way has that stopped young people in Australia from buying it from online resellers, with a number of the kids then taking those drinks to school and then selling it to other kids on the playground, which, while I do not endorse as a former hustler myself, I gotta respect it. In middle school, I was slinging marbles because we were the lamest little...
Bro, I used to sell candy. Bro, when I was in elementary, bro, we used to steal tons of candy. And we would slang that shit and make serious cheese. I used to in elementary school, I sold like coupons and shit that I would find to like stupid shit, like like a paintball range. There's like 10% off like a paintball like session or some shit, like just like took it from the place and then like sold it to kids. Bro, yeah, I mean
a competitive marble scene. A father before me selling Flintstone vitamins on the playground. But with Prime here, it's why you have health experts warning that these drinks can be addictive for children and can make them restless, lead to insomnia, and up their heart rate. And surprisingly, some of the schools have even had issues with the approved hydration electrolyte drink, with one principal at a Queensland school saying, "We had a student who had just the sports drink, not the energy drink. And this is a child who's quite shy, retiring, and quiet normally, and it was like someone had shaken him up and made him fizzy." And with that, some outlets noting that the energy drink says that it's not suitable for children under 18, and the hydration drink actually says it's not suitable for...
He said, he was saying that about a person?
And up their heart rate. And surprisingly, some of the schools have even had issues with the approved hydration electrolyte drink, with one principal at a Queensland school saying, "We had a student who had just the sports drink, not the energy drink. And this is a child who's quite shy, retiring, and quiet normally, and it was like someone had shaken him up and made him fizzy." And with
shaken up, shake like a drink? It was like they shook the kid up and made him fizzy? Like a drink? Huh?
Outlets noting that the energy drink says that it's not suitable for children under 18, and the hydration drink
fizzy?
Actually says it's not suitable for kids under 15. Which
I kind of want to be fizzy. Can I shake myself up and be fizzy? How does that work?
News to me, because online, that's literally all who seems to be consuming the drink, which is also why some schools have even made social media posts this week warning parents to not allow their children to bring those drinks in. And then Mickey Mouse just pantsed Ron DeSantis, because King of Florida DeSantis has been waging a war against Disney ever since the company spoke out against its Don't Say Gay law. And as one of the ways to retaliate, DeSantis took control of Disney's special status that allowed it to operate as a self-governing district with autonomy over the land encompassing and surrounding Walt Disney World. That district was called the Reedy Creek Improvement District, but after DeSantis took it over, it was changed to the Central Florida Tourism Oversight District. And there's a board that would have control over infrastructure, property, taxes, issue bonds, road and fire services, and more. And the key thing there being the board consisted of people DeSantis appointed himself. So you had many noting that it could basically be used to force the company to keep quiet on social and cultural issues, potentially even extending to their content. So that's why this was seen as a massive...
Hi, Tofu, I miss you, but appreciate your success. I'm on 3 tabs of acid, and you look like the best frozen dinner that Wara were fought over.
L for Disney, or rather it would have been if they didn't make a good old-fashioned loophole for themselves to essentially strip the new board of its powers. Right, because on February 8th, the day before the Florida House passed the bill allowing DeSantis to stack the board, Disney and the previous board signed an agreement that put the power in Disney's control, giving the company broad veto powers over changes to the park and making any changes, quote, subject to Disney's prior review and comment to ensure consistency with the overall design and theming of the park, among other powers. It also prevents the board from using Disney's name or trademark characters like Mickey Mouse. And it turns out the new board members didn't even realize that Disney had done this until recently, with members reportedly opening the meeting they held yesterday by discussing the fact that there's nothing they can actually do, with board member Ron Perry saying, "This essentially makes Disney the government. This board loses, for practical purposes, the majority of its ability to do anything beyond maintain the roads and maintain basic infrastructure." And another key thing is that this agreement has some serious staying power, because it will remain, quote, in effect until 21 years after the death of the last survivor of the descendants of King Charles III, King of England, living as the date of this declaration. So basically, as long as there are members of the royal family still still kicking, so is this deal. And according to BBC News, this is a totally real thing dating back to the 17th century. It's called a Royal Lives Clause, though it's rarely used in the United States. Now, all that said, of course, with this, the board already plans on pushing back and has voted to hire outside legal counsel to evaluate their options, with member Brian Onks Jr. saying, "We're going to have to deal with it and correct it. It's a subversion of the will of the voters and the legislature and the governor. It completely circumvents the authority of this board to govern." And a spokesperson for DeSantis likewise saying that these agreements may have significant legal infirmities that would render the contracts void as a matter of law. But for its part, Disney has said it did nothing wrong, claiming in a statement, "All agreements signed between Disney and the district were appropriate and were discussed and approved in open, noticed public forums in compliance with Florida's government in the Sunshine Law." AKA, maybe if you weren't so busy trying to ban books and put LGBTQ plus people in a fucking tiny box so you could throw away, maybe you would have noticed. But you didn't, and you got caught with your pants around your ankles like the schmuck you are. Though, I will say, this is probably like a good distraction for DeSantis. Because if he's not busy fighting Disney and an imaginary mouse, he's going to have to fight with Trump. Though Ronnie being busy is not going to stop Donnie from swinging. And then in international news, will you nerds please have sex? That is essentially what the higher-ups in China are yelling at their people right now. Which is why we're seeing news like 9 colleges in China are now giving students a week off in April so they can go fall in love. Right, and while the idea of a spring break is not new, this year's theme is centered on love. Love of nature, love of life, and most importantly, love of each other. The students being asked to keep travel diaries, to film videos of their trips, write growth reports, and this notably as China is struggling.
Growth reports?
To lift its plummeting birth and marriage rates, which notably caused its population to shrink last year for the first time since the 1960s. Which, if you're unfamiliar with Chinese history, that was their great leap forward that left some 30 million dead. But also, even in countries that didn't have a communist revolution, they are plagued by the same problem. With places like South Korea and Japan having low birth rates and growing elderly populations putting a lot of stress on their economies. With East Asia right now claiming the lowest fertility rate of any global region at just 1.2 births per woman compared to 2.3 worldwide, aka
damn. I wonder if capitalism has anything to do with this.
So in China, we're seeing local governments and companies trying different methods of getting people to get busy, offering 30 days of marriage leave for newlyweds, launching a campaign pushing city women to date older rural bachelors. One city started its own state-sponsored dating app, and all of this, of course, in addition to what we saw on the national level, with the government raising the number of children.
I mean, state-sponsored dating app, like, are they? Is it directly state sponsored, or is it in the same way that like technically every business in China is like state sponsored? Like how?
From 2 to 3 a while back. We're trying to make up for that one topic.
Not streaming because normal one. On stream info. Are you having the same issue? Just me? Try updating tags or something. It seems to be working for me.
I'll see that it ended back in 2016, but it's just not happening. And then our dystopian future with AI overlords, it's already here. Or at least we're getting a taste of it because a judge in India just used ChatGPT to decide bail in a murder case.
Oh my God.
Reportedly asking the AI, what is the jurisprudence on bail when the assailant assaulted with cruelty? To which ChatGPT responded that if cruelty was a factor, then quote, they may be considered a danger to the community and a flight risk. In such cases, the judge may be less inclined to grant bail or may set the bail amount very high to ensure that the defendant appears in court and does not pose a risk to public safety. With the AI also emphasizing the presumption of innocence, but at that point, the judge was like, I already got my answer and denied the bail request. And so for you, maybe this sparks some questions or thoughts regarding the morality of this, the ethics of this.
How about we don't even need to have this conversation if we just get rid of cash bail? Just get rid of cash bail. Get rid of that shit.
One uncontested positive here is that this was fast. I'm not saying it's good fast. I'm not saying it's bad fast. It was just fast, which is a big thing there because India is notorious for backlogs and judges have long sought ways to keep things moving. But reportedly, there are currently 6 million pending cases. But also, here's the thing. This is not the first time that ChatGPT has been used in the courtroom. Last month, we saw a Colombian judge use it to decide whether an autistic minor should receive medical coverage. And it's believed that it may become a commonplace tool in the courtroom relatively soon. And then Russia arrested and charged a Wall Street Journal reporter with spying for the United States government. So his name's Evan Gershkovich. He's a correspondent.
Oh yeah,
we have
something on this later too.
The key takeaway is that this marks the first time an American reporter has been detained there for espionage since the Cold War, with the Russian Federal Security Service saying it was established that E. Gershkovich, acting on the instructions of the American side, collected information constituting a state secret about the activities of one of the enterprises of the Russian military-industrial complex. And Putin's spokesperson adding, we're not talking about suspicions. He was caught red-handed. But the outlet has strongly rejected that accusation and demanded the immediate release of its journalist. We also saw the White House condemning the arrest and the State Department saying that it was in touch with Moscow. But y'all, if he's convicted, which would be all but inevitable unless there's some sort of political settlement with Washington, Gershkovich could go to prison for up to 20 years. In business news, in the least surprising news of the week, Swiss bank Credit Suisse has now been accused of hiding money from the IRS. With the revelation that $700 million in taxable money was hidden from the U.S. coming after a 2-year investigation over suspicions that it was violating a 2014 plea agreement. Because unsurprisingly, it had already been in trouble once for doing something similar. The bank allegedly using a variety of methods to hide the money, including things as simple as just moving $100 million to offshore accounts without telling the Justice Department. And according to a Senate Finance Committee
I give up.
spokesperson,
Please
that
report this.
$700 million
I give up. Please report this is not Alana's account, nor is it her statement. We are the ones. Yeah, we already know about this. 2A Dave. And Alana is trying to seek legal help. Is trying to get a lawyer.
This may not actually be all of the money, saying it could be much higher than that.
But yeah, if you haven't already, go ahead and report these videos. I mean, Daily Mail also posted it. Yeah, like Alana. Yeah.
Don't have much visibility into those accounts. And the accusations are a case of when it rains, it pours for Credit Suisse, or because it's been facing a collapse and buyout.
Alana was in here last night. We were talking about it.
UBS, and now UBS is likely on the hook for any penalties that Credit Suisse would have faced. But with that, I want to say thank you for being a part of another daily dive into the news. I love yo faces, and I'll see you next time.
I love yo faces. Alrighty.
In the days.
Oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Excuse me. What's going on with Alana? If it's okay to ask, Alana is... This has happened lots of times before with the people using that picture of Alana and saying that it was the school, it was like whatever shooter. Like, it's happened multiple times. They do that even when it isn't a trans person that shoots shit. And now there's this whole, there's the Nashville thing, obviously, plus there's the quote unquote Day of Vengeance, whatever the fuck is. I don't fucking believe that that's even a thing. And people are fear mongering using Alana's pictures of Alana. But yeah. All right. We have some more headlines, news wrap from PBS, and then Democracy Now! Headlines. But it's been an hour since our last ad break, chat. So before we get into the rest of these headlines for today, we're going to run a quick ad break. I run ads while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you are unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss anything. However, if you would like to support the stream, get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes, and also an ad-free viewing experience, all you gotta do is subscribe for $4.99 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Or maybe you're already subscribed and you're feeling generous and you have the means to, maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our friends in the chat, one of our comrades in the community, so that they can get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes and an ad-free viewing experience. We're currently at 0 out of 20 for our daily subscriber goal. We just started, so if you feel so inclined, maybe let's kick it off. Let's kick it off. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. Okie dokie, we're back. All right, let's get back into it, huh? News wrap from PBS. Let's check it out.
Headlines: the U.S. Army was hit by tragedy. 9 soldiers killed in the crash of 2 Black Hawk helicopters late Wednesday. They belonged to the 101st Airborne Division out of Fort Campbell, Kentucky, and were on a training mission. The Army says they crashed about 30 miles northwest of Fort Campbell near the Kentucky-Tennessee border. At a briefing today, the division's deputy commander said it's not clear what went wrong.
They do very, very detailed planning, very detailed rehearsals. Depending on the risk of the operation they're doing, has different levels of approval from the command. So we will always relook our safety precautions and our measures. But this was, like all of these training events, safety is a primary focus for us.
The helicopters carry flight recorders that could carry critical information about that crash. Federal regulators are investigating another fiery train derailment, this time in Minnesota. It happened overnight near Raymond, some 100 miles west of Minneapolis, and cars carrying ethanol caught fire. At daybreak, some of the 22 derailed cars were still burning, and nearby residents were evacuated for a time, then allowed back. The trains operate.
What should we do? Should we ask more politely? Should we ask again and more politely this time to our corporate overlords to, maybe like treat their fucking employees better and do things not just for profit, but because they're better for like this kind of shit? Or will the government do something? What if we nationalize this and then profit, and then the cost wasn't a thing anymore?
BNSF is a NewsHour funder. The Nashville school shooting sent crowds of protesters into Tennessee's state capitol today, demanding tougher gun laws. Demonstrators filled hallways and shouted, "6 are dead, how many more?" Republicans control the legislature and have backed greater gun access. Also today, police released 911 recordings from that school shooting. Callers appealed for help amid sounds of gunshots. Doctors say Pope Francis is showing marked improvement at a Rome hospital. He was admitted Wednesday with bronchitis. The doctors say he rested well last night and is responding to antibiotics. Well-wishers gathered outside Gemelli Hospital and left flowers today. Francis voiced his gratitude in a message posted on Twitter. Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen spent this day in New York on a highly sensitive stopover. She arrived in Manhattan on Wednesday and today held a series of closed events before heading on to Central America, hoping to shore up support for Taiwan. In Washington, the State Department counseled calm, despite heated complaints from mainland China, officially the People's Republic.
Our message to the PRC continues to be that there is no reason to turn this transit, which is consistent with longstanding U.S. policy, into something that it's not, or use it as an opportunity to overreact.
China considers Taiwan a renegade province and has warned Tsai not to meet with U.S. leaders. For now, at least, she is expected to meet with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy in California on her way home next week. Brazil's former president, Jair Bolsonaro, has returned home after a 3-month stay in Florida. The far-right populist said he wants a new role in politics, but he faces investigations that could prevent a comeback.
I got you, Izzy.
Supporters in yellow and green chased after him and swarmed party headquarters in Brasilia today. Bolsonaro predicted that the leftist president, Lula da Silva, who ousted him, will not last or get much done. Finland won admission to NATO today when Turkey ratified its application. All 30 members of the alliance had to agree, and Turkey was the last to do so. Finland and Sweden applied for NATO membership after Russia invaded Ukraine. Sweden's application is still pending. Back in this country, the founder of the bankrupt cryptocurrency exchange FTX, Sam Bankman-Fried, has pleaded not guilty to new federal criminal charges. He appeared briefly this morning in federal court in New York. The new indictment alleges he bribed a Chinese official to unfreeze company assets. Republicans in the U.S. House of Representatives pushed through a broad energy package today to undo most of President Biden's climate priorities. It would ramp up U.S. production of fossil fuels and expedite approvals for pipelines. But
like as if Brandon's fucking, you know, as if what Brandon's did was even like close to being enough. It's just like, it's so funny, dude. Undid it, and it's like it didn't do anything anyway. But okay.
Senate say the bill is dead on arrival there. And on Wall Street today, stocks had another positive day as fears of banking turmoil faded further. The Dow Jones Industrial Average.
All right, that's enough from you. Democracy win, chat?
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The United Nations has adopted a landmark resolution that seeks to hold countries accountable for failing to respond to the climate crisis while protecting more vulnerable nations. On Wednesday, the UN General Assembly voted on a measure calling on the International Court of Justice to establish obligations under international law for nations to protect their populations from the impacts of global heating. The resolution was introduced by the low-lying Pacific Island nation of Vanuatu, which the UN has described as the nation most vulnerable to natural disasters. Its adoption comes a month after Vanuatu was hit by two powerful tropical cyclones. This is Cynthia Huniohi of the Solomon Islands, one of 27 students from 8 Pacific Island countries who launched the campaign for the resolution.
It's amazing to see and humbling to see how this wild idea that we had, 4 years ago, make its way from our classroom in the University of the South Pacific to the table or the floor of the United Nations General Assembly, and to receive such a historic UN vote. They vote by consensus. So that is, I still can't believe it's happened.
The United States did not support the resolution. A senior Biden administration official told Reuters, quote, "We believe that diplomacy, not an international judicial process, is the most effective path forward."
Because who would fucking get in trouble? Because who? Oh, wait, you mean to tell me that the United States doesn't support any sort of fucking like accountability on an international level? Whoa. Whoa! Oh man, yeah, of course. Vanuatu, they're looking at him like, yeah, all right, fuck you guys, fuck you motherfuckers. Oh my fucking god, dude.
Here in the United States, the Biden administration opened bidding Wednesday on oil and gas leases covering more than 73 million acres of the central and western Gulf of Mexico, an area roughly the size of Italy. Fossil fuel companies secured access to 1.6 million of those acres. Environmental groups blasted the Interior Department's lease sale as unconscionable and another betrayal of President Biden's campaign pledge to ban all new oil drilling on federal land, they said. In France, the European Court of Human Rights heard arguments Wednesday in a landmark lawsuit brought by women retirees from Switzerland who are suing the Swiss government over its failure to tackle the climate crisis. Members of the group Senior Women for Climate Protection argue older people's rights are being violated since they're at the highest risk of the extreme heat that's becoming more frequent due to global heating. Helping to argue the case were members of the ENRI, the European Network of National Human Rights Institutions.
Few people have it in their power to change the course of history. You do. On behalf of all national human rights institutions in Europe, ENRI urges the court to use its power to protect vulnerable individuals against escalating and irreversible climate harm. The facts are simple. Greenhouse gas emissions cause heat extremes that kill.
Mexico has launched a homicide probe into this week's fire at an immigrant jail in Ciudad Juarez near the U.S. border, which killed 39 asylum seekers. This is Mexican Security Minister Rosa Isela Rodriguez.
Al momento se tienen identificados
We have identified 8 people allegedly responsible for the events, 2 federal agents, 1 state migration agent, and 5 members of the private security company are already testifying before the prosecutors.
Yeah. I saw you looking at your phone while all those people were locked behind bars. Yeah, we saw that. We saw that. This is on America too, of course. But like, there's people that you could have unlocked the fucking shit. Absolutely, blood is on America's hands. But like, there's they were on their phone and walked right past.
Part of the investigation is to confirm why civil protection protocols were not followed. It's clear that they were not respected. Also, we want to know why they did not save lives and were not able to open a gate.
The tragedy has brought renewed scrutiny to the border policies many have called inhumane enacted by the U.S. in harsh conditions at Mexico.
Wouldn't have happened if the United States didn't have certain policies.
And migrant jails. The United States Senate has voted to repeal the authorizations for the 1991 Gulf War and the 2003 invasion of Iraq. Wednesday's vote was 66-30, with 18 Republicans voting in favor of repealing the AUMFs, or authorizations for the use of military force. This is New Jersey Democratic Senator Bob Menendez.
This vote shows that Congress is prepared to claw back our constitutional role in deciding how and when a nation goes to war, and also when it should end wars. It also protects against future administrations abusing authorizations that outlive their mandate but remain on the books.
Among Democrats who voted to repeal the Iraq War authorizations were Senators Chuck Schumer, Maria Cantwell, and Dianne Feinstein, who voted in favor of authorizing force in Iraq in 2002. President Joe Biden, who also voted in favor of the invasion as a senator, has promised to sign the repeal if it's approved by the House. Turkey's parliament is voting today on whether to ratify Finland's bid to join NATO. It's the last remaining barrier to Finland's accession to the military alliance. If the ratification is approved, as expected, NATO will add more than 800 miles to its border with Russia. This comes as 10 nations, led by Canada, are wrapping up nearly 2 weeks of NATO war games in Latvia, a former Soviet republic that joined NATO in 2004. In Russia, thousands of troops began war games in Siberia Wednesday to train on the use of Russia's Yars mobile intercontinental ballistic missile system. The nuclear drills came as the Biden administration said it had stopped sharing detailed data on its strategic nuclear forces with Russia after President Vladimir Putin suspended Russia's participation in the New START nuclear arms treaty.
Yeah, NATO is just U.S. foreign policy.
Says it has detained U.S. citizen and Wall Street Journal correspondent Evan Gershkovich, accusing him of spying. He was arrested in the city of Yekaterinburg in Russia's Ural Mountains. If convicted of espionage, Gershkovich faces up to 20 years in prison. West Virginia has banned gender-affirming health care for transgender minors, joining at least 10 other states that have enacted similar laws. The law makes an exception in cases where an adolescent is deemed to be at risk for self-harm or suicide, is diagnosed with severe gender dysphoria by 2 health care specialists, and has received parental consent. Meanwhile, in Kentucky, Republican lawmakers on Wednesday voted to override Democratic Governor Andy Beshear's veto of a sweeping anti-trans bill, which bans gender-affirming health care and forces people to use public restrooms that do not align with their gender. Protesters chanted from the House gallery during Wednesday's proceedings, leading to 19 arrests.
Yeah, we have more on that obviously later. We just like to try to get through the headlines before getting stun locked on anything.
People gathered at a candlelight vigil in Nashville Wednesday evening, mourning the 3 adults and 3 9-year-old students killed by a heavily armed shooter at the Covenant School on Monday morning. First Lady Jill Biden joined the ceremony. On Capitol Hill, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy said Wednesday Republicans want to see all the facts before proposing any new gun legislation in the wake of the school shooting.
Motherfuckers out here talking about trans insurrections happening. Motherfuckers out here actually calling that shit an insurrection. It's like, dude, you are so desperate. You're so desperate.
That prompted a heated confrontation between New York Democratic Congressmember Jamal Bowman and Kentucky Republican Congressmember Thomas Massie just off the House floor, where Bowman accused Republicans of refusing to save children's lives.
They're cowards. A 9-year-old, 3 9-year-olds. Are they going to those funerals? No. They never go to the funerals. They never go to the scene of the mass shootings. And it's not just in schools. It's in black and brown communities every day.
Kentucky Republican Thomas Massie responded to Bowman, quote, saying there's never been a school shooting in a school that allows teachers to carry.
I'm sorry, just like, this is just the I'll never get over this. Like, you think you look so cool with that, but like, you don't. You look like a fucking goofball, dude. Like, you look like a fucking goofball. And same with your fucking sons, dude. Like, nothing fucking tough about these guys. Like, literally nothing tough about these guys. It's so silly, bro. Like, what are you gonna do with this? What are you gonna do with that, bro? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do with this?
Quote.
You're gonna have your daughter fucking help you with the belt-fed fucking ammo? Like what?
In 2021,
what are you gonna do?
Massie tweeted a photo of himself and 6 family members holding assault-style rifles
This
with
is so
the caption,
silly, dude.
"Merry Christmas. P.S. Santa, please bring ammo." In Los Angeles, 7 California Highway Patrol officers and 1 nurse were charged Wednesday with involuntary manslaughter over the 2020 death of 38-year-old Edward Bronstein. Bronstein was detained during a traffic stop and violently pinned down at a highway patrol station in order to draw a blood sample.
Yeah, we talked about this
Bronstein
yesterday.
saying multiple times he would give the sample voluntarily, screaming, "I can't breathe,"
Murder.
12 times. The Texas Observer announced it has reversed plans to shut down and will continue publishing after a staff-led crowdfunding campaign raised over $300,000. The Texas Observer, once edited by the legendary muckraking journalist Molly Ivins, is a bastion of progressive reporting in Texas and beyond. And in Australia, lawmakers advanced a move to hold a historic referendum that would recognize Indigenous people in the Australian Constitution and establish an Indigenous
We have more on this too.
Parliament committee. This is Thomas Mayo, a member of the referendum working group.
No, my man's last name is not Mayo.
Good enough that here in this country, the life expectancy of Indigenous peoples is almost 10 years less.
I thought it was the other guy, to be honest, but okay.
It's not good enough that proportionately we are the most incarcerated people on the planet. It's not good enough that our youth languish in detention in obscene numbers. They should be our hope for the future. It's time
Maori.
for us to have a voice.
The other guy's our prime
Those
minister.
are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report.
I'm Tofu Ghost Goodman. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right. What time is it? We still have time. We're doing okay. Ex-Starbucks worker Jason Saxton describes being fired after he helped organize union from Democracy Now! Let's stick with Amy and talk about Starbucks after, you know, obviously in the wake of the hearing that we covered heavily yesterday.
Hearing Wednesday on the Senate HELP Committee. Again, that HELP stands for Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions. Former Starbucks worker Jason Saxton also testified at the hearing.
In April, our store won our election by a landslide, 26-5, despite all of the threats and intimidation. Starbucks retaliation and union busting ramped up even more after we won our election. We were constantly being watched, and managers listened in on our conversations through our headsets. Store hours were constantly changing, and hours kept getting cut. People were fired right on the shop floor. They fired 7 of our union members. 2 of them were shift supervisors. 2 partners requested medical and maternity leave. Management refused to sign off on their leave, and they were terminated. Several people quit, including my wife. Some of us were told that we should look for another job. In July, I led a 2-day unfair labor practice strike and delivered our demands. A month later, I was fired for supposedly being disruptive.
That was former Starbucks worker Jason Saxton testifying Wednesday before the Senate. He joins us now from Augusta, Georgia. Jason, welcome to Democracy Now! Can you talk about the significance of this hearing and the grilling of the, well, usually everyone thinks of him as the Starbucks CEO, Howard Schultz, but in fact, he just resigned.
Pussy.
Yeah, thank you for having me. You know, yesterday's hearing was a very interesting few hours. Howard Schultz, you know, did what he always does and, you know, misrepresented what was actually going on in stores. And maybe that's just because he doesn't know.
Nah.
He came back for operations and for the customers, even though he constantly says he's there for the partners.
True anarchist tech support.
Give us some background, your own story. What happened in July? What led to your being fired last July from the Augusta, Georgia Starbucks store where you were working?
Yeah, so at my store, we decided that we were going to unionize because we were facing a lot of staffing issues. People's hours kept getting cut. The training was insufficient. Healthcare coverage was too expensive, still is too expensive. And myself personally went on parental leave to have so my wife and I could have our daughter, and it was insufficient. It was just long enough for us to develop postpartum depression and then have to go right back to work.
Jesus.
So we went forward with that, and we kept dealing with those issues after our election. And that is also when they started firing a lot of us. And they fired a shift supervisor. And so we decided to do a walkout, which led to a 2-day strike. And after that 2-day strike, I went back to work. Everything was good. Went on vacation and came back, and I was fired. And they said that I was being disruptive. No, again, on the day of the walkout, I wasn't being disruptive. And not only that, I wasn't a partner. I wasn't working at the time. I was off the clock.
Yeah. Oh.
And what's your sense, Jason, from the other employees at that store, but also at Starbucks stores elsewhere? If you mentioned some of them now, but what working conditions are like for Starbucks employees? What precisely are the health benefits they get? You said it's very expensive, time off, how many hours a week they work. If you could just say, you know, what are those conditions?
I mean, the conditions are insane, right? So a partner, which is what Starbucks calls their employees, can work 1 week 25 hours and the next week work 5 hours. So there's no stability in how much you're earning and how many hours you're getting. So you can't afford to pay your bills and you have to choose between gas and food.
Hello.
The other working conditions, like on the shop floor, would be, you know, if you're down and warming, you know, you could burn yourself consistently. And that happens a lot with a lot of the products that go in the ovens. You know, we're constantly moving rapidly and constantly understaffed and having to meet the goals that Starbucks wants us to meet, which is 45 to 60 second out the window times, you know, for drive-through.
Let me ask you something, Jason. I think the number is something like 293 Starbucks stores have voted to organize of the 9,000 and seems to be going across the country. Howard Schultz was grilled about the bargaining sessions, something like there have been 85. But in many of those cases, is it true the Starbucks officials walk out within 15 minutes?
So I don't have any firsthand experience because Starbucks has refused to negotiate with my store. But from what I have heard from other locations is that, yes, it's been 6 minutes at one bargaining session. And it's simply because they don't like that there are people on Zoom, which I think it's funny.
Yeah, it's bullshit. That's what Howard Schultz said yesterday. Well, not yesterday. You know what I mean. Howard Schultz said was that they want to have face-to-face. They want to have face-to-face conversations. But then at the same time, which allows them to be like, oh, you're on Zoom? No, we're out of here. Which gives them that ability. But then if that doesn't work, then they will say like, oh, well, like, you know, everybody's showing up in person, but like, you know, we're worried about the safety of our managers and our, you know, our representatives or whatever. So we're not going to show up because it's dangerous for them. So it's like one way, no, there's people on Zoom, so we want to have a face-to-face conversation. The other way, they have a face-to-face conversation, their lives are in danger. So
Howard Schultz said during the hearing that they didn't want extra people to be in the background on the Zoom calls, but like, you're constantly listening to us and surveilling us when we're working, and then using that to terminate us and write us up, you know. And then also Starbucks policy allows customers to come in and record us all day long, and we can't do anything about it.
Finally, you testified before the Senate, but as we wrap up, your final comment, not only to Starbucks workers around the country, but for people to understand Starbucks is obviously a global corporation, about what people should know about Starbucks.
I think the biggest thing that people should know about Starbucks is that while they tout themselves as a progressive company, while they tout that they're partner first, their actions, and even in Howard Schultz's words yesterday, don't show that they actually care to listen and understand. That direct relationship that Howard Schultz says he wants is just so they can continue to dictate what they want to do and not actually give the partners a chance to say what's going on in their store and what they need to be whole.
All right, so some more headlines from Al Jazeera. Let's head to Israel-Palestine. Ramadan in Gaza, Palestinians turn to soup kitchens for food.
In a soup kitchen in Gaza, volunteers prepare food for struggling families breaking their fast.
In our 7 years of charity work, people's needs and poverty have increased due to the siege on Gaza, and many people don't have food at home. The idea of the soup kitchen is to offer prepared meals to people to alleviate their difficult situation.
Every day, during the fasting month of Ramadan, Beit al-Maqdis Charity Kitchen in Rafah offers meals to as many as 170 families living in poor conditions. The World Bank says the poverty rate in Gaza is more than 50%. Many people depend on charities to access food, especially during this month. After Ramadan, the soup kitchen will continue to operate twice a week.
Every day I come and get food because we cannot afford to cook at home. We take the food from here and break our fast with it. The situation is bad. Honestly, we can't buy anything or cook. We should receive money from the Ministry of Social Affairs, but so far it hasn't come through.
People say the increase in food prices and the worsening humanitarian situation caused by the decade-long Israeli and Egyptian blockade has left them struggling to make ends meet. But during this month of giving, community kitchens prove much-needed comfort to those most in need. Lina Abu Akleh, Al Jazeera.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says a compromise on his controversial judicial...
All right, Israel judicial overhaul plan. Netanyahu hints at a compromise.
...could be possible. The proposals have sparked the biggest protests in the nation's history. Critics fear the changes will harm the independence of the judiciary. US President Joe Biden is urging Netanyahu to abandon the plan, but Netanyahu says Israel won't bow to international pressure. But he's denied any rift between Israel and Washington.
All right, give us all our money back, and Iron Dome. You need to give me some now. Give me some Iron Dome. Right fucking now.
Israel and the United States have had their occasional differences, but I want to assure you that the alliance between the world's greatest democracy and a strong, proud, and independent democracy, Israel, in the heart of the Middle East, is unshakable. Nothing can change that.
He says that like he knows that like you can't fucking get rid of me. You need me. He says that like you fucking need me.
Says Netanyahu didn't expect President Biden to tell him to drop his judicial overhaul.
it shocked Netanyahu himself. He didn't see it coming, as it were. I think he was too arrogant and believed that his relationship with Biden is so close that the American president wouldn't do that to him. But there's a gathering storm in Washington and in America in general, not just because the administration is upset with the fact that Netanyahu is doing what Netanyahu is doing, along with a whole number of fanatics and fascists in his coalition government, but because the American Jewish leadership doesn't like what's happening in Israel. They don't like this fanatic, ultra-Orthodox coalition in Israel that doesn't even recognize Reform Judaism, conservative Judaism that makes the majority of American Jews. They don't recognize them as Jewish. So American Jewish community is quite upset, and now Biden is upset, and so there's the rebuke of the Israeli government. What he's trying to do is to get a legislative where it sidelines the Supreme Court and limits the power of the judiciary so that he and his cronies can legislate any law of any kind that basically will keep him on top and keep him more like an autocrat than a democrat.
All right.
Russia's...
Oh, we still got fucked up audio from Al Jazeera for fucking some reason. You already covered this. Let's go to Australia. Australian Indigenous Bill, a new chapter to repair relations. Let's check it out.
When? An emotional Prime Minister unveiled the wording of the question that will go to the Australian people later this year, flanked by members of the Indigenous community. On Thursday, those words were tabled in the nation's parliament.
I trust the Australian people to understand that this is an opportunity for a better future, not just for the First Peoples of Australia, but for all Australians.
If Australia votes yes in the proposed referendum, not only would the Constitution be amended to recognise the First Nations people for the first time, it would also enshrine an advisory body to Parliament, made up of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders, to guide federal policy.
What's up, Sarsek?
But some lawmakers say the voice is symbolic only, and Australians should vote no.
Black people in this country have been calling out governments for 200 years on what they can be doing better for us, and we still have no justice, and I don't see the voice giving us justice.
Senator Thorpe is one of 11 parliamentarians who identify as Indigenous Australians in the nation's federal parliament. Australia's Aboriginal population makes up 3% of the nearly 26 million people. Critics say issues like racism and Aboriginal deaths in custody need to be prioritised.
What the fuck?
We have black bodies dying at the hands of the system, and we have solutions to this.
Wait, who are the black people here? The Indigenous people of Australia.
Crisis that's been going on
Aboriginals
against First Nations people for far too long, that this government and the previous government just are not interested in implementing.
Constitutional lawyers remain divided on whether this could lead to government decisions being challenged in the nation's High Court.
It's possible there will be High Court matters arising out of this, but you'd have to say that's entirely normal. We are looking at putting words into the Constitution. The High Court's job is to interpret the Constitution.
This is the first referendum to be held in 24 years. Of the 44 held over the last century or so, only 8 have been successful. The Prime Minister says this legislation provides a once-in-a-generation chance to rectify the past. The referendum is expected to be held in October this year. Sarah Clark, Al Jazeera, Brisbane.
Word up. Word up. Solidarity. Solidarity with the Indigenous folks of Australia. All right, we got to go back to Kentucky. Kentucky passes law that bans gender-affirming care for transgender youth. Let's check it out.
Chants echoed throughout the Kentucky House chamber Wednesday. All his representatives voted on what opponents said.
Insurrection! Oh, trans insurrection! Trans insurrection! Oh!
Is an extreme anti-trans bill.
We'll ask for order in the gallery.
It didn't come until after police forcibly removed people from the gallery, arresting them.
This is hate
legislation.
Democratic lawmakers on the floor defending the protesters.
What you're watching right now is democracy. Yes, these people may be breaking a House rule to not speak in the gallery, but we've just broken all of our own rules by limiting debate on what is the quintessential issue for this session.
They spoke directly to Republicans.
And you won't listen. You go after everybody's kids but your own.
The ayes won. The vote overrode Governor Andy Beshear's veto. The same thing happened in the Senate, which means the bill becomes law.
This is not about anti-trans sentiment at all.
Earlier in the Senate, Republican senators...
The fuck? What is it about then?
...their vote as protests took place outside. Among other things, the bill bans gender-affirming care for those under 18.
What? It's for the kids? It's protecting the kids? Stop. You realize all of your fucking colleagues have stopped fucking saying that. It never was about the kids. Did you not get the memo? Nobody's saying that anymore because you got what you wanted pretty much. Now you're just pushing forward to the thing that you really want. It's all anti-trans. What are you talking about, dude?
And we need to realize we're driving children to a lifetime of irreversible damage.
No.
Republicans say...
See, it has nothing to do with children. A lifetime of irreversible damage. Lifetime of irreversible damage. What they're talking about is puberty blockers, which are 100% reversible. 100% reversible. And they're talking about genital mutilation that does not fucking happen to children. It does not happen to children. It doesn't. Doesn't happen.
To say this is a bill protecting children is completely disingenuous.
The bill also says transgender students must use the bathroom of their biological sex.
I'm voting aye because parents and students should have confidence that bathrooms in their school will only be used by the same biological sex.
Do you honestly think one of these children is going to intentionally let somebody else see them without clothes?
Senator Karen Berg's transgender son died by suicide last year. She says Republicans are telling people kids in Kentucky are having sex change surgeries, which she says isn't true.
What a boogeyman. That you can't stand up to your own constituents and tell them this has never happened in this state. This is against every medical guideline. They are scaring you on purpose.
Yep.
Because they need you scared.
Tell them.
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. All right, chat. It's time to get really pissed off. It's now time to get really fucking pissed off. Are you ready? I hope so. I really hope so. Ingram. Laura Ingram. Where's the manifesto? Where's the manifesto? Is what Laura Ingram's asking. I guarantee you what she's going to fucking say is that the reason why the manifesto hasn't been released yet is not because there's an ongoing investigation, because it literally just happened, but because they're hiding something. I guarantee you that's where this is going. I guarantee you. Pre-watch the pre-watcher. Let's give it a go. Let's see. Let's see.
Hidden facts.
No! They're hiding it. They're hiding it. When they do release it, they're going to not say a fucking word of this. They're not going to say a word of this, and they're not going to retract any of their previous statements. Once it is released, they're not going to retract any of their previous statements. They want to say they're hiding it because it says that she attacked the Christian school because she is transgender. And this was her trans vengeance or some shit. This is what she's gonna fucking say. Guaranteed.
The focus of tonight's angle. Another question, where's the manifesto? We're getting out first answers tonight. According to the New York Post, and we just learned this moments ago that Hale's writings could be released but only after the FBI analyzes and, we assume, scrubs some of the content.
What? What? You assume? Dude, this is what they do. Like, look at every single other situation like this where there's a manifesto. They don't just release it. They don't just release it. They have to investigate it first. Dude, all they do, chat, I say this every single day. All they do is point to one thing, point to another thing, and say, I don't know if these two things are related. I'm just saying, what if they were? Look at this. Now look at this. Now look at this. I don't know what this is, but I'm just asking questions. All this is fear-mongering. Fear-mongering bullshit. They say this is going to be 8 minutes of literally nothing. She's going to say a whole bunch of words, but nothing is actually being said.
As we told you last night, in Instagram messages to an old teammate, minutes before the massacre, Hale said she left behind, quote, more than enough evidence, and that one day this will make more sense. Well, predictably, LGBTQ groups are desperately lobbying to keep it all under wraps.
Who? I need this Newsweek article. I need this Newsweek article. Who the fuck is saying that? Who the fuck is saying that? Newsweek. I need this article. Newsweek. Audrey Hale. Holy fuck. Chat, this isn't the right one. But look at this fucking, look at this. Did Audrey Hale manifesto say, you mess with our kids, we kill your kids? A widely shared quote about Audrey Hale's manifesto prompted fierce discussion about the targeting of Christians, but the quote might be incorrectly attributed. Yeah, no shit. We haven't even released the manifesto yet. Where are you getting this information? Donald Trump Jr. put the phrase in air quotes in a video he posted on Rumble on Tuesday and posted on Twitter that Hale wrote, you mess with our kids, we kill your kids in the manifesto. The manifesto hasn't been released yet. The manifesto hasn't been released. God damn it. Who the fuck is saying, I need to find this. Newsweek, Audrey Hale, manifesto. Audrey Hale manifesto release raises major concerns from LGBTQ plus groups. What LGBT groups are saying this? Calls for police to release a manifesto that authorities say was written ahead of Monday's Nashville school shooting has prompted concern among LGBTQ plus groups who caution against the publication of such a document. While many details remain to be unveiled about the massacre at the Covenant School this week, police have identified the shooter as 28-year-old Audrey Hale. On Monday, Hale, armed with 2 assault-style weapons, a rifle and pistol, as well as a handgun, fatally shot 3 children and 3 staff members, blah, blah, blah. Speaking at a press conference hours after the shooting, Metropolitan Police pertain to the incident. Okay, who said this? But groups advocating for LGBTQ plus rights disagree. It should not be published. Jordan Budd, the executive director of Children of Lesbians and Gays Everywhere, told Newsweek, the focus should be on how this was able to happen in the first place. There should not be easy access to deadly weaponry. This is a psyop. Why shouldn't it be released? Why shouldn't it be released? Of course it should be released. Shut the fuck up. If you are not doing what you think you're doing, then if you are unironically telling people that for the safety of trans people that this should not be released, you are not fucking, this is bullshit. This is bullshit. No, It should be released. Because here's the thing. I want, as a trans person, to be treated just like every other fucking person. That way, if you fucking commit a crime, regardless of your fucking gender, your race, your fucking anything, you get fucking, you go to fucking jail. You get in trouble. You gotta get in trouble. If you fucking murder children, we need to figure out what the fuck happened there. And you gotta get in trouble. Like, just what? I mean, this person is dead, so there's no trouble to get in. But you know what I mean. I, as a trans person, just want to be treated just like everybody else. Just because they're trans does not mean we should not release the fucking manifesto. It absolutely needs to be released. Why wouldn't it need to be released? If you can't fucking argue on, if you can't fight the fucking claims that people are gonna make about it being because he was transgender, then you don't have the right. You aren't fit for this. You aren't fit for this, and you are not fucking representing the LGBT community. Fuck you. Look what you're doing. All you are doing is arming the fucking ghouls, giving them fucking ammo to fucking attack our community with. Fuck you. Who the fuck would say that? Why would you say that? Why? Because they're trans, we shouldn't release their manifesto? That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Fuck you. You're not helping. You're not helping. Sit the fuck down. Sit the fuck down. Charles Moran, the national president of Log Cabin Republicans, GOP. I don't fucking care what you said. A GOP organization that advocates for equal rights for LGBTQ plus Americans, also told Newsweek that there are serious consequences for the public release of the manifesto. We still don't even know what the manifesto says. It might not even say anything about being trans. I'm not gonna fucking sit here and fucking make up things that it could be about in my head because I don't fucking know. It would all be an assumption at this point. If I sat here and said, well, what if it was this? Well, what if it was this? I don't fucking know. Why would I sit here and fucking do that and assume shit? Why would I do that? Because you have a responsibility. One, as a peer person in media, as a fucking leaders of fucking supposed pro-LGBT groups, to fucking know that your words matter and the fights that you choose, the battles you choose, matter. What does this do? It doesn't do anything. Fuck all these people. Look at you giving the fucking worst people on the face of the fucking earth ammo. Look at you. Look at you. Look what you did. Good for you. Good for you. You don't fucking represent me. Fuck you.
Media outlets, which are supposed to be interested in actual facts, are oddly subdued about the prospect of learning more about the killer's motives. Now, we have no idea what was in Ms. Hale's mind, why she targeted the Covenant School, but
we have no idea. Period. Full stop. But there should be no but after that. There should be no but after that. You should talk about the facts that we know so far. What does this shooter have in common with all of the other thousands of fucking shooters that happen constantly in this stupid fucking godforsaken country? What do they have in common? Fucking guns and fucking mental illness. That's it. That's it. Yeah, I corrected myself, anarchist tech support. This is bullshit.
It's clear that if this is a case of anti-Christian hate, we all should know all about it, including how it was inspired. And no matter what her writings contain, they should be aired publicly and in full. We don't want some sanitized version. Now, let's state the obvious. If word leaked that somewhere in the manifesto she praised Trump, or that it included...
Look at this fucking Kyron. Manifesto would have leaked if Killer was a Trump fan. They just make shit up. They just like, yeah, hypothesis. Well, if it was this, just a bunch of hypotheticals, dude. This is such brain rot. It's such bullshit. On its face, it's such bullshit. I just want to fucking live my life. Trans people just want to fucking live. Just want to fucking live. I'm just trying to chill. I'm just trying to hang out. I just want to chill. I just want to feel normal. I just want to fucking be able to live my life. And we can't. God, I'm sorry, chat. This is very fucking frustrating. This is extremely fucking frustrating. Like, as if there isn't already enough going on in the fucking country and in the fucking world that is making it harder just to exist as a trans person. As if there isn't enough already. We have this now. And these stupid fucking supposedly pro-LGBT organizations are doing nothing but fucking feeding into this bullshit. God, it's so fucking frustrating.
Against illegal immigrants or minorities, or if the shooter was, let's say, an NRA member who attended the First Baptist Church somewhere. If any of those scenarios were present, reporters would be raising holy hell for authorities.
Listen, all of that is relevant. In all of the cases where this has happened, which there are fucking many, when there's manifestos released and there are like, you know, reasons that the fucking shooters lay out ahead of time before they do their fucking insane, fucked up, horrible crimes. We need to know what they said. Of course. Doesn't matter who it is, what race they are, what gender they are. It doesn't matter what their religion is. It doesn't matter. Because no matter what it is, whether you're white, you're black, you're Asian, you're Christian, you're Muslim, you're Jewish, you're transgender, you're cis, doesn't fucking matter. It is always mental illness if you think that it is okay to kill children, no matter what it is. It doesn't have anything to do with your ideology, with anything. The only thing it ever has anything to do with is the fact that you clearly are mentally ill if you think that killing children is going to do anything for whatever fucking ideology you subscribe to. And two, since you have said mental illness, why were you able to get your hands on weapons of war? That's it. That's all we need to be talking about right now. But no. These people, they want chaos. They capitalize on this shit. They want this.
To release all information, but not here. The fact is, Democrats and their friends in the press are worried that the more we find out about this disturbed young woman, the more we could see how the killer was shaped by this entire atmosphere we've created. Unstable people.
Look at this. This is not related. This is not related. This is not related. This was the firebombing of an abortion clinic or of fucking, I don't know. This was some abortion shit. This is not related. What did I just say, chat? Look at this. Now look at this. Now look at these two things, like when I put them close together. They don't have anything to do with each other. I have nothing that tells me that they have anything to do with each other, but what if they were? But what if they were related? I have no evidence showing that they are related, but what if they were? I'm just asking questions. Literally, that's every single fucking show, every single fucking segment that Fox News does. They will point at things that are happening and then ask, what is this? That's it. That's it. That's all they do. They never give you prescriptions to any problems. All they do is point at problems and point at other problems that are unrelated and say that they are.
People are especially susceptible to poisonous ideology. We already know that some of the left's radical fringe groups are viciously anti-Christian. Now,
viciously.
look at how they attack churches and pro-life centers over the last few years.
Yo, Scoopsaru, thank you so much for 5 gifties. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. If you got a gifty, please thank Scoopsaru. Very generous. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm like freaking out right now. I'm like freaking out. This shit is very fucking frustrating. Shit is very fucking frustrating. Thank you so much, Scoops Drew. Thank you.
Trans Day of Vengeance planned for this Saturday. Menacing videos are being posted online to promote.
Like this is from like a while ago. This video is from a while ago. How often do right wingers post pictures of themselves with guns? We literally just watched a fucking the video with that senator or congressperson with their family holding fucking guns and shit. Yo, Kasara, thank you so much for gifting to Darth Hollister. Thank you so much, Kasara. Thank you so much. You guys are very, very generous. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Now, not a peep about this.
Like, but obviously, you know, when it actually is somebody who, I don't know, streams them killing black people in a grocery store to Twitch with a gun that literally has the 14 words written on it with whiteout, that has the ideology had nothing to do with it. It was just mental illness. It has nothing to do with their ideology. It has nothing to do with the fact that they had the gun. It's only just mental illness. But at the same time, I don't want to do anything to actually help people with mental illness. I don't want to increase access to mental health care. No, it's just, everything is just a diversion. Everything is just, no, don't look at that. Look at this. No, look at that. Look at this. It's it.
DOJ, of course. And this week,
thank you again, Kasara and Scoops Drew.
Thank
you so much.
Even a possible hate crimes angle in this Nashville shooting.
Because we don't even have fucking, we don't have evidence yet. We haven't gotten there yet. Give it 3 days. It's been 2 days. Oh. It's crazy, dude. It's crazy. It's been 2 days. Hey, Anarchist Tech Sport, thank you so much for the 100 titties. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You plan on opening a hate crime investigation?
When we get more information, maybe.
Targeting of Christians?
The FBI and ATF are both on the scene, working with the local police. As of now, a motive hasn't been identified.
As of now, a motive hasn't. There's nothing wrong with what he said. I'm not trying to defend, bro, but like, dude, like in general, but like, dude, there was nothing wrong with what he said. The investigation is ongoing. You are pointing at things that don't exist. You're pointing at fucking monsters in the dark. You're just pointing at nothing.
This is about politics, pure and simple. Now, Democrats have invested.
It's about politics, pure and simple. Not that the fucking FBI, the ATF, the local police are still doing an investigation because it just happened.
A lot in the storyline that white American Christians are.
To the left, Christians are the emerging enemy. What did we just cover on Tucker Carlson's stream yesterday and the day before? Trans people are, quote unquote, quote, the mirror image of Christianity. Transgenderism is, quote, the mirror image of Christianity and thus is, quote, the enemy. Nobody is saying this but you motherfuckers, but reactionaries. Here's the thing. Me being trans doesn't mean you have to stop being a Christian. But for some reason, you being a Christian means that I have to stop being trans. That's crazy.
Most dangerous people on the face of the planet. Remember.
Yeah, how is the legal branch suddenly a Democrats?
You have these young people who've organized online who call themselves America First. Really, I view that as a slogan, as a way to say we are white nationalists.
Christian nationalists.
Do you know who it is that fucking... Do you know where the America First thing comes from? That's Nick Fuentes. Do you know what his ideology is? There was nothing wrong with what he just said. I don't like watching that guy's show, okay? I don't really fuck with CNN and MSNBC, okay? But he's right. The people who say America First are literally the America First Coalition, whatever the fuck they're called, the Nick Fuentes people. Those are actual Nazis. America First PAC. Those are the actual Nazis. They are white supremacists. They are theocratic fascists. Yeah. Like, it's, bro.
The United States was established as an explicitly
Yo, Classic Banana Milk, thank you so much for gifting to Pepela Worm Pog. All right. You know what, chat? I promise you, as soon as this is over, we're going to have a hype train, okay? And we're going to... I don't want to, like, do it now and then go back into the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? We're going to get through this and we're going to do a hype train. Even if the hype train is over by then, we're going to do it. Thank you so much, Classic Banana Milk. I really appreciate that. Look at that. We're at 7 out of 20 for our daily subscriber goal. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry. Normally, I would be more poggers out and we would celebrate right now. But I feel awkward being so angry and then going into a hype train. We'll do it as soon as this is over, I promise. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
And any threat to their agenda must be stamped out, even if that means violence.
If you're talking about people who believe in ethno-state or a religious theocracy.
Yes.
Now,
but that's true. So, wait, are you going to say that y'all don't want a theocracy when, in regards to the transgender debate, people are trying to bring the word of God, the Bible, into the government? More often, they're saying that that our law needs the morality that is provided to you via the Bible. Like, that is quite literally what that is theocratic. That's what that is. It's theocratic fascism. Like, that's I mean, I know you guys don't really fuck with words, you know what I mean? Or they're like proper definitions or anything, but like, that's literally what that means. You know that, right? They do know this, but they are purposefully gonna fucking muddy the waters, and that's because that's all they do.
Those people, the same type of people who are the good people, are those who embrace your gender fluidity and your evolving identity. But this shooting may turn that dynamic on its head. Thus, the framing that the Democrats will support is the one, of course, advancing gun control.
Why? So wait, is it gun control? Do the Democrats want gun control, or do they support this like uprising of trans people? Like, which is it? Is it that they want to take your guns away, or is it that the trans people want guns and you should be afraid? I mean, the answer is both. They are going to sit here and tell us both of those things just to confuse the people who watch this show, who watch Fox News, just to confuse people and make you scared. On one hand, the Democrats want to take away your guns. On the other hand, they want trans people to have tons of guns. It's like, what is it? Which is it? Talk about an ever-evolving ideology. What is your ideology, Laura Ingraham? Besides being a fucking reactionary.
In God's name, do we allow these weapons of war in our streets and at our schools? So I again call on Congress to pass the assault weapons ban. Pass it.
Now, he knows this would have zero chance of getting passed, but he doesn't care. It's a good deflection tactic for him. With a 32% approval rating on the economy, Biden does not want to talk facts. So he either hides them or he lies about them.
Do you see how we're doing that thing again? Now we're bringing up Biden's approval rating as if this has anything to do with what happened in Nashville. Do you see what's happening? Do you see? This is called muddying the waters. That's what this is.
Extreme MAGA Republicans are threatening to undo all this progress. They're putting our economy in jeopardy by threatening to refuse to pay America's bills.
The Biden economy.
Nice laugh track. Good one, dude.
Yeah. That's not even worth responding
Good
to.
one.
The fact is, 2023 style liberalism, it's failing miserably all over on the federal, state, and local levels.
I agree. But did you know that both of the people on this screen right now, to me, are conservatives? And did you know that by international understandings, universal understandings of these terms, you are also both liberals. You're also both neoliberals, and you're both conservative to me. You're both neoliberals, and you're both conservative, and both of your ways of viewing the world needs to be fucking taken out of our society, period. We need to stop theocratic fascism and fucking theocratic fascism light over here. Yo.
Christian Alpaca Lobby donated $25. You are doing the Lord's work.
The Christian Alpaca Lobby. Christian Alpaca Lobby. Sounds a lot like Satanic Llama Plaza. It's interesting. Thank you so much, Christian Alpaca Lobby, for the $25. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Doing the Lord's work, baby. That's what I'm here for.
Inconvenient facts coming out of our nation's capital.
God is smiling upon me right now. Yes.
D.C. has always kind of been a perfect
Thank you so
test
much.
case for
Seriously,
liberalism.
thank you.
residents-
Really appreciate that. And to everybody who gifted before, thank you so much. I would normally stop and be more wholesome with y'all right now. I'm just really frustrated, and we still have like 3 more minutes to go in this fucking Laura Ingraham fucking segment. Like,
Among the highest
I promise we're gonna do a hype train. Thank you so much, Christian Alpaca Lobby.
income in the United States, around $230,000, if you can believe it. A supermajority of Democrats throughout the city government, they run things. And what have they delivered? Well, homeless tents have popped up all over this city. Drugged out zombies walking through Union Station and into the metro. Office.
Do you know? Wait. Oh my God. I'm going to freak out. What? Oh my God. There's so much happening here. Did you know that the reason why they're talking about this is because DC recently undid the fact. Yo, Kasara, thank you so much for gifting to Winston. Thank you so much, Kasara. Thank you. Very, very sweet. So I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. The reason why they're bringing this up right now is because in Washington, D.C., they just lifted that program where they are housing homeless people in hotels from COVID. They just lifted that. So now they're using that as a reason to be like, look at the Democrats in D.C. Look at all the homeless people in the streets in DC. But isn't that what you would want? To stop giving them handouts? To stop giving poor people handouts? That's literally what they did. Was that they fucking lifted the policy that was housing homeless people from COVID. They just did that. Like I had a video on it. We were gonna cover it, but I took it out because I had way too much to cover tonight. But looks like we're covering it anyway. And once again, chat, for like the 3rd time in this one segment, I'm gonna tell you again, what are they doing right here? They're doing this thing where now the homeless people on the streets in DC is now related to the shooting in Nashville. Do you see what's happening right here? Do you see? This is the #1 most watched news network. And you wonder why there is so much fucking brain rot in the United States of America. More people watch this than any other news network. And they have not said anything, but they are taking completely unrelated things and putting them together as if they are related. Now, these homeless people in DC have something to do with the shooting in Nashville. Do you see how this is? Do you understand what I'm saying? This is nonsense. There's nothing coherent about this. All they are doing is confusing Americans and making them scared of nothing, of monsters in the dark that don't actually exist. The boogeymen and women and they thems. It's nothing but bullshit. God.
Buildings half empty, and naturally, the crime is a huge problem.
Over the past 6 years of plummeting numbers of police, homicides have increased 75%. Carjackings have increased 227%. Armed robberies have increased 46%. And most tragic and alarming is that last year alone, the juvenile homicide rate doubled.
And the chief says they're down about 500 officers and a current police force of about 3,400.
Oh, now they're just working in all the talking points. So now it's because the police have been defunded also. Now it's because the police have been defunded. See now, and like on the DC homelessness thing, it's like if it were reverse, if the homeless weren't housed, and then just now they decided in Washington DC to house them in hotels, they would be like, that's communism, that's socialism, and this is the future that liberals want for you. But now that the DC has undone the policy that was housing those homeless people, and now they are in the streets, they are saying the opposite. Look at all the homelessness in DC. This is Brandon's America.
Council members in D.C., all Democrats, say this whole crime thing is overblown.
With regard to crime, while perception is important, the reality is less concerning. When it comes to crime, how people feel is important. But there is not a crime crisis in Washington, D.C.
Were you gonna let him say any of the facts that he probably did before you just clipped those little pieces of what he said? I don't even know who the fuck that is, and I'm not trying to defend whoever the fuck that is because I don't know him. But you just took like 2 little clips when in between those clips, he probably laid out the reasons why. Like, for example, how crime rates are actually higher in Republican states. Are you going to address that, Laura? God.
The facts again.
Hiding the facts. You are hiding the facts. You did that. You hid the facts. You clip chimped him. Oh my God, I'm losing my mind. Bro, oh my God. 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 All right, I'm just gonna stop pausing. I have to stop pausing.
We need to keep violent people in jail. Right now, the average homicide suspect has been arrested 11 times prior to them committing a homicide.
So what's responsible for this? Guns? Well,
yes! Wait. Yeah. That's what is the common theme? It's the guns. But if you want to add on top of that, here's what I'll give you. They are leaving some things out. They are leaving something out. The material conditions of these people. Poverty. Mental health. Yeah. You know that thing, mental health, that you use every time it is a white male that does the shooting? When it is a Christian shooting up a fucking synagogue? Yeah, the thing that you cite, it's mental health. But it's something that nobody cites, whether you're a liberal or a fucking conservative, is the fucking material conditions of the people. Material conditions come first. Because material conditions, bad, leads to bad mental health. And then bad mental health plus access to guns equals this shit. Material conditions, then mental health, then the access to guns. You fucking idiots, you ghouls.
Some of the toughest gun laws in America. Now, God. You can thank Black Lives Matter, and anyone who helped whip up the anti-law enforcement frenzy that led to the hiring and retention problems coast to coast. And let's not forget, of course, to thank corporate America for high crime, because they wrote fat checks to corrupt activists who bought luxury homes. What? So hiding the truth about how soft on crime policies destroy public safety.
Capitalism! Is the problem capitalism, Laura? Is it the profit motive? Is it capitalism?
Democrats shift back to their old standby.
Is it Black Lives Matter? It's Black Lives Matter did the Nashville shooting. Did you know that? At first it was Black Lives Matter, and then it made the Nashville shooting. And Brandon and the 32% approval rating, and also homelessness in DC. It's also it's all of these things. That's what caused the shooting in Nashville.
Let's talk about what happened on January
6th. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my shit. I'm losing my shit. They have said nothing. Did I not call this before we started watching this? It's going to be 8 minutes of a lot of words with nothing said. Look at this thing. Now look at this thing. There's no proof that these two things are related, but what if I put them in the same hand? Listen. I don't know if there's a correlation between these things, but I'm just asking questions. Listen, I'm just asking questions, and the mainstream media doesn't want to fucking cover this, even though I am the most mainstream of all the medias. Out of all of the media, I am the most mainstream. I'm losing it. I'm losing my mind.
Well over 1,000 folks so far that have been arrested, and that was here. I'm sure that that's affecting the numbers for crime in D.C. when we're looking at that overall number.
Well, that sums it up in a nutshell. Democrats believe that old ladies walking through the halls of Congress taking selfies are a bigger threat than murderers and repeat violent offenders.
Wait, but I thought that the people chanting in Kentucky, or was that Kentucky, chanting in the local government halls was an insurrection, but now that is just old women taking selfies?
Americans deserve the straight facts, not hidden agendas. On all the challenges we face, crime, the economy, our schools, China, our mental health crisis, if we're going to make any progress on any of these issues, we need leaders who are not afraid to tell the truth, no matter who it offends. And that's the angle.
Hey, see, like, this was about the shooting in Nashville. But the reasons for the shooting in Nashville ranged from homelessness in DC, which is people undoing the policy that housed homeless people because of COVID in hotels. That was just undone. But now that the homeless are in the streets, that's because of Brandon's America, and Black Lives Matter somehow caused the Nashville shooting. And also the fact that the manifesto hasn't been released is because the FBI is scrubbing it. Like, literally, this was just 8 minutes of pure nonsense. Pure nonsense. And this is the most watched news network in America. Like, it's crazy. It's fucking madness. Hydrate. I got you. I fucking need to hydrate. Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. Holy shit. All right, chat. You deserve this. You deserve this. We need to wiggle the bad vibes away, chat. We need to. All right, everybody. We need it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Wiggle it up, wiggle the bad vibes away. Fuck Laura Ingram. Fuck Laura Ingram all day, every day. Let's fucking go! Love Slug! Thank you! Thank you for the 3 gifties! Thank you so much, Love Slug. I appreciate you. Also, everybody, please go follow Love Slug. They're the fucking coolest. Go follow Love Slug. Thank you so much, Love Slug, for the 3 gifties. And I'm gonna go back and thank everybody for all the gifties earlier. Love Slug, thank you for the 3 gifties. Kasara, thank you for the 2 gifties. Classic Banana Milk, thank you for the gifty. Scoops Taru, thank you for the 5 gifties. Thank you so much. And then who else? Anarchist Tech Support, thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you for the titties. I appreciate that. 100 titties in my face. Thank you so much. Thank you. And then earlier, the Christian Alpaca Lobby. The Christian Alpaca Lobby, thank you so much for the $25 dono. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Look up there, chat. The daily sub goal is more than halfway there. And then April's tip goal, the tip goal for all of April, even though it is still March technically, is getting up there. Thank you so much, chat. Thank you for dealing with all my yelling. Thank you for dealing with all my yelling, but I got really angry. I can't help it. Like that was all bullshit. Like it was literally all just a bunch of lies. Just straight up. But like, you know, we got to do it. It's called media literacy, right? Like that's what I have to offer. Is like I'm no like expert on shit generally. Like I don't claim to be an expert on fucking anything, but I do consider myself to be pretty literate when it comes to understanding media. Okay. So thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate you all. You're the best. You're the best. That was mind melting. It absolutely fucking was, dude. It was fucking mind melting. But don't you worry, chat. We're not done. We have so much more brain rot to go over. Oh, I know you're so excited. I just know you're excited. Able to watch without mindlessly consuming. It's a skill. I mean, somebody's got to do it. And there's nobody in the middle of the night that I'm aware of in NA that does it. So, hey, here we are, baby. Here we are. I appreciate you all. You're the best. Thank you for fucking hanging and for all the good vibes, even though we have to we keep it comfy here, but we are also not like a safe space, right? We're not a safe space, but we keep it comfy. So thank you for the good vibes. Thank you for the comfiness. I appreciate you all. Next up, we gotta talk about Trump being indicated. Trump's indication by a New York grand jury. The indication of Donald Trump, my president, folks. Yes, we have to cover it. We have to. That's what's coming up next. We also have something about a San Jose police union leader being arrested for smuggling fentanyl. Yes! Police union leaders arrested for smuggling fentanyl. Let's fucking go, baby. That's what we're covering next too. We also got Lauren Boebert making an ass of herself in front of everybody. Who'd have thunk it? Who'd have seen that coming? We also have some updates on the Chicago mayoral race. We gotta check it out. We have to. We have so much more shit to cover, but chat, it's been more than an hour since our last ad break, so we gotta run an ad. We have to. I run ads at least every hour or so, and I run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you are unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any fun stuff. However, if you would like to support the stream, support the channel, support our comfy little community that we got going on here, and also get access to cool-ass Tofu Ghost emotes as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you gotta do is subscribe for $4.99 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and using your one free sub a month right here on me, Tofu Ghost. Or maybe you are already subscribed to the channel, and maybe you have the means to help out one of our friends in the chat. Maybe consider gifting a sub. That way one of our homies, one of our comrades in the community can get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes as well as an ad-free viewing experience. I really appreciate all the support. I do this full time, so every little piece of support goes a long way and is very much appreciated. We're currently at 11 out of 20 for our daily sub goal. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB, BRB, BRB.
Red_Hots donated $10. Thanks.
Okay. We are fucking back, chat. We're so fucking back, baby. We're so fucking back, it's stupid. It's stupid as fuck.
Friday night. Can we please go out and get hammered?
It is Friday, technically.
I mean, look at us. We work like dogs all day, we drink, and then we work like hungover dogs. Is this really how you pictured your life?
It hasn't even Joe Gunn, true. There was a dono? Oh, thank you.
Red_Hots donated $10. Thanks.
Thanks. Thanks. Question mark? Yo, thanks. Thank you so much. Thank you, Red Hots. I appreciate it. Thank you for the $10. Appreciate you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you? Question mark? Thanks. Thank you, thank you. Very, very generous. Thank you so much. Oh boy. All right. Trump officially indicted by New York grand jury. You fucking love to see it, folks. We gotta check it out. We gotta check it out. I didn't mean to put a question mark. Oh, really? Thank you so much, Red Hot. I really appreciate you. Very generous. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you, thank you. All right. Let's do it. Good politic guy. Trump officially indicted by New York grand jury. Let's check it out.
All right, so it has actually happened. Former President Donald J. Trump has been indicted.
What do you mean former? Currently president.
By a New York grand jury. Okay, so we got a lot to get into right now. Obviously, we're just going to start with the basics of like what this case was about, you know, what they're actually making decisions on right now. And then we're going to get to some absolutely glorious coping and seething coming from the right-wing media ecosystem. So here to start us off from the AP, they say Donald Trump indicted, first ex-president to be charged with a crime. Okay, well,
can you link this? I want to go and interact with this dude's videos whenever we watch them and help us raise his metrics. Absolutely. That's actually a great idea. I need to figure out like a thing that automatically, there's like bots that will automatically post it in the chat. I bet I'm really terrible at that. I should do that. Everybody go like and subscribe. The Good Politic Guy is great on Twitter. But his YouTube channel doesn't get as much love as it definitely should. I would love to help raise the quality maybe of the audio or something, maybe get them a noise gate so we don't hear the cars passing by in the street, stuff like that. Maybe get some music or something that make it a little bit more palatable, but like I think he does really good analysis.
Donnie be able to wriggle his way out of this one? Maybe, yet to be seen. Honestly, I think that this is probably the weakest case that Trump has had pending against him. There are multiple other ones that are still up in the air. The one down in Georgia, the one over potentially his tax fraud in New York, the one about the classified documents in Mar-a-Lago. So he's got a couple other ones in the works. This one was honestly the weakest of the bunch. It's the one obviously surrounding Stormy Daniels and McDougal as well. These hush money payments that were made by his lawyer, Michael Cohen, back during the 2016 election, and the allegation centers around whether or not there was some sort of campaign finance violations because they lodged these payments as, you know, basically a legal payment instead of as a payment that would involve the campaign, because it would help his campaign by not having this information that he had an affair with a porn star go out publicly. So it's a lot of complicated stuff, but let's get into this article here. They say a Manhattan grand jury has voted to indict Donald Trump on charges involving payments made during the 2016 presidential campaign.
LOL user.
Silence claims of an extramarital sexual encounter, his lawyer said on Thursday. You could just say they had sex. I mean, you don't have to say like all of this extra stuff, but producing the first criminal case against a former U.S. president and a jolt to Trump's bid to retake the White House. So yes, this is the first time that a former US president has been charged in this type of way, but at the same time, you know, it's like, should we really, you know, not be charging all of these other former presidents? I mean, Obama, 90% of his drone strikes during that 5-month period were...
I like when somebody wants to bring up like, what about Bill Clinton and da-da-da, it's like, bro, yeah, like, go for it. Did you expect me to like run defense for fucking Bill Clinton? Like, get his ass. What? George W. Bush is a war criminal. Like, yeah, bro, go for it, bro. Like, let's put them all and try them all in The Hague. Let's go. Send them to the fucking ICC. Dude, let's do it, bro. I'm down. Like, all you're doing is deflecting, but I'm down. Like, what's up?
Civilians, you know, you can go back to Bush as well. Obviously, Iraq, Afghanistan, a whole litany of war crimes. Every single U.S. president that is still alive to this day, you could come up with a very solid justification for arresting them. But this is the first time that it's actually ended up happening. So they continue saying that Trump, who has denied any wrongdoing and has repeatedly attacked the investigation, called the indictment political prosecution, and predicted that it would damage Democrats in 2024. Okay, so this is kind of like a debate that people have been having when we were waiting.
That it's gonna like help, that it's gonna help him. All it's gonna do is make him stronger. Like, dude, the people that it would make him stronger in the eyes of already think he's fucking God. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, you talking about the people who show up at every fucking rally, like they're fucking like band groupies following a band on tour. Like, dog, they're God. Those are, doesn't matter. Just consider them to be fucking Trumpies forever. Like, okay, like, yeah, here's one argument you could make. Yeah, he's probably gonna fundraise a fuckload off of this. Sure, like he's fundraised a fuckload off of everything, but I don't think it makes him any more of a threat than he ever was. If anything, his support is slowly dying off. Slowly, very slowly, but like, it is.
For whether or not this indictment would actually end up coming forward at the end of the day. And some people are saying this is going to help him. Some are saying it's going to hurt him. I kind of take a middle path. I think that this is definitely going to help him in the GOP primary because his base is going to consolidate around them or around him. They think this is like the deep state coming after him and George Soros and all of this stuff. So I think that it's definitely going to help him rally his base of supporters. But I absolutely am not convinced that this is going to help him in a general election, just because there are
it's about the same.
Who are going to look at this, potentially him getting arrested, maybe charged with something, and they're just going to be turned off by it, right? A lot of people don't really like that shit. So I think that it'll help him in the primary, hurt him in the general election, but he seems to think that it's actually going to help him even in a general election. But they continue saying that the indictment is an extraordinary development after years of investigations into his business, political, and personal dealings. It is likely to galvanize critics who say that Trump lied and cheated his way to the top, and embolden supporters who feel that the Republican is being unfairly targeted by a Democratic prosecutor. In his statement, his lawyers, Susan Neckels and Joseph Tacopina, said he did not commit any crime. We will vigorously fight this political prosecution in court. And the district attorney's investigation centered on money paid to porn actor Stormy Daniels and former Playboy model Karen McDougal, whom he feared would...
Yo, I was watching Jay Marianne stream earlier, obviously, as I do. And the DILF show is fucking horny. God damn. The Stormy Daniels, though, hosting it, fucking queen shit. How good is DILF Manor? It's amazing. It's fucking horny. It's so horny. But I love it. And I can't... I love that Stormy Daniels is the host. Nothing cooler than that.
With claims that they had extramarital sexual encounters with him, and Trump was expected to surrender to authorities next week, though the details were still being worked out, according to a person familiar with the matter who is not authorized to discuss that matter under seal. Okay, so, I mean, listen, again, on the very basics of this, I do think that you could make the case that he did violate some sort of campaign finance laws or his, business accounting and stuff like that in regards to actually making these payments and then trying to cover it up. It seems like basically this centers around whether or not this payment was made to benefit his campaign or it was made to benefit him personally, right? And not cause some sort of disruption to his public image as a, public personality or his marriage with Melania or something like that. That's what this seems to be like sort of hinging on. So honestly, it could go one way or another.
I mean, fucking what's his name went to jail for it already. Fucking what's his name? Michael Cohen. He went to jail for this shit already. Like, the only reason Trump didn't get indicted before was because he was a sitting president. It was the whole sitting president thing. So it's like, what are we even arguing about? It's like, and it's funny, like, you'll see some people saying like, oh, well, like, Michael Cohen already like paid the price for this crime. Like, why would you go after Trump? It's like, well, what do you mean?
If I was going to guess right now, I don't think Donald Trump is actually going to end up like in prison behind bars or anything like that. There is a high degree of likelihood that he might not even go to trial, although they are saying that they do want to actually fight this out to the end. So maybe they will, but they could also try to work out some sort of a deal in exchange for, his basically complying with some of the things that they want to do. But a lot of this is still up in the air. It's not going to be something that happens immediately. This is going to be a drawn out process. So we're going to have ample opportunity to continue talking about this in the immediate foreseeable future. But now I want to get to the interesting stuff, okay? Because this is the basically the response that Donald Trump put out. He has this long one here that's 2 pages long, and then he has another one where he was just screaming into the void on Truth Social, and then we're going to get to a couple Fox News reactions and some other politicians and pundits as well. So here to start us off, Donald Trump, the man himself.
Let's go, baby.
This is a political persecution and election interference at the highest level in history. From the time that I came down the golden escalator at Trump.
Love that he will never not refer to it like it was this moment, like the golden escalator. And on the 7th day, God said, let Trump come down the golden escalator like he's coming down from the heavens. It's just like that, folks. It was a moment. It was a mythical moment. It was magic.
And even before I was sworn in as your president of the United States, the radical left Democrats, the enemy of the hardworking men and women of this country, okay? Enemy of the hardworking men and women of this country. I mean, listen, I obviously have many problems with Democrats being in the pocket of corporate America, but you are literally a billionaire whose biggest accomplishment while you were in office was essentially giving a massive tax cut to the richest people in the country. So not exactly like a fighter for average working class people. You're kind of like fully in the pocket of the elites and are in fact an elite yourself. But again, he's doing this little populist, dance around here. But he says that they have been engaged in a witch hunt to destroy the Make America Great Again movement. You remember it just like I...
MAGA!
Russia. The Mueller hoax. Ukraine. Impeachment hoax 1. Impeachment hoax 2. The illegal and unconstitutional Mar-a-Lago raid. And now this. Okay, the end part here is just kind of funny because, listen, I do think that many liberals hyped up the Russiagate stuff and all of that, but like the unconstitutional Mar-a-Lago raid, they were literally begging you. They were asking you for months to give over the rest of the classified documents.
Like, please, sir. They said, sir, please. We don't want to come to Mar-a-Lago. Please, just give us the documents, sir. Please.
At Mar-a-Lago, and
he said no. Come and take it.
Refused to do it. Like we've seen, the classified documents found at Biden's place, at Pence's place, and they just without any trouble, the second that they found out that they had them there, handed them over to the feds, and they didn't end up getting raided in the same way that Donald Trump did. You could have just given them back the classified documents. You kind of chose the path that led to that raid. But anyway, he continues, saying that the Democrats have lied, cheated, and stolen in their obsession with trying to get Trump.
Tarzan?
Not sure who you're quoting there, but now they've done the unthinkable, indicting a completely innocent person in an act
unthinkable.
Of
that never happens. Never happens.
Interference. Okay, completely innocent person. Really? I mean, Donald Trump has probably committed 590 crimes, most of which he will never be prosecuted for, but
I could shoot somebody on 5th Avenue, folks. And you wouldn't do shit. Okay?
Man, you're like a New York con man, okay? You definitely committed a litany of crimes. This one, again, is probably the weakest of any of the charges of things that you could go after Trump for, but the idea that you're like this perfect innocent soul is just like kind of
2% rate. What's up, Ben?
value. But he says, never before in our nation's history has this been done. The Democrats have cheated countless times over the decades, including spying on my campaign, but weaponizing our justice system to punish a political opponent who just so happens to be a president of the United States and
Just
by
so
far the leading
happens.
Republican candidate for president has never happened before, ever. Okay, again, yeah, it has never happened before. Maybe you just shouldn't commit crimes, but also I do think that, again, you could come up with a justification to charge Hillary Clinton, Obama, Bush, Bill Clinton as well, Biden. You could charge any of them.
Let's
I would
go.
be perfectly fine with
Let's go.
some DA in this country or the federal government moving forward with actual accountability for any of these politicians. Okay, I don't care if it's a Republican.
Let's go, baby.
Democrat.
Let's get it going. Let's do it right now. I'm down, baby. I'm fucking down. 2024, lock all of them up. I'm fucking with it. Pussies, you're not down. You're just saying that because you expect me to not be down, but I'm down. Let's go.
If you committed a crime, I don't think.
Yeah, make them all share a cell like they do in Rikers Island. Yeah.
Or former presidents or political candidates should simply be above the law. I mean, it should be straight up and down. If you committed a crime, you should be held accountable just like any other American would be in a similar situation. But he finishes here saying Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg, who was handpicked and funded by George Soros, is a disgrace. Rather than stop the unprecedented crime wave taking over New York City, he's doing Joe Biden's dirty work, ignoring the murders and burglaries and assaults he should be focused on. This is how Bragg spends his time. He says, I believe this witch hunt will backfire.
What about the jury of your peers, sir? Sir? What about the fucking jury of Americans that looked at Alvin Bragg's evidence and was like, yeah, indict. Let's go. What about
Joe
them?
Biden. The American people realize exactly what the radical left Democrats are doing here. Everyone can see it. So our movement and our party, united and strong, will first defeat Alvin Bragg, and then we will defeat Joe Biden, and we are going to throw every last one of these crooked Democrats out of office so we can make America great again. Okay, so just to touch on one thing up here, the George Soros aspect of it. I mean, yes, George Soros backed put money into a fund essentially that was backing Democratic district attorneys all across the country, one of whom did happen to be Alvin Bragg. But what are you saying here? Okay, is it just George Soros that you have a problem with?
What about Rupert Murdoch? What about the Koch brothers? What about all of these other fucking millionaire, billionaire motherfuckers that fucking use their money to fucking sway politicians, to get people to legislate in their favor? What about everybody else? Okay, what about them?
Elections, but not any of the other, rich billionaires who pour money into our elections here in the United States. I mean, if you actually cared about George Soros's supposed undue influence over U.S. politics, then just get money out of politics, right? That's something
You're not down? You want to get money out of politics? Let's do it. You ready? You ready to go right now? I'm ready to go. We're ready to go. We're ready to get money out of politics right now. You down? You coming? Come on, get in, loser. We're going to go get money out of politics. Come on, let's go.
Actually do, but it's something that Republicans, especially ones like Donald Trump, would absolutely never consider in a million years. Okay, but that would be the actual solution if you wanted to, prevent that type of thing from happening. So that was his initial statement. Then we get this follow-up, which is even better. They say, these thugs and radical left monsters have just indicated. I've been indicated.
The 45th president, 45, has been indicated, folks. Where is our country gone?
45th president of the United States of America and the leading Republican candidate by far for the 2024 nomination for president. This is an attack on our country, the likes of which has never been seen before. It is likewise a continuing attack on our once free and fair elections. The USA is now a third world nation.
Yeah, it's like one of those shithole countries with brown people in it. Yeah, it's like one of those other countries. We're just like them, folks. It's a third world.
Serious decline. So sad. So sad, folks. So sad. They're coming after you, boy. Oh, Danny Trump. Okay, so now we get to this, okay, because this is an even better response, right? So we had Donald Trump. He's freaking out. He's coping. He's seething. All of
The
that.
cues are already spinning, the misspelling. You love to see. You love to hear it.
To one of his sons. Okay, so Donald Trump Jr. has just started his podcast saying, well, guys, I guess I got some news 10 to 15 minutes ago. Apparently, Soros-backed Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg is indicting my father. Let's be clear, folks. This is communist-level shit.
Yeah,
this is
communists.
stuff that would make Mao, Stalin, Pol Pot blush.
Do you know what any of those people actually believed in? The answer is no, by the way. I know the answer to that question. It's no. But like, there are differences between those names. Like considerable differences between the names you just spouted out there. They're different from each other. One. And now two, do you generally have any kind of idea about what any of them at all believed in? Do you? Do you know what Pol Pot did? Do you know anything about Pol Pot? It's just like that. It's literally just like that. What? You don't understand anything. You don't know what communism is. You don't know what types of communism have existed, or attempts at communism anyway have existed. You don't know what any of these communist leaders actually believed in. You don't know. It's like, it's so stupid. It's so dumb. Anybody who has any like any idea about what has happened in history, any sort of like knowledge of history, knows how fucking stupid that is.
Communist level shit. I mean, this is just, they just use that word whenever it's something that they happen to disagree with, they don't like. I mean, Joe Biden's a capitalist. The entirety of our political, body within Congress and the House, the Senate.
Like, where are the Marxists? Like, where are they? Where the fuck are they? There's none. Shut the fuck up.
The best, you have somebody like Bernie Sanders, who's like, a democratic socialist or something like that. But no, this is communist level shit. Because your daddy might be held accountable for one of his very many, long list of crimes that he has committed throughout his career. That's communist level shit, whatever that means, I guess. So that was the response from Trump Jr. there. We also got a couple of...
Also, real quick, light mode, bro. Light mode. Kind of cringe, bro.
From Fox News. This first one, you can listen and you'll hear the audible gasps when they find out that Trump is actually going to be indicted here. So let's listen to this real quick.
Here, we have just gotten word former President Donald...
Wait, was that real or was that him? Wait.
Here, so let's listen to this real quick.
Here, we have just gotten word former President Donald Trump has been indicted in New York. Trump was under investigation by the DA's office for his...
Okay. Audible gasps. They are obviously, not having a good time over there on Fox News. We have another one here with Greg Gutfeld, the comedian, I guess, over.
He's so funny. So funny. He's a great comedian. It's super hilarious.
Basically saying it's actually based and cool to be arrested and get your mugshot taken. So let's watch this one.
He is an OG. Right? If they give me, he is a badass. If he's got a mugshot, you might as well go right into it. And
is it cool to have a mugshot? Does that make you badass? Or crime waves? I bet you they, like, before or after this, he was like, there are crime waves and police have been defunded and there's chaos in the streets. Like, but also if Trump has a fucking mugshot, bro, that's badass, bro. That's sick as fuck, dog.
Thing is, his poll numbers have gone up with this. I just think this is going to make sure he is going to be on the ticket. He is.
Okay, so for any other, criminal, whether it's, somebody who gets...
Jared from Subway has mugshots.
Or arrested for some other petty...
Stop.
Fox News will throw up their mugshots and say, look at these rabid criminals who are taking over the country. With Donald Trump, though...
Listen, I have mugshots, okay? It doesn't mean anything, okay?
cool, right? It's just like, oh, it's so radical to have a mugshot of yourself, I guess. But I mean, listen, at the end of the day, Trump is definitely going to lean into this. He's already sending out fundraising emails to try to raise money off of this prosecution. And so that's what he's going to do. He may, take a mugshot. He may lean into that and actually try to use that to his advantage. So that's definitely a possibility there. We also had this interesting aspect of it with his main competitor for 2024, presumably at least.
Back when I did pottery, I took mug shots all of the time.
Hasn't actually announced for the election. Now, Ron DeSantis has been...
What's your opinion on footlongs, Tofu? If it's a foot long, put it in my mouth. I'm down. Let's go.
The last couple of weeks, as this news has been coming out about the potential indictment, and people are saying, oh, he's been slow to respond. So he decided to come out and very quickly give this response. So he says, the weaponization of the legal system to advance a political agenda turns the rule of law on its head. It is...
Why do I fucking...
American. The Soros-backed Manhattan District.
I can't even stop myself, bro. I can't even stop. I can't be stopped. I can't be stopped.
The law to downgrade felonies to excuse criminal misconduct, yet now he is stretching the law to target a political opponent. Florida will not assist in an extradition request given the questionable circumstances at issue with this Soros. Okay, still saying.
Okay. So yeah, Soros-backed prosecutor. Blah 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 blah. Do not let Ron DeSantis invoke the Constitution and anything else going forward, folks. If he says that the Constitution says anything, point to this moment and be like, shut the fuck up, pussy. You're a liar. You're not consistent. Shut the fuck up.
Kind of weird, right? Because these are the same motherfuckers who take donations from the same, corporate America ghouls that George Soros represents, right? It's just they just pick this one name because he's like the demon, metaphor that they have for everything bad happening with the Democratic Party.
Yeah, shadow government, fucking deep state, Soros. These are synonyms. Yeah.
Backed Manhattan prosecutor and his political agenda. So Ron DeSantis saying he wouldn't comply with an extradition request. Okay, so I guess they're kind of setting up a situation where maybe Trump doesn't go to New York willingly and I guess camps out at Mar-a-Lago. Maybe you get some of his MAGA base of supporters to form a wall of sorts with their bodies to defend him or something like that. I don't know. I don't even know what that would actually possibly look like or entail. Okay, so there you have it, guys. That's the information that we know right now. Donald Trump officially indicted for those statements to Stormy Daniels. This is honestly going to be a hilarious and entertaining couple of days. We are still waiting to see whether or not some of his supporters may take to the streets to try to protest this or riot against this, or who knows what the fuck could potentially happen.
MAGA day of vengeance, folks.
But I will keep you guys updated as we get more information.
Indicated. What's up, Skylon? Oh man. All right, chat. We're done with fucking Trump's indication. Now we move on to some fucking more fun shit, baby. We got nothing but fun shit lined up for us today. San Jose Police Union leader arrested for smuggling fentanyl. Yeah, you heard right, folks. San Jose.
This story.
Police union leader indicated arrested for smuggling fentanyl. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's go.
Maybe my favorite of the day. Here we go. This is a local news report from KRON4 in the Bay Area. And they are going to summarize some of what you can read about this story, because there was a press release sent out about a charge imposed, or charges being brought against the San Jose Police Officers Association head, the executive director of the San Jose Police Officers Association, Joanne Segovia, so head of a cop union, who has been, for years at this point, smuggling fentanyl into the United States and selling it. Here we go.
First, the director of the San Jose Police Officers Association facing drug charges tonight, accused of trafficking fentanyl to the Bay Area. Thanks for joining us at 10. I'm Ken Wayne.
I'm Pam Moore. Court documents claim that the union director was buying and selling fentanyl right under the nose of the Police Officers Association.
KRON 4's Ella Sogomoni tracking this developing story. She joins us now live from our newsroom. Ella.
Ken and Pam, the defendant has worked with the San Jose POA since 2003, and she allegedly started to buy and sell illegal drugs about 5 to 8 years ago, some linked to a death in Alabama. An investigation by Homeland Security into internationally produced drug shipments led agents to Joanne Segovia, who is the executive director of the San Jose Police Officers Association. Court documents claim she was dealing drugs and receiving shipments to both her home and office address, some that were seized and opened. The criminal complaint also alleges Segovia used personal and office computers to order thousands of illegal pills from countries like India and China in packages labeled wedding and gift makeup, and that she allegedly
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Hello. Hello. God damn it. God fucking damn it. My dude. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. That's what I was saying. That's what I said before. I hope you had a good stream. I hope you're having a good day. We are going over the San Jose Police Union leader being arrested for smuggling fentanyl. Yep, that's what we're going over right now. Wonderful stuff. Hope you're having a great day. I'm Tofu Ghost. If you don't know, by the way, if you're new here, we talk about news and politics, other stuff too. But that's what we're going over right now. Welcome in. Hope you had a good stream. Everybody go follow my dude. My dude.
a Cash App account in her name linked to her work email for payments.
Jesus.
Segovia is now facing charges for importing and exporting opioids like fentanyl. Ladaris Cordell is a retired Superior Court judge and a former independent auditor of the police department in San Jose. She had this to say in response to the allegations.
It raises a lot of questions. And the issue is, why didn't they know? And if they have anyone who is in charge of looking at the finances, checking the records and the books, it would seem that someone would have noticed that this was happening. So that's the concern here. So I think that the Police Officers Association has a lot of explaining to do.
San Jose Mayor Matt Mahan said in a statement, this is an incredibly disturbing allegation.
All right, we can wrap it here and pull up this thread that Jonah Owen Lamb put together kind of with some of the details on it, who's a reporter for the San Francisco Standard. Here are some more details on this, frankly, just ridiculous story. This is the press release. If you could just scroll down here. Yeah, the subsequent tweets. In a number of interviews with Homeland Security, Joanne Segovia lied, saying she had only ordered supplements, then fingered her house cleaner. So she blamed her housekeeper on...
we need a different word to use.
Yes.
Oh, that's a whoops.
Naturally. What's crazier is that...
We need a... You need a different word. And then no.
Customs and Border Patrol seized
That
one
is
of her
fucked up,
shipments
but
and sent a
we need a
notice
different
to
word.
her address in 2020, according to the federal complaint. Customs and Border Patrol 2020. I wonder when that was. It's just interesting. I mean, like, Trump's still in office at that point. And even wilder, she signed a return shipping label with the San Jose Police Union's address. That was a part of it. In one exchange with her supplier, she apologizes for not making a shipment. I'm so sorry. I'm on a business trip because we had 2 officers that got shot. I should be home tomorrow night, and I'll get them shipped as soon as I can. She had shipments coming from all around the world, too. China, India, Hungary, Poland, and the Netherlands. This is also a part of the dirty little secret about fentanyl. It's not coming over the border in the way that the Republicans...
Yeah, it's flooding over the border. from our southern border. It's coming over the border. That's why we need to secure it. Brandon's America. The border's wide the fuck open. Wide open. Wide open. Meanwhile, it's literally the police. It's literally the police. I mean, same with the fucking guns that you find in the streets, right? All those, illegal firearms and ghost guns. It's like cops. Yeah. Those come from evidence lockers. Yeah.
Say it is, it's coming through ports of entry. In one iPhone email exchange with a supplier, her signature line read, Executive Director of the San Jose Police Officers Association. So she was signing her...
What policy did Biden change to open the border from when Trump had it famously closed? Like, is there a name or does it exist? No. They'll point at... They'll be like, look, there's people flooding over the border. It's like, dude, you just showed a video of people being stopped by fucking ICE and stopped by Border Patrol. And this is your evidence for like people flooding over the border and drugs and guns and gang members and whatever. But it's like deportations are up. The amount of people being stopped at the border is up. Like Brandon did all of the things that Trump did and some. Like it's there, except we don't call the facilities like camps. We call them facilities now. We don't call them kids in cages. We call them kids in facilities.
Emails about selling fentanyl with her San Jose Police Officers Association title, and just like the brazenness is amazing.
A few people in YouTube chat are saying, are like referencing Walter White, but this literally is like him like rushing out of like chemistry class or like the dry cleaner to be like, hey, 1 second, I'm at work. like, where is the shipment now?
If Walter White was an idiot who was signing
Walter White, Las Cruces High School or whatever.
And if he was doing it for no purpose except his own greed at the outset. Anyway.
I feel like we're sort of burying the lead here. I mean, I feel like we're looking at a real life Ellie from The Last of Us. We need to be extracting this lady's blood and creating some sort of vaccine. Folks, we've discovered the first cop to be able to interact with fentanyl.
True. Wait, nobody's talking about this. Whoa. This is the best cop we have. Wait a second. Yeah, we need to distribute this. We needed to make a fentanyl vaccine. Wait.
I'm not right.
Out and seizure and down to the floor and start shaking profusely. This is amazing. This is incredible, folks.
How was she handling it? How was she handling it at scale and not immediately overdosing?
How is she not dead from nonstop seizures? I mean, they should know just how much fentanyl she's been using based on the paper trail of all the times she's ostensibly been taken to the hospital. Quite frankly,
damn.
I mean, this lady is a first for police. Amazing.
Yeah, super cop.
That's what I was thinking, that, ultimately that first woman who was criticizing the police officers who didn't know was being too critical, because I could imagine her walking into the office just like covered in fentanyl dust and like every other cop just passing down to the floor and not waking up until she has left the room.
Yeah,
like
weapon of mass overdose.
Like,
the entire force collapses, like just a one by one while she walks in.
Yeah, like they just like black out until she's in her office, and they just like wake up and they go, "Oh, okay, Segovia must be in today," and they don't put the two together, obviously.
Yeah, that's like, wasn't that one? That was a power that one of the villains in that show Heroes had, right? Where you're able to like, whoa, I'm dazed and confused. I don't know what happened.
The Men in Black memories app.
Oh yeah. She's got that. Actually, she's got that juice.
Now that you mention it, Brandon, I think we may have just accidentally solved Havana syndrome.
Honestly, there we go. But like, okay, so just to Binder's point, these cops that are overdosing from touching fentanyl, some of these cops are just taking fentanyl, and there's definitely drug rings within these organized crime.
It's literally, I mean, that's literally been proven true. Like, look no further than my beautiful city, Los Angeles. Like I said, the guns on the streets, where do they come from? Where do they come from? They come from the fucking evidence lockers. They fucking make money off of this shit. Where do they come from?
Guys as police.
It's the same shit. It's the same shit. The biggest gangs.
And it's just like they have a
Google LASD gangs right fucking now.
badge and they act with total impunity and feel like they're above the law because in her instance, she was leaving paper trails everywhere.
Yeah, that's what's interesting to
and
me.
no one
Like,
went after her.
Not to sound too conspiratorial, but like, how is she possibly the only one involved when she's signing her emails with her
No
role
chance.
and
Dog.
using her return address as the union's headquarters for some of these packages? Like it strains credulity to think that she's doing this by herself.
Yeah, there's no way.
This irresponsibly with no one else noticing until
No
now.
way.
Right.
Bullshit.
I think this is, the classic way that conspiracies are occluded, for lack of a better word, in our society. We have so many people in government in positions of power who are willing to cop, like, no, I'm just really stupid. I'm so stupid and so incurious that you can get basically anything by me, but I shouldn't be removed from power. I shouldn't be removed from my position of authority because that's not this. No. I don't worry about that. Or you're forced to make the accusation, perhaps sans evidence that there's a larger conspiracy or corruption or malfeasance going on. Or they could just all be selling drugs independently of each other. That's another option that could be going up. So, it's a real don't ask, don't tell situation in the San Jose Police Officers Bureau, where it's like, well, we're all getting mysterious packages delivered here. We don't want anyone looking too close into anything.
Look, I mean, honestly, if the right wants to get serious about cracking down on fentanyl, which they say they care so deeply about.
We better defund the police. Oh, fuck. Yeah, you know what? This fentanyl stuff's a big problem, guys. We should probably get rid of the people selling it. We should probably stop giving them money, huh? You agree with that? Okay, yeah.
As they mock Hunter Biden for having a drug addiction publicly every day in the midst of hearings.
Trump wants to go into Mexico with the military
and
over
bomb
this.
Mexico.
Yeah.
Hey, how about we
literally, that's true. That's a good point. Literally talking about fucking doing targeted strikes in a whole ass sovereign nation, as if Mexico is just a state or some shit of the United States, as if it isn't a whole ass sovereign nation when we are supposedly really into protecting other countries' sovereignty, right? From other big bullies. But we want to use this as a reason to do targeted strikes on the cartels when it is literally our own police distributing all of these things that are supposed to be coming up from the southern border when they're actually not. Very interesting.
Some of our police unions, because look, I none of this stuff is verifiable, and it's just TikToks and things like that. Like that account Chuds of TikTok, which is meant to counteract Libs of TikTok, was posting videos that a citizen, I think in Kansas City, took of a police unit that came to his house, and one of the cops was clearly high, like clearly slurring his words, leaning up against a wall.
What? Really? Does anybody have that? I want to see that.
This is just a bunch of trickles of information about cops using on the job, the fentanyl crisis being a bit more widespread than we know, and then they're claiming that it's like a line of duty hazard because they touched it, when maybe you're just doing some drugs on the side, and there are drug rings within these police units, maybe that are leading to these kinds of situations, and they're just trying to cover it up. Maybe. Anyway, so that story's hilarious. Also, the fact that she looks like a caricature of the ultimate Karen, being the woman who is distributing.
Pushing product. She looks like a PTA mom.
I mean, she's definitely in another life. She'd be at the school board meeting saying, "Get the CRT out of my kids' schools."
Wait, she probably is, bro.
And instead, she's just pushing deadly drugs that are killing people throughout the country.
To be fair, we don't know that she's not also doing that.
Yeah, I was gonna say we don't know that that's actually what she does. So.
She's moonlighting.
Oh, you got it?
That.
Hell yeah, Skylar.
Good point. So we can't rule that out.
What's this? Oh man. What's going on?
You say reason he believes that. Hey, can I get a sergeant? We can't find anybody. I want a sergeant. I want a sergeant. Because I want a sergeant to see him. I want a sergeant to see him. You know for a fact this man is under an influence or something.
I have a party here requesting for a sergeant.
You know he's under an influence or something. Hey, if I held my finger up and told you to follow my finger, could you do it?
Was all engaged up saying this?
You're high as shit, dude.
So I understand you guys are upset and frustrated.
You brought a high cop to my house.
Frustrating. You guys walked in my mom's house.
Look at
without
the. Hey, can I get your name and badge number? Can I get your name and badge number? Who? Officer Shepard, what?
2075.
2075. Hey, you cool. Hey, you cool. Hey, look, we're not gonna be hostile. We're actually cool.
And my door wasn't open.
You're showing really cool, but let's be honest. He doesn't.
I am not.
Damn. Okay, listen. Listen. We don't shame people for having drug issues, okay? We don't shame people for having drug issues. What we do, however, is point out hypocrisy wherever it is. Okay? And what we do, however, is show the double standard. What we do, however, is point out that cops do crimes and can just do whatever they can just do whatever the fuck they want. Okay? That's what we're pointing out here. The fact that we're not shaming this person for having a drug problem. No. What we are doing is shaming them for being a police officer. Okay? They are bad because they are a cop. And if he's driving around town doing fucking stops like this, high on drugs like this, God knows what the fuck else he's doing. And where did he get those drugs from? Probably the fucking same evidence locker that I've been talking about all fucking night. You know what I'm saying? It's like this asshole is charged with protecting and serving and enforcing the law of the land. That asshole. Okay? It's not because he's high. It's because he's a cop. Okay? Just throwing that out there real quick. All right. Now we can move on. What time is it? 1:40? All right, chat. Listen. Next up, we got Lauren Boebert making a fucking ass of herself. Then we got some updates from More Perfect Union on the mayoral election in Chicago. And then we have a selection of things that we could get into. I have the H3 podcast on here. The not H3 specifically, but the Leftovers podcast on here because Richard Wolff apparently was on it. Yo, Hedera, thank you so much for 8 months, Pog. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Good to have you. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. Appreciate it. I feel like there's no shortage. You have no shortage of places to get like Hassan content during the day. So it's like, I feel like, you know, it's my place to like just do straight news content in the evenings or whatever. But like this one seems pretty interesting because Richard Wolff is in it. And Richard Wolff is a fucking legend, and seeing Richard Wolff on such a big podcast is very based and very cool, and another reason to add to the list of why Hassan is based. But we might check that out, we might not. But next up, like I said, we have Lauren Boebert news and Chicago mayoral elections. But first, before we get into that, it has been an hour since our last ad break, so we're gonna run an ad break right now. I run ad breaks when I'm away from the stream. That way, if you are unsubscribed, even if you are unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on anything. However, if you would like to support the stream, support our comfy little community that we got going on here, support me, the streamer, and get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes, and also an ad-free viewing experience, all you got to do is subscribe for $4.99 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account and using your one free sub a month. Or maybe you are already subscribed like Hedera Obscura just did, which is very pog. Thank you so much again, Hedera. Maybe you are already subscribed and you have the means to help somebody else out in the chat. maybe consider gifting a sub. That way one of our friends in the chat, one of our comrades in the community can also have an ad-free viewing experience and access to cool-ass Tofu Ghost emotes. We're currently at 12 out of 20 for our daily sub goal. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB, BRB, BRB. Yo, Satanic Llama Plaza, thank you so much for gifting to that weirdo over there. Wait. Thank you so much for gifting to that weirdo over there. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And thank you again, Hedera, for 8 months. I appreciate it. Thank you, Satanic Llama Plaza and Hedera. Thank you. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB, BRB, BRB. Okie dokie, we're back. We back in this bitch. Back in this bitch. Alright. Scatter. Alright, Lauren Boebert. Boren Lobert hilariously face plants into a puddle of her own making. Let's check it out.
Public urination.
What?
Public urination.
Republican Lauren.
Public urination. Speaking of peepees, chat. So that's the puddle of her own making. Speaking of peepees. Oh, this one's cute. Pensive. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's crazy.
Public urination.
Republican Lauren Boebert fell face first into a puddle of her own making while attempting to cosplay as Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And an AOC she is not. So we're going to get to this clip. It is so embarrassing. And it showcases just how low the standards are to become a congressperson, at least in the Republican Party. So this is
public urination.
Hearing about crime in Washington, D.C., which Congress is holding a hearing on. So to be clear on that, this is why no city in America has political dynamics quite like Washington's, where Congress has the power to overturn the city council's will, which it did for the first time in 30 years over what local officials say was merely an update that would bring its criminal code in line with national standards. So this happened with, by the way, the help of Joe Biden. Congress overturns D.C. crime bill with President Biden's help. Biden did not veto this. He let it go through. And this is where we get to this clip, because this apparently is complete news to Lauren Boebert. And that's just the tip of how embarrassing this clip is. So here Boebert is talking with Charles Allen, a city councilman who chaired the D.C. Judiciary Committee, which considered the revisions to the criminal code.
Mr. Allen, based on these statistics, I would like to talk to you about some other things that are going on here in Washington, D.C., specifically an initiative that you led. In November of 2022, you led the charge to reform D.C.'s crime laws. Is that correct?
I chaired the committee that proposal came
You
through.
led this charge, yes, sir. And,
Okay.
these changes are now
Okay.
law here in D.C., correct?
Do you mean the revised criminal code?
Yes.
No, those are not the law.
Those are not the law. With
You
The
overturned-
revised
you
criminal
overturned them.
code was rejected by.
Did people laugh? Wait. Did you hear that?
with
You-
the
you overturned-
revised
you
criminal
overturned them.
code was.
correct?
Do you mean the revised criminal code?
Yes.
No, those are not the law.
Those are not the law. With
You-
the
you
The
overturned-
revised
you
criminal
overturned them.
code was rejected by.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I'm talking to Mr. Allen.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Allen, did you or did
Oh
you
my
not
God.
decriminalize public urination in
No, we did not.
Washington, D.C.? Did you lead the charge to do so?
No, the revised criminal code left that as a criminal charge.
Did you lead the charge to decriminalize public urination
Bro, he said no.
in Washington, D.C.?
No, ma'am. That in the
Did you
revised
ever
criminal
vote
code
in favor of decriminalizing public urination in Washington, D.C.?
The revised criminal code that was
Did
passed by
you
the
ever
council
support?
kept it as a criminal offense.
And you support this?
I voted for it, yeah.
You voted to keep it as a criminal offense.
That's correct. The full council did.
We have records that show that you were in favor of removing that criminal offense and allowing public urination.
No,
Is that something that you intend to pursue in the future?
No, the legislation you're referring to that came from the Criminal Code Reform Commission changed public urination from a criminal to a civil offense. The council then changed that to maintain it as a criminal offense at the request of the mayor.
Thank you. I yield.
Okay. What do you do here? Wait, what do you do here? What do you do here? What do you do? Do you do stuff? I yield my time. You should have just never said anything. At all. What?
How embarrassing. And I have a follow-up clip where a Democrat dunks on her.
Yeah, yield your entire time in office.
But look at the grasping at straws.
What's up, Eve?
The way she has to evolve her
NV Nunn 2021. Welcome in.
Her argument, because her initial statement was completely incorrect. These changes are now law, correct? No. Did you decriminalize public urination? No. Did you lead the charge to decriminalize it? No. Did you vote in favor of decriminalizing it? No. I have records showing you allowed it. No, you don't. Okay, but do you intend to pursue this in the future? No. So embarrassing. This is, yes, it's the fault of Boebert, but I gotta wonder, is somebody on her staff trying to, I don't know, sabotage her in some way?
I mean, dog, if there was somebody smarter than Lauren Boebert on her staff, I would be just like amazed. You know what I mean? It's like, what are you doing here? You're like, you actually like have the ability to like think and reason. Like, what are you doing here? Like, so it's I can't help but think that like anybody working for Lauren Boebert is probably also not the sharpest tool in the shed. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, does she like who works for Lauren Boebert? Like, they're probably not like all, you know, sharp.
A lot of this research beforehand is usually done by staffers. That's what helps set them up to do this stuff. So her hiring process ain't too good if this is the information they're giving you, and if you don't even know that this was overturned by Congress. Like, where have you been? If that's how you start your entire argument, thinking that this is actually that these changes were made, you are. The way she set herself up there for disaster
ain't the sharpest tool in the shed
was just remarkable.
She was looking kind of dumb with her finger and her thumb in the shape of an out on her forehead.
It is, you know, the standards are low, of course. The bar is very low, but to not even know just basic facts around what you were discussing when you're in a position of power like this.
They just need jobs. I've worked for idiots before. You're right. I know. I'm just kind of joking around, but like, you know, just let me talk shit. Okay. You're right. But let me just talk shit. Okay.
Just how low the bar is for people to be a member of Congress as a Republican. Now, you may think, well, public urination, it must be a massive issue in Washington.
Oh my God, this emote. Wait, do I have a James from the internet sub? Let's go! I do! Fuck yeah! Dude, Rapey McForehead, folks. That's him. The one, the only, Rapey McForehead. Yes, folks. That's him. Matthew Gates.
This must be one of the bigger problems that they're having. Here are the facts. To be clear, the Metropolitan Police Department is not issuing very many of these tickets. In the past 2 years, police have recorded just 29 instances of public urination or defecation. In its data, MPD does not separate urination and defecation, but a sampling of 10 incident reports reveals 100% pee. So this is a non-issue. Yet you have Congress, a member of Congress.
Anyone can use the emote. Just type it. No, it's a James from the internet emote.
Focusing on
what's up, Cicero?
Specific issue of crime in the city around public urination that isn't even that important. 29 times in 2 years.
And honestly, if like most of the people that are going to be getting in trouble for this are going to be fucking homeless people, like people that don't have fucking like a home to go to where there's a bathroom. Like disproportionately, the people that are going to be getting charged with these crimes, public urination, are people that don't have access to bathrooms. So it's like, I don't know, like a pot to piss in, literally. Yeah. So it's like ultimately, maybe this law should be like decriminalized or like a civic thing as opposed to like a criminal, like, you know, whatever. But that's not what we're talking about today. We're just pointing out how silly Lauren Boebert is.
Just ridiculous. And she has an obsession with this issue, apparently. This is back in November. We are the most powerful nation on earth, and our capital city is about to legalize public urination, which it was never going to do. It was moving it from criminal to civil, a civil offense, because our homeless problem is so out of control, which you would solve by putting people into homes.
Which in DC, like we talked about earlier during Laura Ingram's dumbass fucking segment, we talked about that, how just in the last couple days, they removed the policy that housed homeless people in DC in hotels because of COVID stuff. And now all these people are going back, obviously, to the fucking streets. And then Laura Ingraham wants to be like, look, Brandon's America. And then she was like, look, it's a homelessness problem. It's like, do you guys actually want to do? What do you want to do? Like, well, we know what she wants to do. She wants to be able to lock them up. She wants to be able to lock homeless people up in prison for fucking using the restroom, go and pee, because what else are you going to do, you know what I mean, in public?
Which Boebert does not support. They used to call it DC a swamp, now it's a urinal. And by the way, if public urination was a serious issue, and maybe in some places it is, the solution to that would not be to further criminalize it. The solution would be to maybe have public washrooms. Like, why is that so hard to understand that we have?
Yeah, you don't want the homeless people to be peeing in the streets? Yeah, public bathrooms then. Oh, but that would be socialism.
And maybe in very in places where there are a lot of people walking around, there's a lot of foot traffic, maybe it makes sense to have places that people can go to the washroom.
Washroom? Oh, he's from Canada.
But that would involve public investment. Can't do that. So a little more before we get to the last, or this follow-up clip, which is hilarious. So quote here, "I don't understand why we're having this hearing," said Representative Gerald Connolly. I could go through.
I thought she liked seeing dicks out in the wild. Oh, y'all are talking about her hubby, huh? Y'all are talking about husband, Mr. Boebert. Yeah. When she was a minor. Yep.
A lot of states right now, especially on the red side, where I don't like their policies. I don't like their elected officials.
Damn, if that was a law, then if it was illegal, well, actually, it was probably illegal in Colorado, and I think he did get in trouble for that. I was going to say they would have never met and they would have never gotten married and lived happily ever after, but they probably would have anyway.
Hearing on to second guess them and overturn their legislation.
He got in trouble, right? He was convicted. Okay.
This is a great point, because you have here that this is another example. This is what was passed by Congress and Biden here. This is another great example for why DC should be its own state.
Real.
For Congress to have this much power over a city, it's blatantly undemocratic for them to overturn what city officials decided to do. But that's the power they currently yield because DC is not its own state.
Real fucking statehood now. What is this? What this? Dude, clip URLs always take forever to go to for some reason. Hello? Skill issue. Fuck you. Hello? Dude, Twitch is fucking annoying. It's not an Apple issue. Fuck y'all. Shut up. Leave me alone. Shut up and buy me a PC then. There we go. Fuck you. Stop laugh. Keck you. Keck this. Bitch. Bitch. What is this?
Remarkable.
She was looking kind of dumb with her finger and her thumb in the shape of an L on her forehead. Well, the years start coming and they don't stop coming. Dumb with her finger and her thumb. And I hit the ground running. Didn't make sense not to live for fun. All right, that's enough.
Now, you know what? I was going to go over this, but this is too much. So, essentially, if you want to know more about their the criminal code in DC, which I doubt many of you do, but essentially, this was an update to criminal laws dating back to 1901. All right? So, it needs an update. That's why they were doing this. And the outcome was just basic revisions that fell in line with national standards. One example is that carjackings, currently they face jail sentences between 15 and 40 years, but the new code sets the highest penalty at 24 years, which is in line with what judges were doing anyways, and also in line with what they do nationwide. Which, we could have a separate topic on that, or a separate discussion on this. 24 years for carjacking, don't carjack. 24 years in prison?
That's insane.
Seems a little ridiculous to me. But anyways, let's move on to the last clip here. This is Representative Becca Balint, I believe is how you say her name. A Democrat here from Vermont who is dunking on...
What the fuck is this? Tofu doesn't have a PC. They would like one, but she currently streams from a peanut sandwich made with vegan bread and an Obama change sticker. What? Exclamation point tip to help Tofu buy a real computer that can run Dream Daddy or Twitch.tv clips. Fuck off, man. But seriously, you guys should tip though.
On Gilbert in a very hilarious way, which also in this moment, Bobert again.
Listen, if I had a PC, I wouldn't be able to do this. Listen, don't you love when I do that though? It's so much fun.
Been addressing a number of really serious concerns that our constituents have. They're choosing to waste our time by meddling in the District of Columbia and talking.
You could probably
about
do that.
public
Well, shut up.
Over and over. Just want to make sure. Do you have anything additional you want to say about public urination? Now's your time.
I do.
No, not you. I'm talking to.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Dude! No, not you, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Oh my god, dog. No. Dude, how embarrassing. Yeah, critical damage, bro. Oh my god, we gotta run that back. Ooh, that felt good.
Bobert again embarrasses herself.
Have been addressing a number of really serious concerns that our constituents have. They're choosing to waste our time by meddling in the District of Columbia and talking about public urination over and over. Just want to make sure. Do you have anything additional you want to say about public urination? Now's your time.
I do.
No, not you. I'm talking to. It's not your time. It's a question.
I'll wait
to
till
these
your time's
people
up.
who have
I do
come
have something
here.
else to say.
Do you have anything additional to say regarding public urination?
How did she manage to embarrass herself again? Really a funny moment there. And I just want to...
Did nobody bring up in that if public urination wasn't a thing, she would have never met her love of her life? Like, does nobody ever fucking mention that?
On this. I don't know. Maybe this is why Bobert is kind of obsessed with this issue.
Oh, there we go.
Don't know about this. I've covered this in the past. Laura
Let's
Bobert's
go.
husband did jail time for lewd exposure in a bowling alley. and she was there.
Let's go, baby. And she was a minor, folks.
So if you want to talk about stricter sentencing around public
What's up, Minty?
urination,
What's up, Rad Little Razzie?
your husband, under your standards, should be in jail.
Yeah.
But of course, these people are not serious about anything.
That's crazy.
Clowns. Absolute clowns.
That's crazy.
The benefit of a clown, though, is that
they're funny.
They're funny.
Jinx.
Even if they don't mean to be.
Good content. That clip worked just fine. What the hell? She was looking kind of dumb with her finger and her thumb in the shape of an L on her forehead. Well, the years start coming. They don't stop coming. They don't stop coming. Something, something, something. Hit the ground running. And hit the ground running. To live for fun. You never know if you don't go. What a beppo. It goes. Oh. You never shine if you don't glow. Nice. Nice. Hell yeah. All right. Next up, the Chicago mayoral election. What you need to know about it. Let's check it out from More Perfect Union. Let's check it out.
One of the most liberal cities in America is at risk of electing a conservative mayor. On April 4th, Chicagoans will decide between Paul Vallas, a longtime champion of privatization in public schools, or Brandon Johnson, a former public school teacher. Too often, corporate-backed media covers these elections like a horse race. Who's up and who's down, while ignoring a fundamental question. Who will candidates fight for once they're elected? The workers or the billionaires?
Oh?
We dug into the candidates' records, met with longtime workers and residents, spoke to the parents of students in schools.
Was that an SEIU? Hold on.
Records, met with longtime workers and residents.
SEIU, baby!
Spoke to the parents of students in school systems Vallas has run, and sat down with Brandon Johnson to learn about his vision for a Chicago where working class people can control how their city is run.
Boy, these was the days. These were the days. Looking back on this history, you wouldn't believe that all of this happened under the auspices of one person who really did a lot against the public school system to the residents of the city of Chicago.
That's Leonard Simpson, a former janitor in the Chicago Public Schools and a union representative with SEIU. He worked under Paul Vallas, who took control of the city's school system in the 1990s. We met up with him and Greg Kelly, another longtime union organizer, to understand the lasting impact of Paul Vallas's legacy in Chicago.
He was the actual architect of, we call it slash.
Vallas was the first chief executive officer for the Chicago Public Schools. Note the name, chief executive officer, and not school superintendent. And so he came in as a CEO would, very focused on the money aspect of the system without really fully understanding the impact of decisions that he was making.
Vallas became CEO of Chicago Public Schools in 1995 and immediately got to work enacting his privatization agenda. He skimmed money from teachers' pensions, took out high-interest loans that ultimately cost the city $1.5 billion, and he privatized school services like custodial staff, slashing wages and benefits for thousands of workers.
I proudly present this award to Mr. Paul Vallas, and I want to read what it says. This award is to certify that Paul Vallas of the Chicago Board of Education is truly this year's Hypocrite of the Year.
Let's go.
What were some of the psychological effects on the workers from these privatization plans?
Well, hopelessness, number one. Wondering how they were going to survive off of $7.65 an hour.
Jesus Christ.
There were some employees who I personally represented who lost their homes, lost their marriages, could not afford to put their children through college as they were doing when they were regular employees of the system.
When you take thousands of workers right? Mostly black workers, and you cut their wages, you are really impacting the neighborhoods and communities in which they live in. Places that have historically been strong places for black middle class workers, they can no longer afford to live in them. And so they
$7.25 is still minimum wage in
honestly
Texas.
believe
Really?
The decisions that Dallas made created the conditions for what we see today. Depopulation, rising crime, lack of investment.
For workers like Greg and Leonard, who experienced the impacts of Vallis's approach firsthand, the threat of a deeper crisis if he's elected mayor is real.
To me, the worst part about Paul Vallis isn't even his ideology, it's his inability to understand that his policies impact people.
After Chicago, Paul Vallis went on to run school systems in Philadelphia and Bridgeport. But he might be best known for what he did to the public schools in New Orleans.
Given the fact that this district
Still the federal minimum wage.
is much smaller, and I'm confident that we can transform this system.
Vallis is often credited with fixing New Orleans schools after Katrina, but people on the ground tell a different story.
And it was like someone was trying to create a disaster.
That's Ashana Begard. In 2007, when Vallis took over as head of the school system in New Orleans, Ashana was an education advocate and a public school parent.
They fired all of our educators, teachers, cafeteria workers. 7,500 people were fired when the city was still kind of underwater and we weren't allowed back. That's when we started to learn that Paul Vallis was coming and who he was, and that he had done this before.
We've really worked to develop a set of rules that take the wind out of the sail of those out there who say we need a contract, we need an ironclad contract with the Recovery School District to protect our members.
I believe he was sent to decentralize our union, like to decimate them, which firing the teachers did destroy the union, but Paul Vallis made sure that they didn't come back together.
Damn, bro, and he got the biggest wedgie.
Made sure that they didn't come back together.
My guy is wedged the fuck up right now, dog. Woo!
The higher you set it, the higher the children are going to perform.
Vallis instituted strict zero-tolerance policies that punished students for low-level offenses, criminalized poverty, and led to an alarming rate of expulsions and suspensions.
This is the opposite of how you deal with children with trauma. They've lost family members and friends, and their neighborhoods have been decimated. You're going to punish children for not having money. And I remember them pulling jackets off of first graders and kindergartens because it wasn't the school's jacket. A school's jacket was $60. And then you had children, if they wore the wrong color belt, will be suspended for 2 days. Just horrific.
Wait, and you had to pay for it? You're not allowed to wear a different jacket, but you have to pay for their jacket?
Inhumane things.
What do you think Chicago voters need to know about Paul Vallis ahead of this election?
He is going to put his friends and them making money off the well-being of your entire city. I need you to know that.
In this race, Vallis has aligned himself with far-right interests and billionaires, including Republican mega-donor Ken Griffin. Vallis also spoke at a fundraiser for Awake Illinois, which pushes homophobic and transphobic policies. For people like Greg Kelly, this last point is key to understanding the choice that voters will face in this election.
My mom always told me you can learn a lot about people by who they hang out with, who their friends are, and just looking at Paul Vallis's friends lets me know that he hasn't changed.
For decades, Chicago has been run by people who represent the corporate elite.
That scared me.
Changed.
Immediately I see this skyline and I see something coming at. My brain is broken by 9/11, and we're not even talking about New York right now.
Chicago has been run by people who represent the corporate elite. But this moment could offer a real break with that past.
Well, thank you and good afternoon. As the next mayor of the city of Chicago.
Hey.
We asked both candidates to sit down with us to tell us what they plan to do for working people. Vallis did not respond, so we sat down with Brandon Johnson after an event on housing policy at Harmony Community Church.
Paul Vallis has never seen a dollar that he wasn't willing to spend 3 times. There's a clear contrast between his view of the world, of privatization, running budgets into the ground, versus someone like me who comes from the working class where like we can't afford to play around with our budgets like that, right? If anything goes wrong in a working class family, and I can tell you because I grew up in one, it was 10 of us with one bathroom. My father was a public employee, worked hard, had a couple other jobs just to make the ends meet. Nothing could go wrong.
Brandon Johnson was a public school teacher in Chicago and later became an organizer with the Chicago Teachers Union, where
Legend.
he protested school closings and fought for an elected school board.
Legend.
In 2018, Johnson was first elected Cook County Commissioner.
Teaching at Jenner Academy really shifted my politics. Yeah. Because there were students who showed up every single day, even when the city wouldn't show up for them. And you need a mayor who's willing to show up for you every single day. Because it is a matter of life and death, you all. That's right. It is a matter of life and death. No matter where you live in the city, you get to have what you deserve. And what our people deserve is real economic justice. The safest cities in America all have one thing in common. They invest in people. We are in a position now where we can literally repair the damage that he caused in the 90s while also building towards a better, stronger city that is built off of the ideas and the hopes of working people.
Ultimately, voters want to know who has a track record of standing with working people and who is willing to fight for them once in office.
The voices of working people will no longer be ignored, and the interests of those who have tried to separate us and divide us, we are going to dismantle and disrupt that structure and usher in something beautiful, something dynamic, and something that is full of love. My name is Brandon Johnson. On April 4th, you all know we all approve these messages.
Hey. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right, what's up next? What's up next? How do we feel about The Leftovers? I feel like I don't want to watch it because it's so long. I really do want to see like Richard Wolff. But I don't know if I want to watch all 2 hours of The Leftovers podcast. You know what I mean? Just skip to Wolf? Yeah, I guess we could do that. What's up, Andrea? I guess we could just do that. Do they have... Let's see. Oh, hell yeah, they got timestamps. Oh, hell yeah, we're doing that. Oh, hell yeah. All right, I'm going to be right back, and I'm going to start it just before... Oh, shit. Okay, we'll go back a little bit further. Okay, who is Richard Wolff?
The heels, the precipice.
Be right back.
Of the Wolf Call. Here's the video that I saw on TikTok that made me wonder who was this guy. This is one of because I'm so fucking tired of seeing Jordan Peter's pseudo-intellectualism, and it's hard. Like, he keeps going on like neo-Marxist postmodernist. Yeah, neo-Marxism postmodernist. Like, bitch, I know that the dummies that watch your shit don't have any idea what you're talking about, and I'm pretty sure you don't have any idea what you're talking about. So yes. Richard Wolff, that's his specialty, is economics and specifically like Marxism, right?
Yes. Are you talking about Richard Wolff? Yes. Sorry, I was literally opening up a new Google Doc, so I have before I forget, like I was trying to write down some of the questions that I have for him.
Okay.
That I have collected in my mind. Apologies for that. Richard Wolff is a famous Marxian economist. Obviously, there aren't that many of them out there, which is...
They've all been hunted.
Well, no, literally. I mean,
yeah, wait, like, he's joking. Wait, Ethan... God, Ethan is so goofy. He's joking, but like unironically, yeah.
A big part of why this is like a very contentious subject, even though it shouldn't be.
He's Luke Skywalker.
You know, we'll get into a little bit, but like you'll see a lot more Marxists or some kind of socialist in other departments. Usually sociology, maybe philosophy. Not necessarily so in philosophy, but rarely ever in the economy. side of things because the economics departments and the finance departments have a neoclassical economics stronghold. So they consider anything beyond that, like the furthest, I guess, quote unquote, left you'll go in neoclassical economics is Keynesian economics.
Mm-hmm.
And beyond that,
He says, like he knows what he's talking about right now.
considered like unorthodox, not real, magic, alchemy. You know what I mean?
Well,
so that is, I think, the unique part of this.
He's highly tenured. I mean, he was a economics professor at Yale. He has a crazy pedigree. Anyway, here he is reacting to some of Jordan's absolute nonsense.
This is one of the things that's so great about the way the Americans set up their political system. Because
through the magic of the internet, it is possible for me to respond to some things that were said by a Canadian psychologist by the...
Oh! He had to just throw that Canadian in there. By a Canadian.
Name of Jordan Peterson, who teaches at the University
I love
of
that.
Toronto.
I love that he had to
I'm not
preface
gonna
this by like only through the magic of the internet. Yeah, it's called a duet, Professor.
Shut the fuck up, Ethan. Shut the fuck up, dude. He's a fucking Marxist economist, not a fucking YouTuber, dog. Like, shut the fuck up, Ethan. Shut the fuck up, bro.
Talking about the psychology he teaches or that he preaches, because that's not my area of expertise, just as it's clear that Marxism is not his. However, he has made statements about Marxism, despite not knowing very much about it, as is evident from what he says. These have included daring Marxists to debate with him, just for the record, anytime, anywhere, as long as we can work out the details.
Oh my God, I would travel. I would pay money, capitalist money, to go watch that happen. Oh God. It would be even more of a bloodbath than when fucking Zizek debated Peterson. Oh my God. That would be so glorious. Oh, I'm just thinking about it. Just like, that would be fucking amazing.
No problem at this end.
By the way, an aside, 4 years ago, they were supposed to debate, Jordan and Professor Wolf.
Oh, really?
And then Jordan bitched out and demanded $50,000 from a small university.
Peterson is not an economist. Okay, Forlorn, listen. I know you like to be contradictory in chat, but are you really gonna run defense for Jordan Peterson right now? He likes to talk about economics a lot. So if he's not an economist, he should stop talking about economics. You should stop talking about Marxism like he knows what he's talking about. Why are you running defense for like the biggest transphobe on the fucking planet? Okay, stop. I know you're like memeing, but sometimes it's just like, come on. Tofu, I thought you were going to say you would pay money to debate Peterson yourself. I volunteer as tribute. I'll do it for free. I volunteer as tribute. I'll do it for free. I'm not afraid of Jordan Peterson. He might use a lot more bigger words than I know. He might use some big words, but everything he says is bullshit. Okay? I would not be afraid of him. No shot.
Department to host the debate after it had already been arranged.
So that's
He's a
actually
giant
not
coward.
surprising
He
because
is a giant coward.
What's up, my yaya?
Here's what they do.
China.
Right-wing commentators do this all the time, and in most circumstances, it's not like the Young Republicans Club that actually has that kind of money, but it's actually donors of the university, alumni that are right-wing and want Ben Shapiro to go to that college to, educate the youth, that will facilitate that. They will usually
pay him.
like that speaker's fee is actually on the lower end, from what I understand. Yes. Now, obviously, this was many years ago, so I don't know. He might have been suggesting that simply to duck out like the coward that he is.
I guess I could see it both ways. But you're right in that, like, Ben Shapiro's not going to fucking go out of the kindness of his heart and talk to some kid.
No, these guys don't do that. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's not a
That
that's not
is
a thing.
interesting. So we don't get those fat, juicy checks here on the left. Not that
I'm still waiting for mine. George Soros, I know you're watching. Where's my fucking check? I need that shit. I'm out here fighting the real fights. Okay? I'm out here spreading the ganda. I'm spreading the propa and the ganda. Okay? Where's my check, Soros?
I don't have anything to tell a university, but he certainly would.
Yeah, when I mean, every time I've ever been invited to a college
Yeah, my
camp-
bills are piling up, Georgie. I need you right now.
this or anything like I've
Georgie.
done it for free. Like there's no, I've never. I guess with the exception of Politicon, which was debates.
he's
I've
talking
never
about himself?
gotten paid for a speaking engagement.
That's it. That's what I expect, right? It's almost like a community service. You're going to talk to the
Why would they want to pay you, Hassan, a fucking multi-billionaire who has 73 mansions? Why would they want to pay you money when you have all of the money? You know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, I've never seen George Soros and Hassan Piker in the same room. Coincidence? Coincidence? You decide.
Yeah, but for the right, it's actually, and not even just the right. Like Hillary Clinton makes a lot of money doing this. Like politicians. do it.
Bro, Hillary Clinton, yeah, we have on record like her making insane amounts of money. Oh my God.
Yeah.
George Soros donated $3. Was it worth it?
That's it. I'm just joking. Finally, my Soros check has arrived. Finally, my Soros check. Thank you, George. Appreciate that. I knew you were watching. Georgie. Appreciate you. You playing Fork Knife tonight? I don't know. We'll see. We're gonna check this out. We'll see how long it takes us. Let's see.
I mean, it's just like it's like, you know.
So anyway,
thanks, Georgie. Appreciate you. Mwah. Love you.
Have anything going on that's worth $750,000 for one speaker?
No.
Like what the fuck?
But what's funny is that Jordan challenged him to a debate. He accepted, and then he bitched out and said, "I need 50K." But anyway, here it is.
50K?
So what is it that's wrong with what Mr. Peterson has to say about Marxism? Well, it's partly that he's recycling old Cold War stuff. The Cold War was over in 1989. Most of us have moved on around the world. Mr. Peterson seems to be stuck. And he's stuck with one of the oldest kinds of arguments imaginable, telling us that we should not be interested in Marxism. In fact, it's kind of immoral, in his words, to be interested in Marxism in view of what Stalin did in Soviet Russia.
Okay.
Well, okay. Stalin did terrible things in Soviet Russia.
Dog. Motherfuckers, even socialists do this. Stop invoking dead people. They're dead. They're dead. Stalin? Who cares? He's dead. He's dead. He died a long time ago. Let them be dead. We have Marxists and socialists, and we have anarchists. We got all kinds of people that are living right now. Okay? Let's stop arguing over what Stalin did, what Lenin did. I don't give a shit. That shit is done and over with. I got problems right now that we need to figure out. Okay? It's crazy. Why no hang out with us in Fork Knife? Tofu too cool for us? Oh, come on. I'm streaming. I want to play.
However, Marxism exists in every country
What's up, Jaina?
of the earth. It's
Everybody go
been
follow
going on
Jaina.
for 150
And
years.
Izzy. Go follow
And a
Jaina
lot
and
more
Izzy.
than what happened in Russia under Stalin over a period of 15 or 20 years has to be taken into account if you're going to make an assessment of Marxism. To use the one example that is really horrible over there as the judgment on Marxism would be about the same sense as saying Christianity should be dismissed because of the Catholic Inquisition or the destruction of the Native American population by Christians, or the Holocaust against Jews, gays, and so forth by Christians in Germany, and on and on and on. 2 world wars by capitalist Christian countries.
Tell them. Tell them.
They all qualify for the kind of argument Mr. Peterson makes. We don't make those kinds of arguments because they make no sense, and Mr. Peterson oughtn't to do that with Marxism. The only other thing to say is he seems to reduce Marxism, when he actually talks about it, to the problem of inequality, that some people are rich and others are poor, and he deals with that by the very sophisticated notion that poor people's anger at rich is their envy of the success. This is an insult to those folks who are critical of inequality, but apparently Mr. Peterson doesn't worry about that. So let's...
Hey, Alan Drax, thank you so much. Baby sub, get rid of it. Get it out of here. Get it out of here. I hope you didn't name it, because we're yeeting that shit. Actually, fuck it. Name that shit, and then yeet it. Name it, and then yeet it. We're naming it Yeet. We're naming it Yeetus. Yeetus the fetus. That's the name. Get rid of it. Thank you so much, Alajax. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for 9 months.
People have been talking about the problem of inequality for thousands of years before there ever was a Karl Marx or a Marxism. The whole point of Marxism was to explain why inequality under capitalism didn't go away. And let's remind everybody, capitalism comes into the world in the French and American revolutions, talking about being better than feudalism, because under capitalism, you see, we are free, we are equal, we are democratic, and all the rest of it. Capitalism was to bring, in the words of the French Revolution, liberty, equality, and fraternity. Well, as you know, and I know, and even Mr. Peterson must know, we have capitalism, we sure do, but we don't have freedom, equality, and fraternity.
He would attribute the reasons why we don't have those things to communism.
Close. Peterson's own speech is an indication of that. So the Marxists have always said, why is that? Why do we not have the equality that capitalism promised? And the answer is in the analysis of capitalism, the way in which capitalism organizes society with employers and employees, the kind of parallel to lords and serfs and masters and slaves, such that the employees produce the wealth that the capitalists get into their hands, thereby becoming wealthier, while the mass of the working people are excluded from the very surplus their creativity puts on this earth. In other words, there's an explanation. If Mr.
Ethan is lost.
Understood that, his critique of capitalism might address that explanation.
Okay,
Instead,
pause it for a second.
It acts as though there is no explanation.
So
Wolfpack.
So you watched a fucking 5-minute TikTok video?
Yeah, dude, I watched this whole thing.
That's insane, dog.
And I was like, this guy fucking rules, dude.
Okay, TikTok
just shows how good he is.
And
wait, is this the first time that he found out about Richard Wolff?
Minutes on TikTok is entirely too long. And I will be the first to say it.
I'm gonna disagree with you. I've been watching longer TikTok videos, and I like.
Actually, I have too, cause like I use TikTok when I'm pooping. Okay.
Yeah,
and it's actually great when like there's like a 5-minute one, so you can just like let it run and then not have to touch your phone.
Right. But I find myself like when it was a minute, I'm like, I want more of this. When it's like a dude cutting a cow's hoof or something, which is my favorite right now.
Ew, what?
That's what you've been watching a lot?
Bro, have you seen those farriers?
I have watched them before, yeah.
They dig out like absence from the cow's hoof.
Ew, bro, stop.
Didn't I have a
No.
conversation with you where I said I've done that to a horse, and I've never cut the hoofs, but like, you know, cleaning the hoof is like a pretty,
one of the things that's so
pretty basic part of like working on a ranch or just having.
Right.
You know,
Yes, you did
horseback
say
riding.
that. Right. I guess we've had this conversation.
And then you said
Ew.
that's not the same.
It's a cavity thing for their medical care?
You're
That's
not
not
a
the same.
farrier.
No, I'm not. I'm not. I've never actually shaved a hoof or anything like that.
Then what? So what's the point of even saying?
It's good for the animal?
I've
Sounds
cleaned out
gross,
the hoof,
though.
Like
you clean out the hoof. That's just a stick. You just take out
Not a
mud
stick.
from the horseshoe.
Not a stick.
These guys are like
You
surgeons.
still clean. Like I've. Yeah, you're right.
It just
I
you know what I
polish
mean?
it. You know what I mean? Like I've done all that. I've done hoof maintenance.
Half maintenance.
And grooming,
Okay, hoof maintenance. So anyway, he's the man.
Don't take this away from me.
Well, listen,
You're just jealous because you've never touched a hoof.
That's
dog.
like me standing in front of,
No, it's cool, man. You've never touched a hoof.
listen,
It's fine.
I mean, I respect what you do, but I'm not going to stand in front of like the Mona Lisa and be like, I could do that.
Okay, what? That's not you.
Just
That's
saying, these
insane.
guys are masters.
It really goes to show how you feel about the
They're fucking
hoof repair.
doctors, bro. They are awesome.
They're they're doing the Mona Lisa every time.
Dude. Yeah, so I
sound
prepared a
effects.
bunch of clips. I kind of want to get his take on. He's the man. I got a bunch from Jordan. I got some from Dennis Prager, my man. Should we ask about the incest one? Should we cue that up?
What's your argument?
I mean, I have a lot of questions for
Here's
him.
his son riding a horse as a young lad.
I have a lot of questions for it. That is literally. I thought you were gonna do a meme. No, that's actually me.
Bro,
The-
this is so...
Yeah, I won. I won that tournament. Yeah. Yeah, I got.
Wait, what's this? What's this, chat? Hey, haters. Hey, haters. What's this? And what does this look? What is this? Hey, haters.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
want to say it, but
Glow up.
Gay.
Oh, yeah. I used to. The funniest part about that is I used to hate. I used to hate dressing like that because, like, when you're, especially when you're young, it's like the worst. But you have to. You have to wear a blazer. You have to wear a suit with a tie and everything. I used to hate dressing up like that, and now
How did you become gay?
Now I do it on my own volition. I wear tight tights when I'm working out every day, like compression pants.
So, did you own a horse?
Yeah.
Your family rich or some shit?
Yeah, my family used to be. Yeah, I've talked about this.
Oh,
a
I
lot.
didn't know that.
Yeah, there's a generational curse.
Oh, okay.
There's a
did know that,
generational
apparently.
curse in both sides of my family.
They
where,
lost it all.
Yes.
Okay.
They always.
I remember.
They always make a lot of money. Like they have historically always made a lot of money,
Mm-hmm.
and then literally went bankrupt by the time their next of kin reaches college age, which is literally what happened to
May
me.
I ask you?
And what?
Are you afraid that you're gonna fall to the same curse?
Maybe. I mean,
So if we stand up, I can't. I have tights on.
am not.
better
I'm not
watch
like
it.
them. They're both my grandfather and my dad were like. Well, my dad made a lot of like risky. Like he just was doing like futures trading and shit, which is so stupid. And my grandfather was just like more so kind of a baller in the sense that.
Okay, can we talk more about Richard Wolff? God damn it.
He had like one big. He had like one big court case, I think, where he got like a lot of real estate. This is my grandfather, who's been dead for many, many years, and then he just basically sold all of those properties and then lived off the money for the rest of his life.
You hear that music?
What is that?
That's the curse music.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
The third is coming. How would you lose all your money? I wonder.
Both.
How would Hassan go broke?
By giving it all to me, like he fucking should. If he was a real leftist, he would give me all of his money. At least 75% of it. Okay?
I don't know. I fucking.
It's kind of transphobic that he doesn't give me all of his money right fucking now.
Get like Omega canceled or something.
Canceled.
Yeah, so much so that like I can no longer continue to make content. But even then, like I don't know.
Yeah.
Implying that there is a reason why he could get canceled?
The question is, will you be able to afford your children a horse? That's kind of the status that we're going for.
I will
Horse
not
money?
do that. I will not do that for my children anyway. Because like honestly, I low key kind of hated it when I was
Okay,
growing
so
up.
there
It
you
was
go.
more
Fuck
like
it.
I
Okay,
wanted to play.
I'm sorry. I'm a fucking news and politics frog. Okay? I'm a news and politics frog. I need you to get to it. I'm sorry. I'm not here for this fun shit, all right? I'm not here for this funny shit. I'm here for the fucking serious stuff.
So I don't even mind it if that were to happen to me.
Professor, hello. Can you see and hear
Hello.
us?
Let's go.
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Awesome. Thanks for joining us.
My pleasure.
You know, I have to say I'm a new fan of yours. I found your content on TikTok. What do you think about that?
Well, I'm glad you got in there before the people who want to shut it down to take it away.
Okay. That's interesting. What do you think about the TikTok shutdown? That's kind of a good
That's a
question
good
for
that's a
you.
good way to start. But
Yeah.
Professor Wolf, watch out. He's a liberal. The man you're speaking to, he's saying he likes your videos, but he's a big business owner and a liberal. I'm just letting you know.
Okay, well, I'm suitably forewarned. I shall be terribly, terribly careful.
Okay, yes. I'll have you know I'm stealing your labor right now.
He's
All right.
He's an open-minded
Very
one
good.
though. He is an open-minded liberal.
Yeah, so what do you actually I find the whole pursuit to shut down TikTok a little bit, or it's all kind of bad faith, in my opinion. It all seems like a bunch of BS. What are your thoughts?
It's just
Yeah, I
anti-China
would agree with
propaganda.
that. I understand.
Because if they cared about the data, if they cared about people's data being sold, about it being connected to people's home Wi-Fi, if they cared about any of those things, they would get rid of Facebook. They would get rid of everything, every single thing. It's not about TikTok. It's about China. Yeah.
It's being done. I understand that many of the things that are happening in the economy, which is what I study, have to do with a rather desperate effort of the United States to reverse history. That doesn't usually work out real well, and I don't expect it's going to work out real well this time either. But it's a way for politicians to pander, and they don't usually miss a chance to doing that if it gives them some advantage.
Right.
Professor Wolf, what would you say to people that are possibly speculating that this is an effort by big tech to basically use xenophobia to effectively shut out a market competitor that has been really dominant, a market competitor that is not obviously owned by Silicon Valley, that doesn't offer the same backdoors, even though it offers similar backdoors, I would suspect, but not the same ones that Silicon Valley tech giants would offer. People claim that this is done to erode competition.
Look, my experience over many, many years is that actions like this never have one or two causes. They are decisions that are made that meet a bunch of criteria, or if you like, respond to a variety of causes, any one of which wouldn't have been enough to make it happen, but it's the whole collection of them that make it happen. So yeah, one of the factors going into the TikTok decision was the convenient way you can have the government favor one competitor over others. It is often arranged by those other competitors to get rid of the one that they don't like or that they can all agree on getting rid of. And so that becomes part of the story. You could see that already, or this helps you figure it out, by going after the Huawei Corporation, which produced last year and the year before things that compete with American companies. So this was a convenient way before the general onslaught against China really got going to strike a blow, to get some support for sitting politicians from those who benefit by getting rid of Huawei. And same thing with TikTok.
It seems to me that...
Yo, good night, Satanic Llama Plaza. Thanks for hanging. Appreciate you. Have a good one. See you next time. Thanks for hanging.
all this kind of boogeyman threat about China harvesting our data seems kind of silly. I don't know. I'm not a technologist, but it just doesn't... I don't see how that is any bigger of a threat than anyone else who's harvesting our data. I mean, if China wanted data, they just buy it from Facebook.
Exactly. They would, like, it's probably cheaper for them to go through data brokers than to, like, operate servers.
It's all there already.
Yo, see you later, 2A Dave. Thanks for hanging. Have a good one. See you next time.
It seems a little bit, or a lot of it, bad faith.
Are you familiar with the Resist bill? That's the Resist Act that's coming out in the aftermath of this debacle in Congress?
No, tell me about it.
So there is now Restrict. I messed it up. The Restrict Act that is being promoted. There's a lot of speculation on what it could potentially do. There's vagueness surrounding it, but it's proposed legislation that was first introduced in the United States Senate on March 7th to authorize, get this, the Secretary of Commerce to review and prohibit certain transactions between persons in the United States and foreign adversaries. And the foreign adversaries list is, of course, the same villains, quote unquote, ranging from Iran to Venezuela to China and Russia, of course. And people are fearful that you can be fined up to $1 million and also with 20 years prison sentence for if they consider you to be doing something illegal, like utilizing. Again, this is vague. They claim that it's not going to hit VPNs, but using VPNs, for example, or even using TikTok. This came after. This was directed towards TikTok.
If they ban TikTok, you can go to jail for using TikTok? That's
technically.
The bill? Okay. You better start building prisons, boy.
Well,
I mean, Pepe La.
Well, that is a big.
Well, but the interesting. I'm glad you brought it up. The interesting thing about this is, from an economics point of view, it's kind of remarkable. I've lived all my life in the United States. I was born in Ohio and been working here all my life. And I grew up at a time when we were told in the economics courses I took in the universities where I've taught economics all my life, that an economy works best if it's private. And if the government doesn't enter in, do this, do that, regulate this, choose one company over another. We were told literally that this is a bad thing to be avoided at all costs. So I think one important thing is to recognize that all of that stuff has been thrown out the window in the last 5 or 10 years, just as if it were never spoken, as if it were never taught, even though it was the dominant ideological statement of what Western capitalism was all about. Mm-hmm. And you're now seeing, it used to be a phrase, the government should not choose winners and losers in the market. That was a kind of phrase that we were told. Well, what you're seeing at every turn is exactly the opposite. The government is choosing winners and losers, helping these industries, not those industries, saving this one, not the other one, forbidding this, allowing that. It's never stopping, and it's not a sign of confidence in your system. It's a sign of fear and retreat and danger and isolation. And now let me put on my economics hat. It's not that list that you mentioned a minute ago, Iran, Russia, China. You better get out your pencil, because that list is becoming longer and longer and longer with each passing day. It used to be Russia, China, and we would, have the usual socialist bad guys or communist bad guys. But now we have all kinds of societies. The important thing to remember is something called the BRICS, B-R-I-C-S, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. We are isolating ourselves from them by pretending we are isolating them. But that's not the way it's working. The rest of the world is gathering around them, not us. And the make-believe that that's not the case is a dangerous form of self-delusion in the United States.
Real.
Look,
Posture
the
check.
war in Ukraine, whatever else you think of it, was supposed to be over in a short time once the sanctions got going. They were called the mother of all sanctions. They would bring Russia to its knees. Go back and look at the press in February, March, and April of last year. That's what they were predicting. None of that has happened. None of it. And why? Because it turned out
Oh, that's for Dick.
that Russia, which is a weak economic system, and was before this war started, but Russia has really big and powerful friends, more of them each day. And they turned to those friends and they made a bad joke out of the mother of all sanctions, which hasn't stopped the war one iota. And adding more tanks and sending more shells isn't going to change that. These are more and more looking like the acts of people who took a really bad turn, cannot admit it, cannot face it, and keep doubling down in a way that makes the rest of the world shake their head. And more of us inside the United States scratching our head and wondering, what are you doing? What are you doing? And that's really where people like me, that's where we find ourselves.
What kind of policy is it that you would like to see?
I love the way he talks. It's so like it's like he's gonna hurt you. I love it.
In terms of like how America responded to the war in Ukraine instead of sanctions.
Sure.
You're going to give me all of your money or else. Put the money in the bag and nobody gets hurt.
I think the best way is actually to remind everybody about American history.
Uh-oh.
Right? At a certain point,
CRT incoming.
The people here in the United States decided that they were sick and tired of being a colony of Great Britain. So we broke away from the British Empire. We did that by means of a violent revolution.
Uh-oh.
We fought a war with England, 1776. We've all learned about it in school umpteen times. We know. And an amazing thing happened. The British Empire, which at that time ruled the world. The slogan in England at that time was, "The sun never sets on the British Empire," because we've got the whole world covered, from India to Africa to, you know the story.
Got the whole world
The amazement
in
of
his
everybody.
hands.
The British were defeated by the Americans in that Revolutionary War. But they didn't give up. In 1812, we had another war where the British Empire decided again to try to squash the new emerging economic power of the United States. 2 wars, they were defeated both times. Finally, the British got the memo. This not gonna work. You are not gonna undo the history that you yourself helped to make. So what you ought to do is sit down and work out with the United States this new get over your upset that your empire isn't growing anymore. Get over it. Recognize that your empire is now on the downturn and that a new power is arising, namely the United States. And they worked out a peace agreement that lasted a century. Okay, you want my answer? That's what we ought to be doing with Russia and China. Not go to one little war or not so little, one proxy war. Next we'll have a war that isn't a proxy war. You know, we're on the edge of it anyway almost every day. We'll do something in the South China Sea. We'll provoke one way or another, or we will be provoked. This is a dead end. It's not in our interest. It's not in their interest. We need to live with this new emerging economic power. We don't need to keep trying to squash it. It doesn't work. Every other empire, Greek, Roman, British, Persian, Ottoman, you go through them. They all had a ride up, then they plateaued, and then they went down. The last 100 years has been the American empire, especially after World War II. It was a great ride up for the U.S. It's going to be a bumpy, difficult ride down. And the sooner we face it, the better our judgments will be and the better our policies will be, because where we are going, whether it's Ukraine or banning TikTok or hounding Huawei, these are things that are going to hurt the U.S. I keep trying to explain to people, when Saudi Arabia shifts its oil resources from the West to China and Russia, this is a screaming signal, even the people you thought were most dependent on you aren't anymore. And unless you're blind or blinded by some ideological reflex you ought to outgrow, you're going to be making one mistake after another, and people like you and me are going to be talking about them, even though we would wish we didn't have to.
And
fucking,
I feel
Your answer is collaborative multipolarity, like leaning into that with all of the other hegemonic powers, or at least like superpowers that are growing at a rapid pace.
The propaganda, though, that I think a lot of people consume in America is that these countries are not willing to work with us. It's them that's putting up the roadblocks.
But they are working with us. We're working with them all day, every day. I mean,
True.
We have no commerce without China.
Yeah.
Listen, let me give you a couple of just simple statistics. Throughout the entire anti-Chinese or China bashing or whatever you want to call it of the last 8 or 9 years, beginning at the end of Obama, right through the tariff and trade wars of Trump.
Bro, he's about to jump at them. He's ready at any fucking moment to fucking jump through the fucking computer screen and attack Ethan if he says some lib shit. He's like, I'm fucking ready. Hassan said that this motherfucker's a lib. I'm fucking...
Now the continuation under the neocons working with Biden. Throughout that time, the trade between the United States and China goes up every single year. There's a peculiar disconnect between, if you pardon me, the roaring bullshit from the politicians and the underlying reality that we need them. We need them to produce consumer goods. If the American people had not been able to buy cheap Chinese consumer goods over the last 30 years, they would have demanded and they would have gotten higher wages to pay what would have been the price if those things had been produced anywhere else. Capitalists in America are grateful, if they're honest, for the cheap Chinese goods that have made it possible for profits to go up without rising wages, because
capitalism in the U.S. has been subsidized by the global South and by China.
Go to your neighborhood TJ Maxx store and buy inexpensive Chinese.
Wait, TJ Maxx? Is TJ Maxx still around?
Or to the other stores. You know, there is no Amazon. There is no Walmart without Chinese goods. If you plot the growth of Walmart and the growth of China, you discover something. It's the same business.
It's the same.
China can outproduce us on everything, but they could never have gotten into the American market unless Walmart Target, and all the others acted eagerly to be the distributor of those Chinese goods and to make a fortune for themselves along the way. Those are the realities. The rest is make-believe. Nobody wants this war in Ukraine. Above all, the people of Ukraine who are suffering beyond all words the destruction of their society. Who's benefiting out of this? I mean,
American weapons.
Who's benefiting? Who's benefiting out of this? Ethan? Capitalists will tell you, if they're honest, that they're grateful. He's like so aggressive. I fucking love this dude. He's the best.
Manufacturers.
Excuse me?
American weapons manufacturers are.
Yep. Yep.
It seems like those with the least to lose and the most to gain out of this are the ones that are pushing for it and pushing for the continuation of it, whether it be Boris Johnson back when he was the prime minister going into Ukraine during the first round of peace negotiations or a possible ceasefire and peace negotiation talks that were happening, organized by Turkey. Or whether it be, Ned Price and numerous other American State Department officials continuously talking about how they are not interested in peace at all. Obviously, there's an argument here about what Ukrainians want, and some will say that, the overwhelming majority of Ukrainians want to keep fighting this fight, but ultimately, we are not giving Ukrainians everything they want. It's not like we're, implementing Article 5. We're not even giving Ukrainians F-16s. We're not training them on that. We might down the line, I think, but so far these are demands that they've made that we haven't conceded to. So, I think that pushing for peace negotiations on that front with China and Russia at the other side of the table, with Ukraine and the United States of America on one side of the table would be the quickest and most swift way to try to stop this conflict and further bloodshed from continuing.
Well, I mean, let me just expand one dimension of that point. We now have a defense budget, depending a little bit on how you look at it.
He's ready. He's fucking ready to pounce.
$850 billion to $1 trillion. If you take a look, it's more money than the next 8 or 9 countries in the world combined spend on their military. We have just authorized an additional $100+ billion just for the war in Ukraine. Even if you believe that one motivation for the Ukraine war is the money being made by the defense industry, we already are doing more than anyone in their right mind could ask to provide them with a profitable business. Over $1 trillion. I don't even think they're that greedy. They're getting a bundle, a big bundle with no opposition. Nobody opposes the defense budget. I mean, a handful of people, but it's basically trivial. The two parties that run our politics are both eager to outdo one another in supporting the defense budget. They're in very good shape. They don't need another $100 billion war on top of the gift that this one represents. So for me, I don't think it's even them. I wouldn't mind criticizing them if I thought it, but I don't see, they've made a ton of money by all the stuff we've shipped to Ukraine, and all of that will have to be replaced. They will get the money and the profit out of that. The budget is huge, and it got a tremendous boost. Look, I'm an economist, and two things have happened in the last year that strike me as downright funny. We are in a supposed war against the inflation in our country. And to that end, we have a Federal Reserve, our central bank, that has raised interest rates. And that's supposed to slow down the spending by individuals and businesses because they can't, it's too expensive to borrow money at high interest rates, et cetera, et cetera.
Et cetera.
What's the worst thing you can do to an inflation? Pour money onto it. It's like squeezing kerosene on a campfire. It flares up as a stupid thing to do. What have we just done? We have just spent an extra $100 billion on a war in Ukraine. Most of that money goes right back into the American economy because it pays for the military one way or another. And Mr. Zelensky is not stupid. He understands you better spend that money back in the United States and not in some other country, because that will be the fastest way to cut that game over, number one.
What's up, Nicola?
The second thing he did when our banks started to collapse a couple of weeks ago was to say that the Federal Reserve is going to come in and give any bank in trouble losing deposits, they can go to the Federal Reserve and borrow brand new money to replace the deposits.
Brand new money.
Let me explain to you. If the deposits go from a troubled bank to an untroubled bank, that's still money circulating in our economy. If the Federal Reserve backstops banks by pumping more money in, then you've got a bank crisis leading to more money and a war leading to more money. You're not slowing down the inflation that way. You're making it worse. What's my point? It's obvious. No one discusses it in this country. No one is saying, wait a minute, we got to think about the inflationary. If we propose to help the food stamp recipients for another 6 months, the issue of inflation would be raised.
Yeah, that's a moral hazard. It's only a moral hazard as it pertains to the working poor when you're helping the working poor. It's never a moral hazard when you're helping bankers get golden parachutes in the aftermath of the 2008 financial collapse. So what you're basically, just to make it a little bit easier to understand for our audience here, am I correct in stating that we have two methods of dealing with the inflation? We have monetary policy and fiscal policy. Fiscal policy conducted by the legislative branch, which is usually just completely powerless, with the exception of the bipartisanship that they always find when it comes down to more money for the military. And then the monetary policy is also one that you can use, and it's pretty much the only one that you can use, unfortunately, because there is no such deflationary fiscal policy that the Republicans or the Democrats will ever allow. So they're utilizing that, the control over the inflation by controlling the interest rates with the express purpose of depressing wages, kicking people out of jobs, with the hopes that, like, inevitably people will be, this tight labor market will turn back around, and you will have a labor force that's willing and able to take less pay for the same work.
Yeah, and again, I don't mean to beat a dead horse here, but again, I'm astonished. I'm an economics professor. I'm astonished that the only way we are discussing as a nation dealing with the inflation is by raising interest rates, which will throw millions of people out of work. And everybody knows that, which will probably hurt the poorest amongst us most, the last hired, the first fired, all of that again, worsening the disparities of our racial community, of our ethnic community, of the genders, and on and on. Really, we're going to go through that? I'm a professor. I learned that there are other methods of dealing with inflation.
Can we talk about that? Can we talk about that?
Do not involve raising interest rates. I'm mystified why I live in a country where the people in charge know what I just said, and they refuse to discuss it. We have a country in which raising interest rates is considered like the thing, the only thing, and all that's left for us to discuss is how many percentage points it'll go up or down, how soon. Let me drive it home in a personal way. But people seem to like this.
Well, Hassan was asking you for
my PhD in
other things other than raising interest rates, but let him cook.
Yale University. At the time I got it, it was almost all men who were students. Women didn't go into economics then. They do much more now, but they didn't then. So there were 2 or 3 women in my class, And we all got to know them because there were only 2 or 3 women in my class. And one of them, who took the same courses I did, in the same classroom I did, from the same professor I did, you know, was a woman you've gotten to know. Her name is Janet Yellen. So I know what she knows. She knows what I know. We were schoolmates. We went to the same graduate program. In that program, we learned that one of the most interesting ways to stop an inflation that has been used in many countries at many times, often with great success, and that was used August 15th, 1971, by the sitting president, Richard M. Nixon. He got on television and he said to the American people, we've got a terrible inflation. Here's how we're going to deal with it. As of right now, as he was speaking on radio and TV, any business that raises its price, we're going to come for you. We're going to arrest you.
Why is Richard Wolff talking to Ethan? That's a good question. It's a good question. Only because Hassan is here. Yeah.
Jail.
It's a good question, Jayla.
Or other worker organization.
Even Hassan warned Richard Wolff at the beginning of their conversation that he was a liberal.
That pushes or tries to push the wage up, we will do the same to you. This policy is called in this country a wage price freeze. In other countries, it's called an incomes policy because it freezes the income of the employer.
And he's also an idiot. That's true.
Income of the employee at the same time, wherever it happens to stand. That was originally.
Hi, Z-Raid. Welcome in. Hop on the Fraught Night tomorrow. Hop on the Fraught Night tomorrow. Fraught Night tomorrow. We're fraughting tomorrow night. Fraught tomorrow night. We're gonna fraught tomorrow night. Fraughting. We're gonna fraught tomorrow. Fraught night. We're gonna fraught tomorrow night. We're gonna fraught. Fraught stream. We're gonna fraught it up. Fraught. Oh, Jesus. Thank you for the raid, IZ. I was gonna raid you. Shout out IZ. Everybody here, go fucking follow IZ right now, or else you're a bitch and I hate you. Also, go follow Janer Splinters, or else you're a bitch and I hate you. Do it!
Put into effect for 90
Wait, also Alan Drax is in here too.
Extended. It brought the inflation down. It is an alternative. It has its strengths and weaknesses, just like.
Oh, and Kasara too. Shout out Kasara too.
They're different, and an honest society trying to.
Always forgotten. No, never. Go follow right now. Go follow right now. Do it right now. Everybody, go follow this person right here. Do it.
With its problems, would have a debate publicly about these alternatives. And by the way, there are others I could give you if you were interested. It's not the only 2. There's more than 2. But we live in a society that has a quick dismissal. If they even admit what I just explained to you, which is in every history, and can be verified in 10 minutes of Googling anything, there's no excuse for what's going on. Just like breezily dismissing the Ukraine war by saying the Russians and the Chinese don't offer to sit down and have a ceasefire. Both of those countries have done it. Maybe they're lying. Maybe they'd cop out once you started the process. But we're not in a very good position to call them bluffers if we haven't called the bluff. And if we're willing to sit down without conditions, why don't we say so? And I don't think you can use the argument about what the Ukrainians want, because here I'm not interested in criticizing Mr. Zelensky. But you should know, if you don't, that he has shut down opposition newspapers, opposition media, opposition politicians. He's fighting a war. Maybe you have to do that in war. But there is no way to know what the mass of the Ukrainian people feel unless you want to take the fact that somewhere between 6 and 7 million of them have left the country, and it's not that big a country, and that would not be a sign that you would want to make a big argument about, that this shows that they're in favor of fighting to the last Ukrainian, since they've made a choice not to be among those last Ukrainians that we're fighting for. So it does strike me as there's an awful lot of accumulated evidence that we're not dealing honestly and straightly with these major problems of our society, and that's usually the sign of a society that is scared shitless, if you pardon my Spanish, and therefore is functioning with a level of anxiety that is scary to watch.
Wait, he said pardon my Spanish. You fucking.
Getting back to fiscal policy and monetary policy, you talked about some things.
Yo, I love how he keeps getting closer and closer to the screen. He's like, by the end of this conversation, you're not even gonna be able to see fucking Dr. Wolf's face. I'm gonna be talking to you like this. I'm getting more closer to your face. Are you listening to me, Ethan?
Have demonstrably worked like the Nixon price freeze. For contemporary America, for contemporary American society.
Oh shit, this is a scary emote.
Suggestions on fiscal policy that would be deflationary, and can we even implement these policies?
Absolutely. The first policy that would...
He's like, finally, answer my question. He was Hassan tried to get him to answer this question earlier, and he started just going off.
Deflationary, and it is long overdue, is raising taxes on corporations and the rich. If you want it very concrete, reverse the tax cuts that were passed in December of 2017. The biggest single economic act of recent history was that tax cut. That is what produced the $1 trillion deficits we've had ever since. We had deficits before. It's not that we didn't, but we took a quantum leap. And let me drive home. The 2017 tax cuts, benefiting mostly corporations and the rich, came...
What would an emote battle? Yo, have you seen Rhizome's emote battles? They're sick. I don't know how they get triggered. I can't remember how they get triggered, but like there's an emote off where like there will be 2 emotes on screen. Yeah, dude, you gotta check it out, Izzy. You would love it. There's 2 emotes on screen and it's verses and it's like a whole thing. It pops up like it's a window on Rhizome's chat. You know how it looks like it's a desktop or some shit. And it says this emote versus this emote, and then they battle by everybody spamming their emote of choice, and then whoever spams the most emotes on one side, they win, and it's fucking badass. It's fucking sick. Rhizome's stream is awesome. Super cool.
40 years.
Yeah.
Of a dramatic boom in profits, of a dramatic increase in the inequality of wealth. Those were 2 arguments that said this was the last thing you needed to do. Corporations were rolling in money. That's why we had the greatest peacetime stock market boom in the 80s, 90s, and into the first decade of this century. They didn't need it. They shouldn't have got it.
Hey, Agra, thank you so much for 4 months. Pog, thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Welcome in. Hope you're having a great day. Thank you for 4 montherinos. Appreciate that.
Deserved it were the ones who had
15 out of 20, chat. 15 out of 20 for the daily sub goal. Look at that. We're almost there. We're almost there. Almost. Thank you so much, Agra.
Out on the short end of the stick over the 80s, 90s, and the first decade of this century. If you wanted to help someone, help them. But if you didn't want to help them, okay. But shoveling vast amounts of money into the hands of those who needed them least was an incredibly, if you pardon me, stupid. It was so greedy, it lopped over beyond greed into downright stupid. And then to scratch
I
your head
fucking love
and say,
him.
Gee, we have
Stupid.
terrible
You
deficits.
stupid.
What the hell did you think?
Hey, let's go. Thank you so much, Anonymous. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah. Thank you. If you got a gifty from Anonymous, throw a thank you out there into the void. Thank you so much, Anonymous. I really appreciate that. Show yourself so that I may thank you properly. I appreciate you, whoever you are. Thank you.
With a tax cut. It's like today saying, we have a shortage of labor. Hello. You just kicked out millions of immigrants. They were doing that work. What are you, surprised by the results of what you did? Were you born yesterday?
Oh, and just like that, I just realized what that was. Yo, Anonymous, thank you for helping us just hit the fucking sub goal. Let's fucking go, baby. Hell yeah. 20 out of 20. Thank you, chat. Thank you, everybody, for all the support. It really, really, really means a lot. I do this full time, so it helps immensely, obviously. Thank you so much. Shouts out to Anonymous. You're the best. Appreciate you. Thank you.
I wanted to ask about the
Ethan, just sit and listen, okay? Just sit there and look pretty, all right?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Well, there you go. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let the fucking big boys talk, okay? Let's let the big boys talk, all right? Listen, you just sit there. Thanks for the platform. Let Hassan and fucking Mr. Dick Wolf just let them fucking chop it up, all right?
At least your opinion on one of my suggestions.
Yo!
I think stock buybacks.
Midnight Dime, thank you so much for the 500 titties. Thank you for throwing 500 titties in my fucking face. Let's go. Thank you. Can you do an impression of Mr. Dick Wolf running a deli? You want to chop cheese? Listen, if you want to chop cheese, you're gonna have to give me your money. If you don't give me your money, then you don't get a chopped cheese. Do you understand me? Now, Marxism
used to be considered market manipulation, and that consideration was correct, in my opinion. It is market manipulation.
Thank you so much, Midnight Dime. Thank you. Appreciate you.
1982. I think that one other immediate, not a full-blown solution, but one other immediate form of legislation could come by making stock buybacks illegal again. Especially at a time when, corporations are very clearly only beholden to their shareholders. Even the World Economic Forum and other capitalists are talking about how they need to find a new capitalism a stakeholder focused solution to the economic problems. I think that's one other thing that we could absolutely be considering as well.
Yes, I agree with you, but I hate to throw water on your little campfire here. So
I hate to throw water on your little itty bitty baby campfire, Hassan. Okay? You think you're so smart, Hassan. Listen.
I agree with you that stock buyback, they certainly are a market manipulation. That's why they're done. Their goal is to boost the price of the stock in the market. The company, by going in and being a major buyer, has the effect of driving up the price of the stock. If you remember that members of the board of directors of many companies, high executives in many companies, are paid with stock options and other kinds of stock remuneration, then you can see they have a personal interest and a personal gain by using the company's money to drive up the price of the shares they have. But here's the water I'm going to throw a little bit. Corporations understand what we're saying. The general public maybe not, but the people who run the larger corporations hire economists and accountants like me who explain this to them. And, maybe not the first or third or ninth time, but by the 15th time we go over it, they kind of get it. And they can keep it in mind because it's their wallet. But they have developed over the years a whole host of...
Yo, good night, Jaina. Thanks for hanging. Appreciate you. Get rest, though. It's been a heavy week. Yeah. I did a lot of screaming today, so yeah, I might... Yeah, I'm definitely gonna try to get my rest tonight. But you as well. Shouts out Jaina. Please go follow Jaina. Do it, or else you're a bitch and I hate you. Okay? Follow Jaina. Follow Jaina Splinters right fucking now. Do it.
If you deny them this one, and I'm in favor of it, I agree with you, I would support it. But I've been around now, and I will tell you, they have dozens of other strategies that will accomplish more or less the same thing.
Oh, absolutely.
I'll give you one example just so you get the flavor.
The flavor. Company
A big multi-billion-dollar company, and Company B, another one. And they get together over golf or at the fanciest restaurant they can find, and they come to an agreement. Company A uses its profits to buy shares in Company B. That's not a stock buyback. And Company B uses its profits, you get the picture, to buy the stock of Company A. I've watched it. It's there. It's a strategy. And I could go on. And as long as we allow a tiny group of people, a board of directors, 15, 20 human beings sitting at the top of these mega corporations, as long as you give them the authority of disposing of the billions of dollars in profits, in revenues that they have at their disposal, you can't be surprised if they use it to enrich themselves. That's how the game of capitalism is organized. The rest of us are supposed to be spectators and go ooh and ah when they use the money to aggrandize, themselves or their companies. They really do have lovely shrubbery around their headquarters.
I want to say there's at a certain point, and kind of goes back to what we were talking about before, when, during a 40-year period of, huge profits, they give themselves another massive tax cut. It, like you said, it's stupid, but it's even worse than that. It's almost like self-defeating greed to the point where it's destabilizing society. Is going to end up eventually with their head on a pike. You know what I mean? Or their head in a goddamn...
Ethan is recognizing the contradictions, Professor Wolf. That's what's going on.
Or their head in a guillotine. So, how is it that they're not aware? They must be aware of where they're going. And at a certain point, I just don't understand why they don't acknowledge that I can be ultra rich, and also it's as important that we live in a stable society where people are going to come eat me.
Okay. Let me
he said, Doug. Okay.
tell you a story. Since I am a graduate of the fancy schools in this country and have all the connections that those schools create for you when you go through them. The education you get, by the way, is quite mediocre, but the connections, they are super.
Yo.
I have therefore been at the following conversation. A group of people sitting on the boards of directors of the biggest corporations in America. Some of them talk like you just did. They say things like, well, I'll quote you, Warren Buffett will say to the public, I pay a lower rate of taxes on my billions than my secretary does on what we pay her. Remember? He said that. So he gets it. He gets it that it's stupid what they're doing. It's self-destructive what they're doing. And he appeals to the other directors like him to see what he's saying. And he's not the only one. But the problem is there's another group of directors who come right back at him and say the following: the mass of people in this country are too divided, too disorganized, and too ignorant to figure any of this out.
They say that?
Jesus.
They say that.
They're
They say
actually
and
that.
Yes,
malignant.
Ethan. Yes, Ethan. You sweet summer child.
It's just evil.
Well, you know, it's very. Look, if you keep sticking it, I'm going to defend them now. But I'm only answering your question. I don't mean to defend them, but I am going to defend them, because here's the way it goes. Once you get over your anger that they talk like, think like that, which I get, you're going to ask yourself, because you're a smart guy, why? I mean, you know, people aren't born that way. Why would they think and talk like that? And here's the answer. They were Warren Buffett's in the past. They warned in their company, look, let's not go so far. Let's give the workers a decent pay. Let's, pay our taxes. Let's spend some money to make the city nicer for people or whatever. And they got shot down by the, let's call them, for lack of a better term, the conservative type, pro-business types. They got shot down, and the pro-business guys stuck it to the workers some more and evaded the taxes some more and didn't give a nickel to the community. And guess what?
What?
The profits of the company went up because there was no reaction. The local politicians didn't do anything. The people didn't get the pitchforks. They didn't march down Main Street with them. None of it. And so over time, they began to feel as though their, let's call it humane impulse, or whatever you want to call it, to be nice guys as employers was a mistake. Made them look like they were weak or in some way not as gung-ho to make a profit for the company as their fellow directors. They didn't want to take that kind of risk.
Right.
They didn't want that kind of reputation. They kind of swallowed their bad feeling. They stopped telling their wife about how they felt, because the wife would notice that if you felt that way in the past, you're not feeling that way now. I don't hear you say anything about doing good for the community. You've got me sitting on the board of the local Y or the orchestra or the local charity, but you're not coming to the meetings and you're not even asking me anymore. So what you've got is a capitalist employer class whose majority thinks they can safely ignore the mass repercussions. Nothing will happen. The Republicans and the Democrats will distract people away from what we're doing to them economically. They'll get more interested in, I don't know, immigrants or in carrying a gun, or whether transgender people can use the toilet. We don't have to worry about.
That makes sense.
That's the answer they give.
Sadly, that does make sense.
So what is the most effective mechanism of pushback in your opinion?
It's exactly what we were just talking about. Let me give you an example. As I'm speaking to you, in three countries of Europe is the answer: France, Germany, and Greece. In all of those countries, masses of people are letting the power structure there, both the political power structure and the business leadership, know that there are limits. In France, they are telling the president, Mr. Macron, you are not going to solve the fiscal troubles of France by depriving the people of 2 years of their pension. You're not going to do that. We're not going to let you. In Germany, all the railroad stations and all the airports are closed because the workers are on strike.
Based.
And the issue there is the inflation. You are not going to jack up the price of oil and gas for all of us and then not change our wages. I mean, we're not going to tolerate it. And Greece, you might find, is even the most interesting. 4 weeks ago, they had a terrible train wreck.
True.
Worse than the one we had in East Palestine, Ohio. But around the same time,
Do you notice how much he keeps getting more and more aggressive and closer to the camera, and we keep losing? We're progressively losing more and more of our sight of Dick. Dick keeps getting closer and closer and closer. Now just like imagine having an in-person conversation with him and him just like getting in your fucking face. I fucking love him so much. Yeah, literally this emote, yeah.
killed 60 young people, among other things. And they went into the streets to denounce the privatization of the rail system in their country. The government came down on them, and so now they're all against the government. This is making everybody stop and pay real close attention. The polls in France. My father was French. I speak French. I have since I've been a kid. The polls in France are about 60 to 65% supporting the people in the streets. So there is no escape from the president for him. He's in a deep, deep container of doo-doo, and with
Yo, good night,
very
Kasara.
little
Thanks for hanging.
mechanism to get out of it.
Well,
Hope you have a good night.
what you're
See you next time.
Also,
Everybody go
I
follow
can't-
Kasara.
I have to
Night-night.
mention this, but what you're describing is three nations that, even with Greece, that have a higher rate of participation in unions in the labor force, with a stronger history of labor uprisings, and also, like, even when you consider France, for example, even if they do not have actual card-carrying union members, they have collective bargaining agreements that encompass damn near the entirety of the economy. In France, it's, I believe, 98% collective bargaining agreements.
Yes, and they're industry-wide. I mean, the unions get together, the employers get together, they bargain across the table, and it covers the entire industry across the country.
God, that's based.
One fact that I like to always point to in the United States of America is the union participation rate in this country is actually even lower than a country that we destroyed, we eviscerated, like Chile. Chile has a 15% union participation rate. The United States, on the other hand, has an 11% union participation rate, which is unimaginable to think about. It's unimaginable to consider, considering what we've done in Chile. So I think that factors into this a lot. You talk about democracy at work. You talk about
Hell yeah, he does.
How
He's got a fucking show on YouTube called Democracy at Work.
Should implement a democratic process, even though it's authoritarian currently, and people expect that, and people think that that's normal. I think that that is the main mechanism of pushback. Is building out.
I want to ask. Maybe this is.
Shut the fuck up, Ethan.
Why are Americans so docile?
Yes. In many ways, that's what we've been talking about, even if it hasn't been explicitly in so many words. And the whole world wonders about it. I wonder about it, but I can assure you, I go to Europe fairly often. I give talks, papers at university conferences and crap like that. And that's the question I'm asked. What is it? The French have the yellow vests a few years ago. You guys may remember before the pandemic hit, this amazing outpouring of opposition among the French people to the rising cost of gas and electric bills. And so yeah, I mean, what is it about the American people? They grumble. You know what they say at the bar at night?
Education. NA education. They don't know what the fuck's going on. Most Americans realize that somebody is taking advantage of them. But not everybody realizes that it's our capitalist overlords. Some people want to be like, oh, it's the immigrants. Some people want to be like, oh, it's the fucking transgenders. Not our capitalist fucking overlords. Fuck.
There, you know what they say over the dinner table. They have feelings about this. They're angry about what the price of eggs going up 2 to 3 times over the last 6-8 months. Everybody knows you can't. I mean, and inflation is a phenomena that pokes you in the nose, every day. So people know.
Got a pretty bad
but
cough
they have
there.
this sense somehow in America that it is either impossible or unwise to get together with other people, enjoy the benefit of having numbers, and beginning to actually act democratically, to say that we, the people, have a right to be heard, to have a right to shape the policies that we live under. They say it, but they don't really believe it. And somehow in there, I think, lies the explanation for this docility, for this hesitance to get out there and do stuff. It's
What's up, Cat Dad?
and it's very discouraging. And I want to go back to the story I told you about the board of directors I meet with. When you have docility like that, you are encouraging the corporate board of directors to think that they can get away with virtually anything. Amazon is in the process, in case you didn't hear it, of doing away with the free delivery. They got what they wanted.
There's
got
gonna be
what
blood
they
in
wanted.
the streets from that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, because
he made Dick laugh.
See profit.
Pug.
They're going to start changing they've issued some indications. Only if you buy so much will you get. If you don't buy that much, you don't get it for free, and you might get it sooner. Then the other guy's going to get it later. They're beginning to play the game because they don't think they have any opposition they have to fear.
Part of me, I wonder, like, I imagine if you were to get, like, the majority of people interacting and caring together about one cause. In my mind, imagining Americans doing that is almost hard to believe because the different tribes, the two different tribes here in America, are so opposed, and the propaganda on either side is so compelling. It's like, if you...
Does someone see this? We face this... We will be killed! We will be killed for revolting! It's not the same in other countries. Does no one see this? We face the strongest military on revolt. Listen, I know what you're saying. Why are you yelling? I understand what you're saying. Oh, I like your PFP. Whoa, hey, don't call my fucking mod an idiot. Okay, I was about to address you, but now you're being fucking weird. What are you doing? Do you not know what a cop is, you idiot? Do you not know what the fuck? Hold the fuck on, dog. If more people in America, if NA education, like I was just saying while I was having that coughing fit, if people were fucking educated and were able to understand that this feeling of being taken advantage of was actually the capitalists, and that the police were the boots, were the enforcers of this capitalist system, then maybe people would be down to defund the police more often. Maybe if they realized that it was the capitalist overlord that are taking advantage of them, and that the police are the ones that do their dirty work for them, maybe we would do something about the police and make that not a thing. Make that not a thing. Don't fucking call my mod a fucking idiot.
If you have a bunch of, let's say, liberals in the street protesting inflation and price gouging and all this, it would be so easy for Fox News and their saddle and all their cronies to vilify them in whatever way they wanted, right? To prevent the other half from participating. And I feel like there's no critical mass eventually where it's like, because you need both people to come together on a cause to get anything done, I feel like, in a meaningful way, to have enough people. I wonder if that's why.
There are plenty of issues. There are plenty of issues where the American public actually unite on across the board. Abortion being one of the greatest examples of this, like the protection of abortion rights being one of the best examples of this. And yet, obviously, the Democratic Party doesn't do enough to protect that, and the Republican Party very openly works to undermine it, and not even through the legislative body, but through state legislatures and the court process and the court system.
If a conservative who, let's say, even supports that privately, I think they would be afraid of being perceived as a traitor if they went out into the streets or something like that to support the cause.
I think that they have weaponized wedge issues very effectively in the United States of America as a mechanism to divide the working class. The working class has no class consciousness in this country. Historically, they haven't had
class consciousness. Class consciousness. Class consciousness. Why do they not have class consciousness? Because they don't understand the system that they live within. They don't understand the system that they live within. What would help them understand the system that they live within? Maybe better education. Maybe if people were more educated, they would understand that they live under the boot of the police. And then they would be more willing to do something about the police like us over here on the left are. Okay?
Consciousness in the country, even like in the Eugene Debs era, there were still plenty of people, like the Steinbeck quote that comes to mind immediately is about how socialism will never work in the United States of America because the workers do not see themselves as an exploited proletariat, but temporarily embarrassed millionaires.
Exactly.
I mean, that's paraphrased and maybe falsely attributed to Steinbeck, but it doesn't matter. My point is that attitude still exists. American exceptionalism is built into people's minds. Americans still believe a false meritocracy that doesn't exist. These are
Why do they believe that? Oh, I don't know. It's just because they're scared of the police. No. Even though they're class traders, check this out. They're working class too. Check this out. Cops are class traders. However, they are in fact working class. Why is it that they are willing to become class traders for capital while living in this society? Oh, maybe because they're fucking idiots. Okay? God damn, man. Some class consciousness, a little bit of solidarity, huh? Okay?
Ideas that the bourgeois state and its institutions have basically reinforced.
I want to live in a world where I can go back to not knowing Tofu is older than Hassan. How dare you? How dare you bring this up? We're having a good time. We're having fun. And you had to go and bring this up. We're having a good time. And you had to go and ruin it for everybody. This is a good emote. Don't worry, I'm older than Tofu. There we go.
Even neoliberal
Thank you, comrade.
like where Professor Wolf graduated from, Yale, all the way down to, our regular education and what people are taught in schools from, pre-K through 12. So that's it. It's very successful. This is what happens when you have a country that has no class consciousness and capitalists have won. And it makes sense. We are the labor aristocracy. We are living in the imperial core. We do benefit from the global exploitation of the third world.
Wait, what? You look like you're 20, Tofu? That's because you're right.
Of the global south. And we kind of recognize that. We recognize that the cheap goods and commodities that we consume are sedating the masses, and people are relatively comfortable. That's why no one fucking rises up when you see a 700% increase in profits for an egg company, the California egg company that just reported like insane, record-shattering profits and they did that because egg prices were increased. There's too much corporate consolidation. They have all the power, and just like Professor Wolf pointed out, Amazon is doing that single-handedly, monopolizing e-commerce, and then slowly but surely increasing prices and doing whatever the fuck they can, and there's no way to fight back against it.
So I don't know if you have an opinion about that, or it's probably a whole lot of stuff, but it is concerning. I mean.
Yeah, I mean,
why is he leaning into the camera?
I have to get off. I have other things.
Right.
I did want to end my part of this on a more positive note, because I agree with everything you've said. I really do. But I want to again point out these things can change. In France, it was believed that their working class was divided beyond all repair, basically divided as follows.
He's going to keep getting closer and closer, and he's just going to end up in the middle of them. He's just going to be like in the studio.
A vast group of people in the middle. Then an extreme right wing associated with the Le Pen family that you may have heard about. Father and now the daughter as a leader of a far right-wing anti-immigration thing. and then a fractured left with a communist party, a socialist party, a green party, and all.
I can't live in a world knowing that Tofu is older than Richard Wolff. Joke's on you, Scheisser. Richard Wolff is 17. Joke's on you.
And that they could not get together. The union, there are 8
That's some
federations in France.
Yeah, wait, Wolff is actually 19. He just got that big. Exactly.
We have one, the AFL-CIO. They have 8, and they've never been able to agree on anything. In the last 5 years, all of that has changed. Here's what's happened. In the last election, that Mr. Macron won, and that Le Pen came in second, a very, very close third, 1 or 2 percentage points less, was a unified left in which the communists, socialists, Greens, and 3 or 4 other parties all got together. Unheard of. And they were, as I say, 2-3 percentage points less than Mr. Macron. That's all. The division in France is very dangerous for the government in power because the left was unified.
What a damn, that'd be, wow. Imagine a unified left. Imagine a unified left. It's like those two words don't go together in America, especially on the internet. Those two words don't go together. Motherfuckers gotta argue for the sake of arguing. They don't even know why. They don't even know why. They just want to argue. Like they want to come in here and be like, fucking, what the fuck? What's the best way to advocate for what's right? Hassan admits veganism is moral but won't do it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm vegan. Do you know that? You know that, right, Mad Daft? Have you calmed down? Have you calmed down? You know that I'm vegan, right? And I was complimenting you on your really based PFP, and then you got all crazy. Have you calmed down? What's the best way to advocate for what's right? Hassan admits that veganism is the most moral, but won't do it. But if you had any idea, were you always vegan, Mad Daft? Here's the thing: I've been vegan for over 10 years. Except I wasn't always vegan. I wasn't always. You know that? So I understand that we live in a society. We live under capitalism, and there's this thing called no ethical consumption under capitalism. And you must understand that people aren't willing to think about changing their diets or anything like this when they have the economic boot on their neck. If you want them to be open to things like veganism, if you want them to be open to things like global warming, if you want them to be open to things like defunding the police, you need to get the fucking boot, the economic boot off of their neck. And you need to get them educated. You need to get them healthy. You need to get the economic boot off of their neck. And then they will be able to lift their heads up and be like, whoa, wait, veganism is the most sustainable choice and is the moral choice. I'm not going to sit here and tell people that people are immoral and they're not leftist enough because they're not vegan, because we have to choose our battles. We have to choose our battles. So where does your educated choice and ignorant? You're so fucking annoying. Go away, dude.
In the demonstrations that have involved millions of people over the last 2 weeks and are scheduled to continue next week again.
What was I just saying about leftists just need to fight? They just like need to argue. It's like you're in a room full of people who are on your side. You're literally in a room full of people who are on your side, and you have to. I have to fight. I have to be more leftier than these people. I'm the most left. These people are liberals. Everybody around me, liberals. All of you are liberals. I'm the only lefty here. Do you realize how many people every day that Hassan talks to? Do you know how many people are watching? This has 295,642 views, and it was posted 16 hours ago. Do you know how many fucking normies that watch H3H3 are now have been exposed to the Marxist Professor Richard Wolff, do you understand how good that is? It's like, but no. Leftists want to let the fucking perfect be the enemy of the good. And that's why we can never, ever get anything done. And that's why I was saying the two words, united and left, don't fucking fit together when you're in the United States. Here we are in the fucking imperial core, not getting anything that we want because leftists can't shut the fuck up and unite and understand that we need to pick our battles. I am a vegan because it is the moral choice. It is the leftist position. Absolutely, I agree with you. But I am not going to sit here and try to tell all 150 people in this chat that they are not lefty enough because they eat meat. That's not gonna get me anywhere. It's not gonna do anything. I'm a leftist that is not a baby leftist. I'm not a reactionary. So I understand that there are a lot of things, there are a lot of factors at play here. And we have to take the most effective route that we can right now. And that right now is the labor movement, not veganism. Just straight up, it isn't. I am vegan, and I do think that everybody should also be vegan, but I understand that me sitting here talking about veganism is not going to get me closer to my leftist utopia in 2023. It's so silly, dude. Like, we cannot have anything nice in the left. We can't have anything nice because nobody wants to fucking get anything done. Everybody just wants to argue and put themselves up on their pedestal and feel holier, leftier than thou. It's so annoying. Get the fuck out of here.
The 8 different trade unions who have been unable to agree on anything else are all agreed. They are all together leading this movement. It's led by the labor unions united. France has never seen this before. And I believe it shows the wisdom of a famous remark made by a great leader years ago. Here's how it goes. For many decades, nothing seems to happen.
I mean, this is based. Listen, like I was pointing out, their profile pic is based. Veganism they're correct. Veganism is the moral decision. Hassan is correct. Veganism is the moral position. Just straight up. Like, it is. It's just a fact. But, like, I'm not going to sit here and shame people for not being vegan. It's stupid. It's stupid. Because I recognize that there are a lot of factors at play. I also was not a vegan my entire life. I was not the moral person that I think that I am now my entire life. It's like, it's so silly, dude. Do you think, like, what do you actually want to get done or anything done? Or do you just want to, like, pretend like you're cool or what? Like, what is it?
And then in a few weeks, decades happen.
Who said that, Professor Wolff?
The man's name was Vladimir, but not Zelensky. You can think about who it might be, and you'll guess right.
Brilliant guy. He's really good, really smart guy.
I know you have to go, but thank you so much for calling. It was incredible talking to you. So great. Maybe you'd be open to coming back again sometime. That would be awesome.
Absolutely. I like your program. I like the style and the way you do things.
Based.
And you don't beat around the bush, which I really appreciate, because I live in a country where beating around that bush seems to become
I only beat one bush, Professor. The one we talked about.
Go there.
All right. But I do want to say
Jordan Peterson's grandmother's bush.
I do want to say you have a YouTube channel, Democracy at Work, or you're associated with it, and somehow you can subscribe on YouTube. I'm going to put the link in the description. You guys are going to be greatly benefited by following Professor Wolff on TikTok. On
baby.
On, baby. We'll put them all there, but go please support and follow this brilliant man who's going to be calling in.
Who is morphing through the screen right now as we speak.
State and Revolution.
And then we'll talk about that. Very good. All right, gentlemen. Take
Thank
care.
you again.
Bye, Dick. Bye, Dick.
One of my favorite Lenin quotes.
Dude,
which
he's
I use all the time.
He's so smart.
Yeah.
Everything he says is so insightful and very scary, frankly. I'm glad he wrapped it up on a positive note. But
I don't even think that Professor Wolf is like particularly smart. He is, but I think it's more so.
You really gonna say that
I think
after
he
you
will
left?
agree. I think he will agree with
that
this.
man just called in. You're
No,
gonna say
I
he's
think he'll
not.
agree with what I'm about to say. It's common sense. I think this is what a lot of people fail to
Can
understand.
he be smart and have good comments?
Yes, but what he is
Fucking hell,
talking
bro.
about, for the most part, especially as it pertains to, talking about some of these issues and foreseeing the inevitable, is just common sense. It's more descriptive, really. I think that's the fundamentals of any kind of like Marxian analysis.
I know what you mean, but goddamn, he's awesome. I didn't even get to. I had all these questions lined up.
No, you didn't. Shut the fuck up. No, you didn't.
Jordan Peterson. I'm gonna get him next time. I really want to.
Oh, about Jordan Peterson. Okay.
There's so much to talk
about Marxism. But
he is brilliant, though. Yes, I do think Richard Wolff is great. For the record, I'm just
not that bright.
No. I think like the real brilliance of Richard Wolff comes from being able to describe complex complex texts with ease.
I was
in a way that is digestible.
Disclaimer.
That makes sense. And
But ultimately,
yeah, I mean, people were saying it in the chat that he's so good at describing what he's talking about. He's so good at it. He's a very, very, very effective communicator, which is why this is so based. Like I would not normally talk about or like watch Leftovers just because one, it's long and it's like, I don't know, like you have plenty of places during the day to go to get Hassan content. In the middle of the night, like we keep it straight news, you know what I mean? But like, dude, Richard Wolff talking on the with Ethan, H3 Ethan and Hassan, two very, very popular like content creators, is so valuable. So valuable. You know what I'm saying?
Describing common sense. I think everyone should understand that. It's approachable. This kind of stuff is approachable if you just simply think it through.
That's what I was really enjoying. I mean, everything he was saying, I was really, it was really easy to consume and follow. I mean, the guys, we have to harvest his brain more. I need to steal more of his labor. Did I steal his labor?
No. That's not.
Because he's not my employee.
All right, that's enough from you guys. That's enough from you guys. What was this that Celtic shared? What this?
Next time somebody asks you to do something, remember, you're not a Filipino. You're a Filipino.
True. Or a Filipina. True. Or a Filipina. Nah, bro, nah. True. Based. Also, fucking swooner. Followed. Yeah, that's a beautiful tattoo. Also fucking followed swoon. Let's go. Swoon. Butte. All right. Bonk, but agree. Oh man, what a stream, chat. What a stream. I think I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Fuck it, I'm saying it. Fuck it, I'm saying it. That was a banger stream. That was a banger stream. Fortnite time. It's listen, tomorrow we're gonna play Fortnite for sure. For sure, we're playing Frot Night. We are gonna frot all night tomorrow, chat. Oh my god, there's gonna be so much frotting and night happening. Whatever, forking and frotting and knifing and knife. Frot knife. Frot knife. We're gonna frot with some knives. Oh god. Wait, I just thought about what I just said. Yeah, no, we're not gonna do that. 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 We're not gonna. But tomorrow we're gonna do some fraught knife. No fraught knife. Promise, swear, pinky promise. Oh my god. I'm not gonna lie, dude. It was a really good it was a banger stream. I appreciate every single one of you for hanging out with me, but it's time for us to send this party elsewhere. I'm still gonna be hanging out, but just not in my stream. We're just gonna hang out in somebody else's stream, and we're gonna hang out. We're gonna hang out. We're gonna hang out. Where are we hanging out? That's a good question. All right, chat. We're going to Left Flank Vets. We're gonna go hang out in Left Flank Vets. Everybody come hang out. I'll be in the chat. And we're gonna spam these emotes in that chat. We're gonna spam these emotes. And not only are we gonna spam these emotes, but we're gonna spam all the good vibes that you are spamming in this chat all fucking night. You're gonna take those good vibes that we've been throwing all over the fucking place in here, and we're gonna throw them all over the place over in Left Flank Vets chat. Okay? So everybody hop on this raid. Thank you for hanging out with me again, chat. I really appreciate you all. You're all very cute and very based and very awesome and wholesome. And did I say cute? Did I mention cute? I appreciate you all. Dude, also, thank you for helping me hit my sub goal today. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you for 20 out of 20 subbies. And also, we're at 50 out of 200 for our tip goal, which is very pog. Which is very pog and very based. I appreciate every single one of you. Yeah, I'll see you guys in the chat, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. What the? Hey, shut up. I'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll be back again for more politics, more news, more comfy vibes, possibly some fraught night.